We're late, we're late, we're late! Calm down, Alex, Caden said in a soothing voice, reclining on her bed with his hands casually behind his head. They know we're coming. Calm down, Alex repeated shrilly. It's the first Kaldoras since everything. Nothing about today is going to be calm. Caden sat up, his hand shooting out as Alex rushed around her dorm room in a panic, his strong fingers threading through hers and tugging until she fell onto his lap. He swiveled her so she was facing him, one of his arms curling around her back to pull her closer, the other cupping her jaw. "Breathe, sweetheart," he said quietly, his piercing blue eyes holding hers. When he looked at her like that, she was helpless to resist. She drew in a breath, then another, feeling her tension begin to fade. "That's better," he murmured, still holding her gaze. His hand at her back started to draw small, soothing patterns, making her skin pebble into goosebumps. "Do you want to tell me the real reason why you're so frazzled?" "Frazzled?" Alex released a quiet snort. "Who says frazzled? Are you 18 or 80? "I know what you're doing," Caden returned, albeit with a glimmer of humor in his eyes. "Don't change the subject." Alex sighed. "Fine." Then she remained silent. Caden gave her a squeeze. "I'm not letting you go until you talk to me." "You say that like it's a threat," Alex said, wiggling closer. Caden gave her a look. The look, as she'd come to consider it. The one that meant she wasn't fooling him, nor would she succeed in distracting him. Sometimes she really hated that her boyfriend was so good at reading her, especially on days like today, the hard days. "You're worried," he murmured, his thumb stroking her cheek. "Aren't you?" she whispered back, grateful that Caden was one of the few people she could be so honest, so vulnerable with. She felt safe with him, she always had, and she always would. "It's the first Kaldoras since last year." Caden's lips twitched. "Yes, they do tend to come around annually." Alex swatted his shoulder, more tension leaving her. "You know what I mean. It's the first Kaldoras since the battle, since we lost so many people." Caden nodded, all traces of humor gone from his expression. "And since we're heading to Woodhaven," Alex continued, then trailed off into nothing. "With William gone, you're worried about what's going to happen today," Caden filled in the silence. Alex's fingers fidgeted against his hard chest. "It's more that I don't know what to expect. Last year, Jordan had just been claimed, and Bear, Dix, and I were so focused on saving him from Avon that I don't even remember the holiday. At least, not the first part of it. She did, of course, remember the part where she went back in time. That wasn't something she would easily forget. This year, everything is different. Plus, it won't just be the Ronigans and their village friends. You're coming. Jira and Nisha, too. Not to mention, my parents." Alex froze in his lap. "I can't believe I forgot. My parents are coming, and you'll be there with your family. This is going to be even more of a disaster than I thought." "Your parents love me," Caden said, a simple statement of fact. He wasn't wrong. They did love him. It was something they were deliberate in making known to Alex as often as possible, usually in the most embarrassing of ways, like at Roka's coronation, when the newly crowned Medoran king announced the date of his and Kia's upcoming nuptials, and Alex's dad had said, loudly, "How about that, Caden? Weddings are a beautiful thing, aren't they?" Then at the actual wedding, when Alex's mom had said, loudly, "In case you're wondering, Caden dear, you have Jack's and my blessing." Alex had wanted the ground to swallow her, even as all her friends, human and Meyorans, snickered and coughed their amusement. Instead, Alex had hissed back, "Mom, I'm barely 18. "That means it's legal," her dad had returned. "No point in waiting for the grass to grow. Am I right, Cade?" Caden, to his credit, hadn't run screaming into the hills. He'd instead spent an hour after the ceremony easing Alex's mortification and assuring her that he didn't intend to propose anytime soon. "Don't worry, I'll wait until we've both graduated," he'd said, his eyes dancing at the knowledge that his words would still give her heart palpitations. The fact that he was even thinking about it, Alex broke into a cold sweat every time the memory came to her. And then, that feeling was always chased away by a warmth so acute that it nearly brought her to her knees. Caden was it for her. She knew it like she knew her own name. But that didn't mean she wanted to spend her Kaldoras wondering if, or when, her parents might say something to embarrass them, or really just embarrass her. Caden always seemed more amused than anything. He was so much better at handling her parents, a skill of which she was immeasurably envious. "Did I lose you?" Caden said, pulling her back into the present. She focused on him again, her face softening as she said, "Never." "Liar," he replied, grinning. "You were spiraling. Let me guess. You think Jack and Rachel will try and force me to propose today?" Alex pulled a face. "How is it that you can't read my mind, and yet you still can?" Caden tweaked her nose. "It's a gift." Rolling her eyes, Alex pushed back from him, but he didn't let her go. "Speaking of gifts," he said, his face became uncertain, an expression Alex rarely saw from him. It was enough for her to stop worrying about the day and instead wonder what he was thinking. She didn't have to wait long. Caden cleared his throat, looking adorably self-conscious as he said, "I thought we might exchange presents here before we meet up with the others." Alex cocked her head to the side, squinting at him. "Wait, was I supposed to get you something?" Caden tickled her in the ribs. "Smart person." "Stop, stop!" Alex gasped, laughing. "I take it back." Caden halted his attack, then stood, pulling her up with him so they were both on their feet. He then reached into his back pocket and withdrew a small box. A jewelry box. Alex's heart skipped a beat. "Happy Kaldoras, Alex," he said quietly, handing it over. She peered back and forth between the box and Caden for long enough that he laughed and said, "It's not a ring. Just open it." "Stop reading my mind," Alex said back, but she did so with a smile. Carefully, she opened the box, her breath catching when she saw the shimmering bracelet inside. Charms dangled from it, but before she could look closer, Caden plucked it up and asked her to hold out her hand. As soon as it was clasped around her wrist, he moved behind her, his arms circling her middle, his front to her back. "Touch one of the charms and say Akarnae," he whispered into her ear. Alex tried to look back at Caden, but he avoided her gaze and kissed her neck, repeating his instructions. Shivering at his touch, she held her wrist up to her eyes and, spotting a charm in the shape of a sword, touched her finger to it and said, "Akarnae." Alex jerked backwards when two people burst out of the bracelet and settled in the middle of her room. She stilled as she took in the life-sized holograms, before melting against Caden as understanding washed over her. Akarnae. It was the Tia Aran word for remember. The charm bracelet, it was full of memories. Caden's memories. Of Alex. One of which was now playing out in front of her. A holographic depiction of both Alex and Caden facing each other, swords raised. "Do you know what to do with that?" hologram Caden asked. Alex grinned at the memory, leaning deeper into her boyfriend, nostalgic tears prickling her eyes. "Stab, stab, stab, right?" Alex's hologram replied, thrusting her sword with each word. "I genuinely thought you were going to gut me that day," the real Caden murmured into her ear. She felt him smile against her neck as he added, "Accidentally, probably by tripping over your own feet." Alex elbowed him in the stomach. "If memory serves, I beat you, soundly."
Caden nuzzled her with his nose, his voice rumbling with humor as he replied, "I'm pretty sure I let you win." Alex shushed him, not wanting to miss anything. "There's a little more technique to it than that," hologram Caden replied, his tone dry. "Finesse, etiquette, it's like a dance. As much as I enjoyed our first dance, I enjoyed our second one more," the real Caden said. "Do you remember?" He twisted the bracelet on her wrist until it revealed a charm of a man and woman dancing. "Try this one." Alex was tempted to let their combat exam continue playing out, just for the sake of reliving the memory, but since she knew Caden had let her win, she was happy to come back and watch the rest of it when she was on her own, multiple times. For now, she touched the dancing couple and said, "Akarnae." Instantly, the sword-fighting duo vanished into dust, and a new hologram erupted from the bracelet. This time, Alex was dressed in an emerald ball gown and Kaiden in a tuxedo, both of them twirling in each other's arms around the glittering opulence of the palace in Trillin. New tears prickled Alex's eyes, these ones because of how much damage had befallen Medora's capital city during Avon's months of attacks, months that Alex and her friends had missed while they'd been undergoing the gates of testing in Vardasia. Barely a week had passed for them, only to return and find their world in ruins. Like the rest of the war zones in Medora, Trillin had been restored to its former glory in the 9 months that had now passed since Avon's defeat, but the scars remained. The survivors had begun to heal physically and mentally while their cities were rebuilt, but none had forgotten, and they never would. In Kaiden's memory, neither he nor Alex knew about the coming danger. Instead, they were lost in each other's eyes as they danced around the room, oblivious to everyone and everything around them. Alex groaned with embarrassment. "What?" Kaiden asked. "Look at my face! It's so red that I'm surprised I didn't spontaneously combust in your arms." Kaiden chuckled, pulling her closer. "I thought it was cute." "Cute?" Alex deadpanned. "What every girl wants to be called." "I love this next part," Kaiden said, as their dancing selves came to a halt but didn't move apart. It was only when DC Jordan and Bear interrupted them that they realized the orchestra had stopped, and they were still holding each other. Both the real Kaiden and the hologram of him laughed softly when Memory Alex jumped away as if burned, before she quickly introduced him to her friends, all of whom he'd already known for years. "I'm pretty sure I wanted to die right then and there," Alex said. "I'm glad you didn't," Kaiden said. "You and the rest of the world," Alex returned dryly. "Stars forbid the chosen one expire before fulfilling her destiny," Kaiden said in a mocking voice. She elbowed him for the second time, then reached for another charm. There were so many of them, the bracelet brimming with memories. Instead of picking one, she turned around in Kaiden Farms and pulled his face down to hers, kissing him lightly on the lips. "This is the most thoughtful gift I've ever received," she said, the words insignificant in the face of all she was feeling. "I love it. Thank you." "You're welcome," Kaiden said against her lips, before kissing her again, this time much deeper. When they broke apart, Alex inspected the bracelet again. "I know we're running late, but maybe another quick one? Or 2? "I'll bet you anything that Jordan and Dix will be later than us," Kaiden said knowingly. "We've got all the time in the world, beautiful." Alex was smart enough not to bet against him, aware that Jordan and DC had left early that morning to spend Kaldoras' breakfast with her parents in Trillin, after which they planned to head to Woodhaven for the rest of the day. Knowing how much Jordan liked to eat, there was no way he wouldn't be taking advantage of Medora's best chefs while at the royal palace. It'd be a miracle if they arrived at the Ronigans in time for lunch. But then again, the call of Gammy's apple pie was strong. Jordan wouldn't be able to resist for too long. "Maybe a few extra minutes," Alex said, rifling through the charms. "I don't know which to look at, though. There are so many." "May I?" Kaiden asked. She held out her hand. He peered at the bracelet, his brow furrowed in concentration. "How about a teaser for a few? Then you can come back and watch them all properly later." When Alex nodded eagerly, he pressed his fingers against a number of the charms at once and said, "Kallarna." Images appeared all around them, one after another, quick bursts of movement and sound erupting in the room before disappearing into the next memory. A crescent moon-shaped charm revealed snippets of their disastrous SAS overnight trip. A delicate grave-shaped charm showed Kaiden telling Alex about his childhood illness and the death of his parents. A glittering cottage-shaped charm displayed them sitting in Nisha's home with Jira afterwards, the 4 of them eating his aunt's famous chocolate mousse. Next came a scene Alex wasn't in, just Kaiden and Declan alone, with Kaiden saying, "When you know, you know. And when it comes to Alex, I know, Dec, I just do. I'll wait as long as I have to, as long as she needs. She deserves that much." That was a heart-shaped charm, and Alex's chest swelled with feeling as the scene faded out, keeping her from hearing any more, for now. A shiny Dracon charm activated next, revealing the memory of Alex pulling Kaiden over the balcony in Vardasia, with them falling through the air until Zira caught them. Then came a charm shaped like a stoppered medicinal vial, which showed Alex and Kaiden stumbling along a pathway at Akarnae Well. Alex was stumbling, while Kaiden tried to keep her from falling over. The real Alex tried to recall the scene, but another memory took hold before she could do more than crinkle her brow. Her expression cleared when a shooting star charm showed her dressed in her Vardasian finery and being held in Kaiden's arms on their balcony in the otherworldly city. More memories flashed by as Kaiden whispered the command word again and again, scenes of their times together in combat class and SAS, as well as their sessions with Master Athora. Then came glimpses of the gates of testing and the quiet, tender moments in between the harrowing trials. Times of grief and times of joy. There were so many memories, with plenty of scenes like the one between Kaiden and Declan that she hadn't been a part of, and she couldn't wait to go back and watch those later. But something about the stumbling memory kept niggling at her, so when Kaiden reached for the next few charms, she halted his hand and touched the medicinal vial, saying, "Let's go back to this one." Kaiden stilled, his expression caught between trepidation and amusement. "Are you sure?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Your tone suggests I should be concerned." "Not at all. I did say that I'd remind you about it one day." Apprehension filled Alex. "Remind me about what?" In answer, Kaiden pressed his finger to the charm, right next to Alex, and uttered the activation command. As Alex watched what played out next, heat filled her cheeks, her mortification growing with every second that passed. She wasn't sure what was worse, Fletcher dosing her on pain meds after her combat exam and asking how she felt, to which she'd answered, "Like I'm a cloud of happiness riding a rainbow of tranquility," or everything that came afterwards. Alex groaned as she witnessed her drugged self being escorted from the med ward all the way back to her dorm by Kaiden, repeatedly veering off the path and stumbling the whole way.
Just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, not only did she declare loudly that she really loved his smile, but she did so while grinning at him like an absolute lunatic, before tripping so badly that he had to catch her and hold her close until she could stand on her own again. "Kill me," Alex groaned again. "Please, do it quick." Kaiden laughed quietly. "I think that's the moment I knew." Not sure she wanted the answer, Alex hesitantly asked. "Knew what?" "That I liked you." Alex's embarrassment vanished in an instant. "And that you liked me, even if you weren't willing to admit it," Kaiden added. "Not even to yourself." Alex shot him a look. "Careful, there's a thin line between confidence and arrogance." He laughed again, then pulled her in for another kiss. "Good thing you love me." Alex harm-fuffed, but didn't disagree. Instead, she looked back at her bracelet. Squinting at a charm shaped like a rolled-up piece of parchment, she said, "Maybe one last memory before we go?" Kaiden stopped her before she could touch it. "Save that one for later." His tone was gentle, but it also held enough warning that Alex swallowed, having an idea of what memory it might show. The letter. Nike's letter. Knowing better than to open that can of worms before heading out to see their friends and family, she nodded in agreement and said, "In that case, it's your turn." She stepped away and headed over to DC's side of the room, where she'd hidden his gift beneath her friend's bed. Similarly, DC had hidden Jordan's beneath Alex's bed, the two boys visiting their dorm rooms so often that neither Alex nor DC had wanted to risk ruining their surprises. Bear, of course, could be trusted not to go snooping, so it didn't matter where they hid his presence. Returning to Kaiden with the gift-wrapped box in her hands, Alex's stomach fluttered with nerves as she held it out to him. "Merry Christa, Kaldoras, Kaiden," she said, stumbling slightly over the holiday name. Some Fryanisms were hard to shake. "You look uncomfortable," Kaiden observed, taking the box carefully from her. Alex moved from foot to foot and didn't respond. She was uncomfortable, but only because she feared her gift was too sentimental, that it gave away too much of how she felt. But then she looked at the charm bracelet on her wrist, confidence filling her as she watched Kaiden unwrap the bow and lift away the lid. His expression was curious as he looked inside the box, carefully withdrawing what appeared to be a snow globe. But instead of snow, the glass held dull, multicolored sparkles that were floating lazily through the otherwise empty space. In the light of the dorm room, it was an unremarkable gift, seemingly thoughtless in comparison to the effort Caden had gone to for her. But before he could thank her for it, and Alex knew he would, even if he didn't know what it was yet, she pressed her fingers to his lips and spoke first. "1 second," she said, and then raced over to switch off the overhead light. She frowned at the amount of morning sunshine still coming in through the window, fearing it would ruin the effect of her gift. Thinking quickly, she called out mentally for Soraya, the shadow wolf arriving in a flash of shadows and lightning. "Hey, pretty girl," Alex cooed, stroking Soraya's silky black coat. "Help me out here, would you?" The wolf uttered a quiet woof and bounded over to Caden, who petted her head, bemused, but remained quiet as per Alex's instruction. Walking over to her boyfriend, Alex watched as Soraya pressed her muzzle to the ground, her 3 black paws beginning to bleed shadows that spread from her body outwards. It was a new ability, something she hadn't been capable of during the war, still young in body and mind. But as she grew to adulthood, she continued to surprise Alex with unexpected skills, like what she was now doing, filling the room with an impenetrable darkness that consumed everything around her, everything except the gift in Kaiden's hands. Not even Soraya's shadows could keep it hidden, just as Alex had anticipated. Caden sucked in a breath as he looked down at the globe, his face illuminated by the brightness of the enclosed sparkles, enough for Alex to see the understanding hit his eyes. He now knew what he held in his hands, the gift she had given him. It wasn't just dull specks floating in the air. They were bioluminescent starbursts, now glowing vividly against the darkness. More than that, they were something Kaiden had seen before, something he would never forget, something he had first witnessed on a floating island high up in the Taya Aran sky. With an inner smile, and no small amount of trepidation, Alex placed one hand on the globe and whispered, "Kia Elarna," the Taya Aran equivalent of "my love." At her words, the glass shattered and vanished into nothing, the bioluminescent sparkles exploding out of it and multiplying by the tens, hundreds, thousands, until Soraya's darkness was transformed by the hovering lights. The wolf gave a happy yip and pressed her nose to one of the colorful specks, before sneezing when it stuck like paint to her fur. She blinked in confusion before her intelligent amber eyes looked around the room. With a sniffling, excited sound, she leapt forward, smears of color latching onto her coat as she collided with the bioluminescent orbs. "Someone's going to need a bath after this," Alex murmured, grateful that the wolf would see to that herself. She smiled as Soraya continued jumping around the dorm, chasing the floating specks, reminding Alex of her own actions when Zaraxus had first delivered her and Kaiden to the sparkling island in the Sky Kingdom. Alex. At her name, she turned back to Kaiden, finding him staring at her with an expression she'd seen directed at her many times over the last few months, but each instance was nevertheless a gift. Awe, wonder, love. It was radiating from him. Alex cleared her throat and, feeling embarrassed, explained, "Zaylin helped me. Or really, Rafe did. When I told Zaylin what I wanted, she just muttered about humans being hopeless romantics. But Rafe was all in. Zira too, which I guess is obvious, since we had to travel through the Abrasa to get to Tia Aran's." Alex scratched her nose and continued babbling. "But once there, it was Rafe who helped me collect the... She paused, looking around helplessly, and admitted, "I don't actually know what these colored thingies are called, but he helped me gather some of them into the globe. Then he had his genius friends come up with a way for it to activate at a word." And then Alex stopped rambling, only when Kaiden's lips met hers. His kiss was long and deep and thorough enough that she was panting when he pulled back, his forehead resting on hers, his eyes shining with 1,000 glowing sparkles when he said, "I love it, but not as much as I love you." "I should hope not," Alex whispered back, albeit breathily. Kaiden smiled as he kissed her again, softly this time. It was too brief for Alex's liking, but she allowed him a moment to look around their glowing surroundings. Nostalgia etched into his expression. "Our first kiss truly was memorable, wasn't it?" he mused. "Which part?" Alex said wryly. "The part where we were covered in rainbow splatters?" She jerked her head toward Soraya, who was still bounding happily around the room. her black fur streaked with glowing colors. Or the part where Zira was an unintentional third wheel. Kaiden grimaced. I'd forgotten about that. I wish I could forget, came Zira's mental reply as he approached the academy, soaring lazily downwards. Believe me, I'm more scarred than either of you will ever know. Alex grinned at the mental shudder he sent down their link, sharing the reaction aloud to Kaiden, who remained entirely unapologetic. I guess that means our ride is almost here, he said, nodding in the direction of the window, even if Soraya's darkness, now speckled with light, hid it from sight. Don't move, Alex warned when Kaiden was about to step forward. So far, neither of us have any extra color on us, but if we touch any of the glowing thingies, well, have to clean up before leaving for Woodhaven. Or we could tell the truth about where the color came from and why, Kaiden suggested. Or we could lie, Alex returned just as fast, certain she'd never hear the end of it if her parents learned about her first kiss with Kaiden and the Kaldoras gift she'd given him to recreate it whenever they wanted. Chuckling at the look on her face, Kaiden gestured toward the floating lights and said, I assume there's a way to deactivate this. In answer, Alex touched the base of the globe and repeated her words from earlier. At her command, the starbursts sucked inwards as if caught in a vacuum, the shattered glass reappearing and reforming around the colored specks until they were fully contained once more. After a quiet word to Soraya, the wolf released her shadows, the darkness dissolving as sunlight flooded back into the room. And just like that, the globe in Kaiden's hands looked as unremarkable as when he'd first unwrapped it. Best present ever, he said, kissing her again. Truly. Alex could argue that his gift to her was better, but she knew he would just shake his head. Instead, she led him towards the doorway and said, I'll have to find a way to top it for your birthday. Behind them, the color-splattered Soraya disappeared in a flash of shadows and light. The wolf could have easily delivered them to Woodhaven, but despite the wintry temperature, Alex still enjoyed flying with Shira as often as possible. Perhaps after their Kaldoras meal, they'd return to Akarnae with Soraya, or through a bubble door, whichever would be kindest to her full stomach. My birthday is ages away, Kaiden said, helping her into her Myrock's threaded coat before donning his own, both gifts from their Meyeran friends. And besides, the only thing I want is you. You say that now, Alex returned as they left her room and started down the hallway, but remember how you reacted when you thought I hadn't gotten you a Kaldoras gift. I don't want to be tickled to death, thanks very much. Kaiden squeezed her hand. There are worse ways to die. His not wrong, Zira agreed, before sending a mental image showing that he was just about to land outside. Alex had long ago given up asking her Dracon to stop eavesdropping. There was no point, especially when she was so terrible at blocking him. And it wasn't like she wanted to keep secrets anyway. She'd had a lifetime of them, more than enough for one person. Ready to face the music? She asked Kaiden as they stepped down the staircase and approached the front of the dorm building. Are you? He replied. Serious? Alex bit her lip, unsure. Exchanging gifts with Kaiden had offered a reprieve from her worries, but now she was back to not knowing what she was about to walk into once they reached Woodhaven. And then there was what she planned to do afterwards. Let's leave that as a rhetorical question, Kaiden murmured when she failed to answer, drawing her close enough to kiss her cheek before guiding her out the door and into the cold where Zira waited. Kaldoras, here we come. By the time they reached Woodhaven, Alex was so cold that she struggled to do anything but breathe against the burning chill, her worried thoughts frozen along with the rest of her. If not for their Myrock's threaded coats, she and Kaiden would have turned to solid ice long before their arrival at Bear's house. It was a relief, therefore, when Shira dropped them off just outside the front gate, huffing a laugh at their discomfort and ordering them to get inside before frostbite set in. Neither Alex nor Kaiden argued, but as they hurried up the snowy garden path and were approaching the front door, it swung open, revealing the harried face of Bear's second eldest brother, Blake. Finally, he cried. Rushing forward, he tugged Kaiden's hand free of Alex's and said, Mate, I need a word. He then dragged Kaiden back down the path, the latter looking over his shoulder at Alex in amused confusion as they disappeared from sight. Good to see you too, Blake, Alex called after them, unsurprised when she received no response. Kaiden's earlier use of frazzled was an apt description for Bear's brother, especially when he was normally so carefree, but Alex was too cold to question his behavior. Instead, she staggered up the steps and into the warmth of the house, closing the door behind her. Within seconds, heat began to seep back into her bones, a grateful sigh leaving her as she unbuttoned her coat and left it on the rack. Moving down the hallway, Alex inhaled deeply at the inviting aroma. Meat was roasting, and vegetables too. Hints of apple and cinnamon tickled her nose, along with a mixture of other holiday scents that had her taste buds watering with anticipation. "Alex, you're here!" Bear cried as she stepped into the living room. He was seated on the couch beside Declan, with Evie wedged in the middle and showing them what looked to be every gift she'd ever received over the entire course of her life. Jumping up, Bear left his sister in Declan's capable hands and bounded over to Alex, wrapping his arms around her in a warm hug. "Didn't Kaiden come with you?" he asked after letting her go. "Blake kidnapped him." "Ah," Bear said knowingly. Alex sent him a questioning look, but before she could ask, Evie climbed up onto the back of the couch and flung herself off of it, a child-sized missile spearing through the air. "Lexi!" "Oof!" Alex grunted as she caught the young girl in her arms. "Well, hi there, gorgeous." "Evie, what did Mom tell you?" Bear said in a stern voice as he untangled his sister from Alex and placed her on the ground. The young girl scrunched up her face in thought. "Don't let Jordan eat all the candy." "The other thing," Bear said patiently as Declan joined them, giving Alex a quick hug in greeting. "Don't let Jordan eat all the pie," Evie guessed. "Nothing to do with Jordan," Bear said, less patiently, "or food." The young girl looked adorably confused. Sighing, Bear leaned down until they were at eye level and said, "No jumping on people." Evie's face cleared before her mouth puckered and she said, "But Deck lets me jump on him all the time. He throws me in the air, too. I go really high." "Deck's about 3 times bigger than Alex," Bear said. "He can handle it." Looking worried, Evie turned to Alex. "Did I hurt you, Lexi?" "I'm good, baby girl," Alex assured her. "I'm stronger than I look." When Bear coughed pointedly, she hastily added, "But you should listen to your mother. Best not to jump on people. Kaiden will be arriving any minute, and you've seen him. What a weakling. You'll topple him right over." Evie's eyes widened. "But I like Kaiden. I don't want to topple him." "Stick with me, kiddo," Declan told the young girl, nudging her gently with his elbow. "You won't topple me." She beamed widely at him, and Bear rolled his eyes, grumbling under his breath about favoritism. Alex used his distraction to shoot a quick glance at Declan, who gave a furtive nod in response to her unspoken question. "How is he?" "He's okay." Both of them had been worried about Bear, and all the Ronagans, in the lead up to Kaldoras. But Declan's nod helped ease some of the weight in Alex's chest. "Why don't you go and tell the others that Alex and Kaiden are here?" Bear said to his sister. Before he could finish his sentence, Evie was off like a rocket, sprinting out of the room. Immediately, a shadow passed over Bear's face, as if he'd been keeping his emotions in check for her sake. Alex wrapped an arm around his middle, leaning into him, waiting. "I'm all right," he told her, unprompted. "Not great, but all right." He paused. "I think today will be good for us all, to see the house full again, even if Dad's not here." Alex gave him a squeeze of encouragement, earning a grateful one in return, then turned to Declan. "How long have you been in Woodhaven, Deck?" "Since the start of holidays," the burly boy replied.
"With Jackson gone?" He trailed off at the mention of his grandfather, but then straightened his spine and continued. "I don't have any family left, so Dorothy insisted." "You know what Mum's like," Bear said, humor replacing his melancholy, if only for a moment. This would be a hard day for them all, Alex knew. No orphans at Kaldoras. Alex felt a pang of longing. The Ronagans had invited her to stay with them, as they had in previous years, but for the first time since arriving in Medora, she had declined the offer, instead remaining at Akarnae with DC Kaiden and Jordan. It wasn't, however, entirely by choice. She, Kaiden, and Jordan had been partnered by Hunter for a stealth and subterfuge assignment which they'd failed to complete before the start of holidays. They decided that it made more sense for them to remain together at the Academy with easy access to the library until they finished their nightmare tasks. DC stayed with them as a show of support, but Alex knew the princess was also motivated by the surplus of homework free time she could spend with her boyfriend. "Well, I'm jealous," Alex stated, looking around the comforting room and taking in the shredded wrapping paper all over the floor. Home. It felt like home. Declan grinned at her. "How's old Hunter?" "If he heard you calling him old, he'd probably skin you alive," she replied. His grin widened. "I loved SAS, but I'm glad I'm not apprentice there, unlike Caden." "I don't know," Bear said musingly. "You're apprentice to both Finn and Carter. PE and combat. You're a glutton for punishment." "But I still have Caden in both of those, and Alex in combat. It's like hanging out with friends." Alex pulled a face. "You're crazy, and I don't even want to think about apprentice positions yet." She shuddered dramatically. "Better start soon," Declan said, his dark eyes filled with mirth. "You only have, 6 more months before you graduate? Then you'll find out if—" The rest of his words came out muffled when Alex leapt forward and covered his mouth with her hand. "Shh," she hissed at him. "Happy thoughts only today." Bear laughed louder this time, and Alex felt as if she'd won a battle. Not wanting to talk more about their studies, and definitely not wanting to think about her SAS assignment since she felt as if Hunter had them running around on a wild goose chase, Alex instead asked, "Who else is here? I thought we were running late, but—" Before she could finish, they heard the front door open and close, followed by footsteps, and then Caden and Blake entered the room. "How'd you go?" Bear asked his brother. "Well, I didn't throw up," Blake answered, "so I guess that's a win." Alex's eyebrows shot towards her hairline, while Bear, Declan, and Caden all chuckled, before moving to embrace each other with welcoming hugs. The manly kind, with hearty backslaps that normally would have amused Alex to no end, but she was distracted by Blake's words, and his earlier behavior. Eyes widening in realization, she looked between him and Caden and gasped, "No way!" But before she could say any more, the front door opened and closed again, followed by Jordan and DC hurrying into the room. "Brr, it's cold out there," DC said, shaking snow from her hair. "Good thing you've got me to keep you warm, baby," Jordan said, winking at her. Bear made a gagging sound, which was interrupted when DC pulled him in for a tight hug. With his best male friend occupied, Jordan made his way around the room, greeting Blake, Declan, and Caden before holding out his arms for Alex. "Missed you," he said, kissing her on the forehead before pulling away. "I saw you less than 3 hours ago," she reminded him. When he sent her puppy dog eyes, she rolled her own and laughingly added, "Fine, fine. I missed you too." He smiled widely before being pushed aside by DC, who linked her arm with Alex's and leaned in to whisper, "Did Caden like his gift?" Alex nodded, then asked, "Did Jordan?" DC grinned widely. "What do you think?" Returning her friend's expression, Alex could only imagine the look on Jordan's face when he opened DC's present, an all-day taste-testing feast at Mrs. Gribble's Cupcakes and Nibbles in Trillin. Jordan would be in heaven. "What did he get you?" Alex asked. DC snorted, an indelicate sound for anyone, let alone a princess, and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. Inside was a note in Jordan's handwriting that read, "My gift to you. A thoughtful gift from your talented boyfriend. He also got you some of your favorite chocolates, but they've, disappeared. Happy Kaldoras, Dix. I love you." "I'm pretty sure he's going to enjoy giving the gift almost as much as me," DC said, her blue-green eyes sparkling. "Almost." "It's actually a clever gift," Alex commented. "I mean, think about it. You're not easy to shop for. What can you get royalty that they can't get themselves?" A thoughtful gesture, evidently. DC was looking at Jordan with love in her gaze. "Honestly, I don't care what he got, as long as I've got him." Alex wrinkled her nose. "Ugh, spare me." DC laughed. "Like you can talk. Don't act like you're not just as gushy when it comes to Caden." Alex was saved from replying when the sounds of many footsteps echoed down the hallway from the kitchen area, just before a swarm of people entered the room. First came Evie, having rounded up the others, skipping back and forth as she led the procession. With her came Gammy, Dorothy, and Dorothy's sister Tessa, all trying to calm the young girl, before giving up to greet Alex, DC, Caden, and Jordan. Bear's oldest brother, Johnny, appeared next, pausing his conversation with Jira and Nisha so the three could offer their own welcome. Lastly, a handful of villagers brought up the rear, uttering the briefest of hellos since they were busy debating who made the better dillyberry juice, Benny or his daughter Sal, both of whom were part of the lively discussion and advocating fiercely for each other. In seconds, the serenity of the room had transformed into chaos. Alex wasn't sure whether to be relieved or concerned that her parents didn't seem to have arrived yet, but as Caden embraced his aunt and sister, she decided relief was the clear winner. She didn't want to consider what Jack and Rachel might have said to his family, if left unsupervised. "Still saving the world, Alex?" Jira asked, as lively chatter sounded from all around them. "You tell me," Alex returned, grinning at the warden, whose career required her to do exactly that on a daily basis. Nisha, too, being the commander of Medora's armed forces. If ever there was a family of overachievers, the James were it. And yet, both Jira and Nisha had always gone out of their way to make Alex feel comfortable with them, before and after she and Caden had become a couple. "Someone else will have to save it today," Nisha said, edging her way into their conversation. "We've got the day off." "I should hope so," Dorothy said, their small group growing. She turned to Alex. "It's so good to see you, dear. We've missed having you stay with us this year." "Trust me, I'd rather be here," Alex said, before realizing that the room had quieted enough for her friends to hear. Like clockwork, Caden, Jordan, and DC all made sounds of offense, so she sent them a droll look and said, "Holidaying in Woodhaven, or staying at school for a life-threatening assignment?" She tapped a finger to her lips. Let me think." This time they uttered resigned sounds of agreement, so Alex turned back to Dorothy, pleased to note that while her blue eyes were darkened by grief, there was a spark of life that had been missing since her husband's death nearly a year ago. "Are you well?" Alex whispered to the older woman. "I'm getting there," Dorothy whispered back. "Days like today help." Alex hesitated. "I thought that I'd be an emotional mess?" Dorothy asked, smiling slightly. "The day's still young." She shook her head as if clearing her thoughts. "Don't get me wrong, this isn't easy.
I feel like there's a blade digging into my heart, and one wrong move could cut an artery, making me bleed out." Nisha placed a comforting hand on Dorothy's shoulder, who reached up to grasp her fingers as if they were an anchor. "But while I wish with everything I am that William could be here today, I know that if he was, he would love this," Dorothy said, looking around the room. "He would love having our house full of people, full of light and love and laughter, full of hope. Knowing that, how can I be sad today? This would mean everything to him, and that means everything to me." The back of Alex's nose prickled as she fought to keep tears from her eyes. "He's here with us in spirit," Nisha said to Dorothy, before receiving a wobbly but grateful smile in return. "I know," Dorothy whispered. "I know." She then cleared her throat and lifted her chin, clapping her hands loudly before calling, "Lunch is ready, if you'd all like to start moving towards the dining room." "Wait," Blake said loudly as people began to move off. Everyone halted, all eyes on him as he nervously ran a hand through his light brown hair. "There's something I need to say." Jira groaned quietly from beside Alex. "He looks guilty. Why does he look guilty?" She speared a look from Blake to Johnny and then back again before hissing, "I told them not to break into the—" "Shh," Alex interrupted, excitement making her heart rate begin to pick up speed. If this was what she thought it was, if this was why he'd ambushed Kaiden on their way in— Alex reached for her boyfriend's hand and held on tight as Blake slowly approached them, or rather, approached Jira, and then got down on one knee. Gasps of delight sounded from all around them as he pulled out a small box and opened it before her. Jira was as still as a statue, her blue eyes wide as she stared down at her boyfriend. "Jira James, from the moment I met you, I knew you were the woman I wanted to spend the rest of my life with." "A statue no longer," Jira snorted. "Liar." Blake grinned up at her. "Fine. I hated you, and you hated me, possibly more." Alex's eyes widened in shock, and she heard Kaiden chuckle quietly beside her. "Possibly," Jira repeated, arching an eyebrow. "Okay, definitely," Blake acknowledged. "Now stop interrupting. I'm trying to propose here." Jira's face softened, and she lowered herself until she was kneeling before him. "What are you doing?" Blake demanded. "I'm not done. Get back up." "I love you," Jira said, cupping his face and kissing him lightly on the lips. "Of course I'll marry you." But Blake didn't get another word out before Jira kissed him again, much deeper, prompting whoops and cheers from around the room, along with hearty yells of "Congratulations!" Alex couldn't stop smiling, and when she turned to look at Kaiden, she found him wearing the same expression. Nisha, too, was beaming down at the kneeling couple. "Dad would have loved this," came Bear's quiet voice from Alex's other side. She looked at him, tears prickling her nose again when she saw the light in his eyes, his joy at his brother's happiness overriding any of his lingering sadness. Now that was a beautiful moment, don't you think, Kaiden? Alex closed her eyes and groaned, ignoring Bear's snickers from beside her. Talk about bad timing. "Rachel, Jack, good to see you both," Kaiden greeted politely as Alex's parents made their way through the crowd, her father having called loudly enough for the entire room to hear. Their frequent attempts to marry her off had never been subtle, resulting in widespread amusement for everyone but Alex. "Alex, honey, did you see that Jira didn't even let Blake finish proposing? She took over and did it herself, like the empowered young woman she is," Rachel said, moving close enough to pull Alex into a hug. "You should take notes, dear. You look up to her, don't you? Follow her lead." "Mom, we've talked about this," Alex said in a pained voice. Her mom and dad opened their mouths at the same time, but Kaiden jumped in before either could respond and gently suggested, "How about we let Blake and Jira enjoy their moment? We can talk about our future another day." Jack's and Rachel's eyes brightened at hearing him say, "our future," likely already imagining wedding bells and grandchildren. Alex wanted to rip her hair out, and might have if Kaiden hadn't threaded their fingers together and brought her hand up to his lips for a soft, soothing kiss. She melted at his touch, leaning into him and ignoring the contented sighs coming from her parents. But then she shook herself and turned to them again, swiftly changing the topic to something much safer as the room around them continued to congratulations to Blake and Jira. "How long have you guys been here?" she asked. "I didn't see you arrive." "Zane dropped us off just in time to see Blake get down on one knee," Jack said, with a quick, encouraging look at Kaiden, before acknowledging defeat and turning back to Alex. "He said to tell you he'll come back later with Roka and Kaya to offer their season's greetings." "I hope Gammy has made enough pie," Jordan said anxiously, joining them just in time to hear Jack's last words. "I always make enough pie, Sonny," Gammy called from the other side of the room. "Don't you fret." Jordan's eyes bugged out. How does she do that? It's like a circus in here. I can barely hear my own thoughts. "Thought? Singular, at best," DC said, appearing beside him and patting his cheek. She turned her winning smile towards Alex's parents. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Jennings." "Your Highness, how many times have we asked you to call us by our names?" Rachel said with amusement. "The same amount that I've asked you to call me by mine," DC returned kindly. "Tell you what," said Jack, "if you can convince our girl to come and visit us more often, we'll call you anything you want." Jordan's brow creased. "What are you talking about? Alex visits Maya all the—" Oh, I'm so sorry," DC cried, pressing her hand to Jordan's back as he leaned over, winded. "I was swatting at a bug. I didn't mean to hit you." Kaiden coughed, his free hand covering his mouth, but not hiding the laughter in his eyes. Alex bit her cheek to keep her own smile from breaking free. She'll have to remember to thank DC later, after she yelled at Jordan. It wasn't that she didn't want to see her parents. She loved them dearly and enjoyed spending time with them for the most part. But sometimes they were just a little too much. If they knew how often she really visited Maya, multiple times each week, they'd insist on seeing her more. And despite what they might argue, that wasn't what they truly wanted. They were having the time of their lives exploring the immortal city. Even when she did venture there with the sole purpose of seeing them, they were always distracted by some unearthed artifact or buried treasure or ancient tomb. There was so much for them to see and do that their archaeologist minds were in overdrive. She'd only be a distraction, so she felt no guilt in leaving them to their own devices. And besides, Roka kept a close eye on them, or his Zeltora warriors did at least. "Are we eating or what?" Bear called loudly once the congratulations began to die down. "We're eating," Jordan wheezed in agreement, still struggling a little to breathe. "I'm starving." "You had a mountain of food for breakfast," DC stated, "and a mountain more for brunch." She poked him in the stomach. "How can you possibly be hungry?" "It's a Kaldoras miracle," he replied, grabbing her finger when she went to poke him again. "More like an everyday miracle," Bear said, slinging an arm around his friend's shoulders and leading him and the rest of them from the room. Jordan's stomach, the 11th wonder of the world. "And what a wonder!" Jordan exclaimed, a skip in his step. "I can't help that you're all jealous." "I feel sick just thinking about how much food he's already eaten," DC murmured to Alex. "Remind me what I see in him again?" Alex grinned. "Love is blind."
Lunch was a boisterous affair, so much so that Alex inwardly scolded herself for being so worried in the time leading up to the holiday. Yes, it was an emotional day for them all, but there were good emotions too. And now, after Blake's proposal, or his attempted proposal, it was impossible not to be affected by the positive feeling in the air. The hours whirled by, full of laughs, sometimes tears, and plenty of love and affection. Soraya appeared as soon as they all sat down to eat, staring at everyone with pleading eyes, acting like a starved stray. She vanished frequently in a flash of darkness and light, only to appear beside another victim, silently shaming them until they yielded their food. When Alex finally began to fear for her wolf's stomach, all it took was a quiet command for Soraya to bound happily over and curl up at her feet, her silky head tall enough to nuzzle into Alex's lap, even while lying down. "You have them wrapped around your little white paw, don't you?" Alex murmured to her companion, running her fingers through her soft black fur. She could have sworn she heard a wolfish chuckle in reply. Roka, Kaya, and Zane arrived towards the end of the meal, just as Gammy's pie was being served. Perfect timing, which Alex doubted was an accident. Outside of the holidays, she saw the Mayoriz often, partly because she had taken on the role of mayor and human liaison in the wake of Maya no longer being hidden from the world, and partly because the three immortals regularly sparred with her to keep her Mayoran reflexes strong, just in case. But mostly it was because they were her friends. They'd all been through so much together, and she couldn't imagine not sharing her time with them. For the others in the room, particularly the Woodhaven townsfolk, the Medoran trio were a novelty, so Alex didn't get to speak with them until just before they were about to leave. After a quick hug from all three, her ribs cracking from Zane's offering, they handed over a small pouch and said, "For you." Squinting at it, and at the giddy looks on their faces, Alex untied the cord and looked inside, finding a glittering powder within. It took her a moment, but then her eyes widened in recognition. "Myra's," Kaya said, touching a finger to the pouch, almost reverently. Alex's heart soared at the gift in her hand. It wasn't so much what it could do, although she did love that it could spark a multicolored fire that burned without wood and was harmless to the touch, but more what it represented. Myra's had been all but depleted from Maya in the time since the Dracons had fled to Tia Oris thousands of years earlier. But now that they were back, Maya was thriving once more under their protection and care. "I'm so happy for you, Alex," said to her friends. She wiggled the pouch, grinning as she added, "and for me." "Friendship perks," Roka said, squeezing her shoulder. "Don't use it all at once," Zane said jokingly. But then he turned serious. "No, really, that is a very bad idea, assuming you want to keep all of your limbs attached." The latter was likely added since Jordan was leaning in, looking excited by the offering on Alex's lap. She had a feeling Zane's warning wasn't for her. Her Medoran friends left soon after that, vanishing on the Valis path and taking Alex's parents back with them. Thankfully, there were no further mentions of anything relating to marriage when Jack and Rachel hugged their daughter goodbye. One by one, the other guests began to disperse, the villagers leaving in groups of 2s and 3s, some needing assistance if they'd imbibed too strongly on the dillberry juice brought by Benny and Sal. Alex had kept to her one-glass-only rule, having learned her lesson long ago. And besides, she was too full to even want to look at another glass of anything right now, her stomach feeling like a helium balloon. Soon, the only people left at the table were Alex and her closest friends.
Dorothy, Tessa, and Gammy had retreated to clean the kitchen with Evie, refusing everyone's help, to the point that Gammy had raised her wooden spoon in threat when DC tried to insist, and Blake had snuck away with Jira to celebrate their engagement in private. Nisha had disappeared after claiming she was going to spend the rest of her work-free day curled up with a book by the fire, to Alex's envy, and Johnny had escorted the last of the villagers, Benny and Sal, back to On the House. At Bear and Declan's amused looks, Alex realized that Johnny had perhaps just wanted to spend more time with Sal. Alone. "You're going to have to carry me out of this room," Jordan groaned, leaning back in his chair. Not 2 seconds later, he eyed the single slice of apple pie resting on a plate in front of Alex and licked his lips. "Are you going to eat that?" DC rolled her eyes to the heavens, mumbling under her breath for strength and prompting everyone to laugh. Alex was grateful for the distraction since it kept her from having to answer Jordan's question. A knot of anxiety grew within her as she stood to her feet and gathered the plate. "I'm going to see if Gammy and Dorothy need anything." "Watch out for that wooden spoon," DC warned, shuddering in memory. Alex nodded distractedly and left the room. But despite what she'd said, she didn't head to the kitchen. Instead, she doubled back towards the front door, donning her coat and venturing out into the frigid air before quietly calling for Soraya. It was sneaky what she was doing, but she knew her friends would object, and with good reason. Rather than wasting precious holiday time arguing, she intended to slip away unnoticed, then return as quickly as possible. It wasn't like she wanted to linger where she was going anyway. "You know what to do, girl," Alex said, after which her wolf swept her away in shadows and lightning. As soon as Alex touched down at the academy, Soraya vanished again. Frowning, Alex looked at the spot where her wolf had just been standing, surprised by her desertion, before shrugging inwardly and turning towards the imposing tower building. "Here goes nothing," she murmured to herself, making her way inside and then downstairs into the library. The pie wobbled on the plate as she continued deeper and deeper into the depths of the ancient, sentient building. She told herself that she wasn't nervous, and that was true. But every time she made this walk, she never knew what to expect. Never knew what would happen. Never knew how she would feel once she left again, whether she'd be distressed or just disappointed. She'd yet to leave feeling anything positive, and she knew today would be no different. And yet, she persisted. She couldn't leave him alone, abandoned forever. Not even after everything he'd done. Once, they had been friends. Once, he had been in love with her. She had done this to him, made him this way. And while she now knew better than to carry any responsibility for his actions, she still hurt for him, still missed the person he had been. There had been good in him, once. Others might be able to forget, but she couldn't. Trying and failing to calm the storm of emotions within her, Alex arrived at her destination, at the painting. Surprising even herself, a smile stretched across her lips as she took in what awaited her there. I should have known. Kaiden was leaning against the wall beside the portrait, one hand in his pocket, the other resting on Soraya's head, the wolf panting happily beside him. "Traitor," Alex murmured to her, but she wasn't upset, not at all. "I know you won't let me go in with you, but if you think I'm not going to offer moral support from out here, then we need to have another conversation," Kaiden said. Aware that a conversation was his way of reminding her, frequently, that she could trust him and that they were in this together, Alex moved closer to her boyfriend, warmth chasing away her tension. Placing her free hand against his heart, she whispered, "No conversation needed." She rose up to kiss him. "Thank you for being here."
"I wish neither of us were here," he said pointedly, before sighing and adding, "But I understand why we are." He nodded to the pie she held. "You think that will work?" Alex shook her head. "No, but it gives me something to do with my hands." She frowned slightly, looking at the one resting on his chest. "Hands are so awkward. I never know what to do with them unless I'm holding something, like a weapon." "I'd much prefer you went in there holding a weapon," Kaiden stated. Alex's lips twitched before her face gentled, and she said, "He can't hurt me, not with the library protecting me." And he had tried numerous times during her earliest visits, before finally acknowledging defeat. "He can't hurt you physically," Kaiden corrected. "Then I guess it's lucky that you're here to make me feel better afterwards," Alex said. Caden pushed off from the wall and wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug, causing her to shoot her hand holding the pie out to the side to avoid mashing it between them. "I'll always be here to make you feel better," Caden promised, before kissing her forehead and stepping away. "Come back to me. Always," Alex said. Then she squinted at him. "Wait a minute. How did you sneak away without the others questioning you?" She peered along the darkened corridor, half expecting their friends to jump out and yell at her. Caden shrugged, reclaiming his position against the wall. "I told them I was stealing you to go and make out in the garden." Alex groaned. "Hey, it worked. They won't come looking for us." Caden grinned widely. "If you hurry up here, we might even make it back in time for more private moments." He waggled his eyebrows, and Alex laughed, before facing the painting and instantly sobering. "Don't let him get to you, sweetheart," Caden said gently, his humor gone. "I won't," Alex promised, even if they both knew she was lying. Dallying no longer, she made herself push forward into the portrait, coming out the other side atop the golden cliffs overlooking the majestic city of Maya. Turning slowly from the view, Alex braced for what she was about to see, for who she was about to see. But as she searched the familiar area, there was no sign of him, no sign of the rebel prince. This wasn't new, so Alex wasn't immediately alarmed. She'd entered the painting before to find that he'd taken off to wander his abandoned city. But he always returned to the cliffs, the place where she had left him, cursed him, to live out the rest of his eternity. A rustling sound came from the bushes, and Alex knew he had returned. Whether he had somehow sensed her arrival, or he'd already been on his way back, it didn't matter. Soon they would face each other once again. Soon she would try and see if there was any trace of humanity left in him, buried beneath the mass murderer. Soon she would be disappointed, as she always was. But when the figure stepped out of the bushes and into the light, it wasn't who she expected. It wasn't Avon Delmarta. Alex gasped loudly, the pie falling from her fingers, smashing on the ground. Nicht. He knew she would come. He'd been watching her, just as he'd promised. Not in a perverse way, though she would likely scrunch her nose and joke about that being the case. No, he watched in the sense of watching over her, of wanting to make sure she was safe and happy. She deserved that after everything she'd been through, after everything she'd sacrificed. So he'd been watching, but he'd also been waiting, for this day, for this moment, for everything that was ahead, even if he still couldn't believe there was an ahead for him. His future should have been non-existent. He should have been non-existent. And yet, here he was, still existing. He had no idea how he would explain it to her when he himself didn't fully understand it. But with the time now upon them, it was too late for him to seek answers to impossible questions. Because there she was, stepping out of the painting, or rather into the painting, and onto the golden cliffs that bordered the portrait depicting Maya. The city was a marvel, even if it wasn't real. It looked real, right down to the spiraling towers that glittered with myrox and the waterfalls pouring into the valley. If not for the absence of Mayerans, or life in general, aside from one single miserable exception, then he would have thought the view before them was the actual lost city. It wasn't. But some parts of it still somehow were, brought to life by the power of Soraya de la Torre, the light of the worlds, the sentient library of legend. He knew better than to try and understand how it worked. The library was full of wonders, with the fabricated Maya being the least of those he'd experienced personally. Focusing more closely on the girl, he watched as she peered around, a quizzical frown creasing her forehead. He knew who she was searching for, even if he wanted to kick her ass for her tender mortal heart that led her here time and time again. But despite wanting to shake some sense into her, he understood why she kept coming back, the sentiment she couldn't deny, couldn't ignore. Part of him felt the same, even if he'd worked for years to squash those nostalgic feelings, millennia even. He shifted slightly, brushing up against the golden foliage to make just enough sound to catch her heightened hearing. But even so, as he slowly stepped out from the silverwood trees and onto the cliff where she stood, her shock was enough that she dropped the item in her hands.
a plate holding some kind of dessert, likely a leftover from her Kaldoras festivities. She could have caught it with her immortal reflexes, but she didn't even try, instead gasping loudly and staring at him like he was a ghost. His lips quirked at that. He couldn't help it, given the circumstances. He also knew there was no warning he could have offered to prepare her for the sight of him. She'd come expecting to see one person, the rebel prince, Avend Almarta. And instead, hello, kitten. Riordan watched as Alexandria Jennings, the mortal he'd once been claimed by atop these very same cliffs, reacted to his quiet greeting, her brown eyes widening and filling swiftly with tears. "Nich," she breathed, as if she couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it either, so he couldn't blame her for her stunned surprise. It was one thing for her to be able to seek him out by visiting the Gate of Lost Souls, with it affording a direct, if limited, connection to the world beyond the stars, but another entirely for him to be back among the living. Even if he wasn't, not really. And yet, Nix felt a headache coming on, not just because of the questions surrounding his current state of existence, but also the reasons for it. And more, for the responsibility that came with it. That was something he wasn't looking forward to. But he could worry about that later. Right now, there was something else that required his attention. Someone else. Someone who clearly needed a little help to get past her shock. Shaking off his deeper troubles, Nick scrounged up a cocky grin and said, "I know it's painful to take your eyes off the perfection that is me." He gestured to his face and body, and threw a wink in for good measure. "But how about we aim for less ogling and more hugging?" He opened his arms for her. "Get over here, Ayelia." That wasn't her name, he knew, but that was how she'd first been introduced to him, a long, long time ago, and it felt more natural to call her that than Alex. She never seemed to mind. She didn't even mind him calling her kitten now, though early on she'd scowled any time he'd provoked her with the nickname. He'd always loved how easy it was to rile her up, especially during her sojourn to the past. Now it was something he used with affection, something sweet, something soft, something just for them. "I'm not getting any younger here," Nix drawled when she remained frozen. "But more importantly, neither are you. Is that a gray hair I see? And wrinkles? Yikes!"
Alex finally came back to herself with a visible jolt, and the next second she bounded forward, slamming into Nick so hard that he rocked backwards and let out a muted grunt. "How are you here?" she demanded into his chest, sniffling back her tears, her grip tight enough to make him wince. "How are you alive? Who? What? Where? I don't understand." "Breathe, kitten," Nick said, rubbing a hand soothingly down her back. He was used to her mortal hysterics by now, even if her reaction made him want to roll his eyes. But he also had to admit it felt good to have someone love him so much, and miss him so much. He'd given his life for Alex, but as he'd once told her, or rather written to her, he couldn't imagine a person more worthy of his sacrifice, especially knowing that she'd needed to stay alive in order to save everyone they cared about. And the entire world. Worlds even. Nick's thoughts darkened as he recalled why such a threat had been upon them, but he didn't travel too far down that mental pathway, not yet ready to follow where it led, or rather, who it led to. Instead, he pushed Alex away slightly until he was looking into her teary eyes, seeing the disbelief and hope shining unfiltered from her gaze. He didn't want that to fade, but he also needed to keep her from jumping to the wrong conclusions. "There's no delicate way to say this, kitten," he told her gently, "but I'm still dead, technically speaking." Alex wiped her cheeks. "You don't look dead," she poked his ribs. "You don't feel dead either." She looked around, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. Is this somehow... Did I accidentally step through another gate? Is that how you're here?" She frowned into the trees. "It wouldn't be the first time the library dropped me off somewhere unexpected." Nick shook his head. "No, you're exactly where you chose to be." He sent her a pointed look. "Though why you keep coming here, I'll never know. If ever there was a mortal who survived purely from irrational optimism and foolish hope, it'd be you."
Alex shuffled her feet and looked down at the ground. I just don't like the thought of him being alone. In a whisper, she added, no one should be alone. Nyx touched a finger beneath her chin, tilting her head back up until their eyes met. Normally, I would agree with you on that, but if anyone deserves to be alone, it's him. For so many reasons, not the least of which is that if he did have company, then he'd be just as likely to kill them. I know, Alex cut him off with a resigned sigh. But I can't just forget who he once was. Not as easily as you seem to be able to. Tension gripped Nyx at her words, and grief. Because she was wrong. He hadn't forgotten. Avon Dalmarta had once been his best friend, as close as a brother. Closer, even. Nyx remembered more than Alex would ever know. Too many years of memories, good memories, to count. But he also remembered watching his friend turn down a dark path and then refuse to come back to the light. So while he'd never forgotten who Avon once was, he'd also never forgotten who he'd become. That was something he couldn't afford to forget, especially now. Have you seen him? Alex asked, looking anxiously around them once more. She bit her lip and added, if he finds out you're here, he won't. I haven't seen him, Nyx interrupted before her worry could grow. Not for the first time, he was grateful she had never been able to read him as well as he could her. Otherwise, she would have known he was lying through his teeth. He felt no guilt in doing so. As far as he was concerned, Alex's role in Avon's life was over, and vice versa. While her unfailing compassion meant she might try to visit him from time to time against his wishes, she'd earned the rest of her human years without having to look over her shoulder or fear for her loved ones. Those days were in the past, for her and her friends. Nyx cared too much about her to draw her back into whatever was coming, especially when he himself knew only the barest hints of what lay ahead. Repressing a frustrated sound that would only evoke her curiosity, he instead continued, his voice dry. Trust me when I say I'm not all that eager to share breathing space with the person who skewered me with a death blade, so I'm more than happy to keep my distance from any and all vengeful princes for as long as possible. He kept his tone light, hoping she would hear the truth in his words, since they were true, and not sense anything beyond what he'd said. He should, however, have been a little more careful when choosing his reply, given how violently she flinched at the reminder of what Avon had done to him. Even now, nearly a year after the battle at Greyvale, the memory still pained her. That was clear to see, splashed across her features and buried deep in her suddenly haunted eyes. Kitten, he murmured, his voice filled with apology, for what he'd said, but also for what had happened. He'd never wanted to abandon her, even if he'd always known it would happen, one way or another. He didn't regret it, would never regret it, not when his actions had saved her life. But he would always hate that it had meant leaving her on her own. His only comfort was knowing that she hadn't been completely alone, nor was she now. She still had her friends, her family, and Kaiden, especially, who would always be there for her, in more ways than Nyx could ever be, or want to be, for that matter. But still, seeing the pain in Alex's eyes at the mere mention of his death, I'm okay, she said, her voice trembling slightly, before she inhaled a deep breath and stood taller. I promise. It's still hard, sometimes. She attempted a wobbly smile, which he knew was only for his benefit. At the risk of inflating your already oversized ego, the truth is, there's a Nyx-shaped hole in my heart, and it's never going to heal completely. She wrapped her fingers around his arm, her smile dropping as she quietly added, Nor would I want it to. Nyx had to swallow the lump in his throat at the depth of feeling in her words, since she wasn't the only one whose heart had been wounded the day Avon's blade had pierced his chest, though his wound had extended beyond the figurative. But regardless, he made himself pull a comical face and muttered in his driest tone, Stars, I forgot how dramatic you can be. His words had the desired effect, prompting an indelicate snort out of her. And don't get me started on your excessive displays of emotion, Nyx went on, determined to banish the shadows from her eyes. I don't know how Kaiden stomachs it, The poor guy deserves a trophy. No, all the trophies. Alex snickered. He stomachs it because he loves me. She poked Nix in the ribs again. And so do you. Blech, Nix said, pulling another face, this one disgusted. Love is a currency valued only by fools, desperate fools. Then you're a fool, Alex said, her lips curling upwards, her face alight with humor, exactly the look he'd been hoping to see. Admit it, you're the most desperate fool of them all. I've never been desperate a day in my life, Nix told her, straightening his jacket with an imperious sniff. And besides, I can barely tolerate you. Emphasis on the barely. Alex's response came to him mentally, as did her laughter, when she said, Liar, liar, pants on fire. I'll thank you not to think about my pants, kitten, he shot back, before smirking and adding, Don't make things weird. This time her laugh was audible, her eyes dancing, all traces of shadows gone. But then she sobered. Seriously, Nix, how are you here, and why are you here? Not that I'm not happy to see you, of course I am. Of course, she repeated, with emphasis, the wonder she felt radiating from her expression. It's just, I'm assuming there has to be a reason. Nick scratched his chin, unsure how much he should share with her. He knew she wouldn't be satisfied without a proper answer, but he also wanted to keep her from becoming too curious.
She had a life she needed to get back to, and while he was grateful for this reunion that the library had gifted them, more grateful than he could say, he also had to be careful what he said, or risk her demanding to be involved. The last thing he needed was to have to worry about her accompanying him out of some misguided sense of obligation, putting herself in danger without any thought to the consequences. Those days were behind her, and he was determined to make sure they stayed that way, even if he had to tie her up with moxie reel and toss her back through the painting himself. She could forgive him later. But, hopefully, if he played his cards right, that wouldn't be necessary. I don't fully understand it myself, Nix began slowly, quickly deciding what he would and wouldn't say. So there will be questions you have that I have as well. But what I do know is, the library brought me here. Alex's brow furrowed. To this painting? She glanced out over the cliffs towards the city before turning back to him, her furrow shifting into a frown. Are you stuck here, like Avon? Or, wait, are you like a vengeful spirit, sent here to torment him? Her frown deepened as she murmured, That doesn't sound like something the library would do. Not a spirit, Nix said, evading her other questions. He poked her in the ribs this time. Flesh and blood, remember? But you said you're still, well, dead. He nodded, pleased to note that the shadows didn't return, most likely because she was too preoccupied by her confusion. I am, he confirmed. If you tried to take me back with you into the library's foyer, you'd arrive without me. I can't enter the world of the living, not anymore. But in here, he indicated the fabricated scenery around them and waved a hand to gesture beyond it, it's a different story. Alex's eyes rounded. So you're saying you're alive within the library, just not outside of it? Like some kind of temporal anomaly? Or a spatial anomaly? Or maybe a... Hey, don't hurt yourself there, Nix interrupted, his lips twitching. I don't think we need to put a label on it, especially given my unique back from the dead but also not circumstances. But yes, to the best of my knowledge, what you said is true. As long as I stay within the library's protective boundary, not just in this painting, but anywhere inside the library, then I'm able to remain in this state. Why, though? Alex asked, her frown returning and her eyes filling with questions. Again, I'm not unhappy to see you, obviously. I don't know how this is even possible. Nick's shoulders rose and fell, but he took extra care with his words now. You're already aware that the library sits outside of time, not to mention that it's a bridge between worlds, among other things. I can't explain what I don't understand. Temporal anomalies, spatial anomalies, those things are beyond even me. But you more than anyone know that the library is full of mysteries. Is it really so hard to accept that there are just some answers that we may never receive? Apparently, it was too hard for her to accept, since she placed her hands on her hips, and when she spoke next, it wasn't to him. Excuse me, library.
she called into the space surrounding them. "Can you please explain why you've brought Nix here, now, rather than, say 11 months ago? You know, after he died and I was inconsolable?" Nix was torn between grimacing at her words and laughing at the petulant look on her face. Unsurprisingly, the library didn't answer, but the silence was telling enough that Alex sighed, since she was aware by now that Soraya de la Torre always had reasons for what it did and didn't do. As much as Alex might have wanted Nix with her through her months of grief and hardship, if she'd been relying on him the whole time, she never would have found the strength to defeat Avon. Nix would have swept in to save her, over and over again, when what she'd really needed was to learn how to save herself. If he'd been capable of dwelling in the library from the moment of his death, she never would have left him to travel to Vardacia, never would have undergone the gates of testing and grown closer to her friends in the process, never would have been reunited with Zaraxis, never would have met the Tia Aoran Empress who had helped fulfill the prophecy, resulting in Avon's defeat. None of that would have happened, since Alex would have remained glued to Nick's side, regardless of whether he was living or dead. Alex sighed again, evidently coming to the same conclusion, even if she did grumble under her breath. Well, we'll talk more about this later. Like before, Nix knew the words weren't directed at him, and this time his humor won out. "I have a feeling you're not going to win any arguments that you might offer." "I won't be arguing," Alex said primly. "I'll just be sharing some very colorful words about my feelings." Nix grinned. "You think the all-seeing, all-knowing library isn't already aware of what you're going to say?" She pursed her lips. "That's beside the point. I'll still feel better after I've aired my thoughts. In detail." Nick's grin widened, but then his mirth faded when Alex's expression changed. "I know you're not telling me everything," she stated softly. It wasn't said in anger. If anything, it was said with understanding, like she already knew on some level why. Her next words proved that true. "And I know it's probably because you're protecting me, or trying to." Nix didn't respond, neither confirming nor denying, just holding her gaze steadily. Alex swallowed, then said, "You have to do something, don't you? That's why you're here, why you're back. The library has some kind of task for you?" Again, Nix said nothing. She huffed out a breath, part annoyed, part resigned. "You're not going to answer, are you?" This time, when he remained silent, she made a frustrated noise in the back of her throat. But then her shoulders slumped, and she whispered, "This is goodbye, isn't it? That's why you're here, now, today." At that, Nix couldn't stop his mouth from curling with amusement. "We've never been very good at our goodbyes. They don't seem to stick. I'm just as likely to tell you yes, and then see you again tomorrow." Oh, if only that were true. Alex smiled slightly, but only slightly. "And yet, I'm getting the sense that this goodbye might be more final than our previous ones." She locked eyes with him as she quietly asked, "Will I ever see you again?" Nick's voice was just as quiet when he replied, with complete honesty, "I don't know, kitten, but I hope so." He glanced around them pointedly before adding, "As we've both come to realize, nothing is impossible." Alex followed his gaze, another weighty breath leaving her, this one sadder but also tinged with acceptance, before she leaned forward and wrapped her arms around him again. He held her close, memorizing the feel of her, finding comfort in the knowledge that she was safe, happy, alive. That was all he'd ever wanted for her. "I'm so proud of you, Aelia," he whispered in her ear. "Everything you did, I knew you had it in you." "Stop being so nice or you'll make me cry again," she said, her words muffled against his chest and hitching slightly before she regained control. "What did I tell you last time we said goodbye?" he asked. "You told me a lot of things," she answered. "Sometimes I think you talk just to hear yourself speak." Nix chuckled before pulling back and wiping the wet from her cheeks. "When you have a voice as smooth as mine, people want to hear it. This is an immutable fact, kitten. I don't make the rules, I just obey them." She rolled her eyes, but only said, "You told me no more tears." "I did," he nodded, "but I want to amend that now. No more sad tears. These?" He wiped her cheeks again, his fingers gentle on her skin. "Healing tears, hopeful tears, happy tears, these are allowed." Alex blinked rapidly, as if to keep from releasing any more, holding them back by sheer willpower. In a croaky voice, she said, "I'm going to miss you. Knowing you're alive, or existing, or whatever you are, makes it easier."
But still, Nyx leaned in and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I'm going to miss you too, kitten. But knowing you're alive and that you'll stay that way," he sent her a look, wordlessly reminding her to stay out of trouble, "makes this easier for me too." "Whatever the library has you doing," Alex started, and Nyx braced for her question, but she surprised him by asking, "Does this mean you won't be stalkerishly watching over me anymore, like the world's biggest creeper?" A startled bark of laughter left Nyx. "Trust me, no one is more pleased than me about that. I honestly thought I was going to vomit when you and Caden exchanged Kaldoras gifts earlier today. I've never seen anything sappier in my life." Alex's cheeks flushed, even as her gaze narrowed. "That was private." "I wish it had been," Nyx muttered with a revolted expression, causing her flush to deepen. But there was a sparkle back in her eyes now, something he knew was largely thanks to the young man waiting for her on the other side of the painting. Caden had been there for Alex through everything, and Nyx couldn't imagine anyone he would trust more to look after her in his stead. That was why he was able to say, his voice gentling, "It's time for you to go now, kitten." She nodded slowly, the sparkle fading slightly, but not vanishing entirely. She would be okay, Nyx knew. They both would be. "What about you?" Alex asked, glancing towards the small portrait that hung on the tree, her doorway back into the library's foyer. "I'm assuming you're not staying in this painting." Nyx shook his head, but the only response he offered was, "Stars, I hope not. Can you imagine being stuck in here with Avon for all eternity?" "At least he wouldn't be able to kill you again, since you're already dead," Alex murmured thoughtfully. Nyx kept his features perfectly relaxed, even forced a grin to his face as he said, "Silver lining." A worried look hit Alex as she peered down at the city. "You'll leave before he comes back, right? Before he sees you?" Nyx arched an eyebrow. "Are you more worried about me or about him?" She considered for a moment, before admitting, both, for different reasons. "At least you're honest," Nyx said dryly. "Foolish and absurdly tender-hearted, but honest." When Alex kept looking at him, waiting for an answer, he sighed and said, "No, Aelia. Believe it or not, I don't relish the thought of giving Avon the chance to try and stab me a second time. I won't be lingering here once you're gone. I'll be leaving as well." She, thankfully, heard exactly what she wanted, just as he'd intended with his careful wordplay. Even more thankfully, she didn't try to ask where he was going again. Not that he could have answered her, since that knowledge hadn't yet been given to him. But there were other things he didn't want her wondering about, things that had caused him to offer her half-truths for much of their conversation. She would kick him in the shin if she knew what he was hiding, but it was better for her this way, leaving her with as much peace of mind as possible. Lunging forward for one final hug, Alex held him tightly as she whispered, "Promise me we'll see each other again. I don't care when, I don't care how, just promise me." He gave her waist a squeeze of comfort. "You know I can't make that promise," he whispered back. "But I can promise that, while I might not be stalkerishly watching over you anymore, I'll still always be with you." He withdrew enough to press a finger to her chest, directly over her heart. Right here. Her lips trembled, but she sucked in a breath and managed to keep her tears at bay as she croaked out, "I love you, Nyx. Wherever you go next, whatever it is that you have to do, don't forget that, and don't forget me." He closed his eyes, warmth flooding him at her words, at the purity of their friendship, leaving his voice just as croaky when he replied, "Love you too, kitten." He then made himself tease, "But as for forgetting you, I can only hope." Alex stepped swiftly out of his embrace, but only so she could more easily punch him in the arm. "You're lucky I know you don't mean that." Nyx rubbed his bicep and grinned at the look on her face. "Don't I?" Her eyes slitted. "If your aim was to make me want to leave you, then you've succeeded." Offering a mocking bow, Nyx said, "Then my work here is done." They needed this moment, this levity, this part of their farewell. It lightened the heaviness they both felt, especially as Nix took Alex by the hand and walked her back over to the small portrait, halting with her before it. "I don't want to say goodbye," she told him quietly, looking from the painting of the foyer back to him. "Not this time." Understanding, Nix repeated his earlier move and leaned in to kiss her forehead one last time, whispering there, then don't. Her throat bobbed, her eyes shone with new tears, but she nodded and tightened her fingers around his for a moment before letting go. And then, with a final long look at him, a look that told him everything he meant to her, everything he would always mean to her, she reached out to touch the portrait, vanishing from the golden cliffs and leaving Nix on his own. Or so she would have assumed. But he wasn't alone, and they hadn't been for their entire conversation. Scrubbing a hand down his face, Nix knew there was no point in delaying the inevitable, as much as he wished he could. With a deep, steadying exhale, he made himself stride forward, heading to where he'd been waiting upon Alex's arrival, hidden by the silverwood trees, but still with a view of the cliffs and the city in the distance. He came to a stop as soon as he reached what he had left behind when Alex had appeared. Who he had left behind. Because standing before Nix now was Avon Del Marta, frozen in place against the trunk of a silverwood tree, as if he'd been tied to it by moxie reel, his golden eyes ablaze. If looks could kill, Nix would be 6 feet under right now. That was something he hadn't wanted Alex to know. She'd assumed Avon couldn't kill him a second time, but she was wrong. Among the little the library had shared with Nix, one thing of note was that he could actually die, and if he did, he wouldn't be returning to the world beyond the stars. Instead, he would be erased, poof, gone. It had been a warning, something the library had said when asking for confirmation that he wanted to go through with this. There were many reasons why Nix had considered declining, but that hadn't been one of them. He'd already died once, and that was enough. He didn't plan on doing it again, nor did he intend to let the fear of being erased from existence, whatever that meant, keep him from his task. But at least he didn't have to worry about his second death coming from Avon's hand, not this time. Because you can unfreeze now, move, speak, do whatever you want, Nix said, feeling the unnatural pull of the command as it flowed through him and straight to Avon. Nix still had trouble believing what the library had suggested he do, perform the forbidden claiming ritual on the rebel prince. As it was, he'd only managed to pull it off because of his own bond with Alex, and the strength of her willpower still being dominant in his veins. Avon had been blindsided upon Nix's unexpected arrival earlier that day, his momentary shock affording the briefest of seconds for Nix to slice open his flesh and claim his will. Nix felt repulsed just thinking about it, but he also understood why it had been necessary. Because now, if Avon tried to kill him, then he'd be sealing his own fate. If Nix died, so too would Avon. The library had a warped sense of humor, that was for sure, especially given everything else it had told Nix. "How is our dearest Aelia?" Avon asked in a silky tone that belied the lethal rage in his expression. "Firstly, she's not your dearest anything," Nix said, casually crossing his arms over his chest. "Stars, you'd think you would have figured that out by now."
Unrequited love? Ring any bells? He found vindictive pleasure in the sound of Avon grinding his teeth before he went on, "And secondly, new rule, you're not allowed to talk about her." Once more, he felt the command leave him, followed by Avon's mouth snapping shut on whatever he'd been about to say. "Now," Nix continued, "do you have any questions about what I told you before?" Avon abandoned the common tongue to reply in Medoran, a language he'd always used much less formally. "You mean how Soraya de la Torre brought you back into existence so you could venture to a place that wasn't shared with you, for a task that wasn't shared with you, and how I'm being forced to accompany you against my will for, you guessed it, a reason that wasn't shared with you?" Avon's glare intensified, his derision thick when he said, "No, Nix, why would I have any questions?" These were the moments that Nyx was dreading, the ones where it became easier to forget everything that had happened, how the darkness had destroyed his once best friend. Because this Avon, the snarky, sarcastic, quick-witted Avon, was the one who Nyx had long ago considered like a brother. But that Avon was gone now. Claimed or not, Nyx couldn't risk letting his guard down around him, even if the library had encouraged him to do so. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, the library had said to Nyx after revealing its intention for the two Medoran enemies to work together. Even Avon Dalmarda. Nyx had insisted that it was a wasted effort, that there was no coming back from what he'd done. That Avon didn't want to come back. But the library had remained unmoved, stating that they were both needed for the task ahead. It hadn't, however, shared what that task was. Avon was right about that. But he was wrong about the where, because the library was sending them to another world. That was all Nyx had been told, that and the fact that the world was somehow inside the library, which was why he would be able to remain in his current state of being. Nyx hadn't understood how it was possible, still didn't understand, but he recalled what Alex had once told him about the ancient ecosystem that had been offered as a sanctuary for her parents. And then, of course, there was the fabricated Mayara still in sight, in the valley below where he now stood. There seemed to be no end to what the library could do, which left him with no valid reason to doubt the existence of a self-contained world within its very walls. But even so, I can't believe I actually agreed to this, Nyx mumbled under his breath, certain he needed to get his head examined. You and me both, Avon gritted out. It's time, interrupted the voice of the library, the sound soothing Nyx and reminding him of why he was there. He might not know the details, might have no idea what was ahead, but he had to believe there was a purpose in what he was about to do, even if that purpose meant he had to do it alongside his mortal enemy. Immortal enemy. Avon, evidently, didn't feel the same sense of purpose, as revealed when he said, his voice filled with a dark promise, "One day I will find a way to free myself of your claim, and the first thing I'll do is slit your—" "All right, that's enough chit-chat," Nyx said calmly, sending a mental command for Avon to cease speaking. Companionable silence from here on out. Or perhaps not so companionable. But Nyx didn't care how Avon felt, especially since the feeling was mutual. The library was insane if it thought they could ever get along, just as it was insane if it thought Avon could ever find his way back to the light. But that, Nyx knew, wasn't his problem. For now, all that mattered was that Avon couldn't cause anyone harm, not as long as he was bound to Nyx's will. And as for whatever came next, well, they would face that together. For better or for worse, they would have to. On that somewhat alarming thought, a doorway appeared in front of them, right there inside the painting. It was open, and yet it offered no view of what was on the other side, no hint as to what they might be walking into, no clue as to what they would have to do when they arrived. Their future stood before them, a blank slate, ready and waiting. Turning from the doorway back towards the silently fuming Avon, Nyx held his eyes and said, "Time to see if there's anything left in that murderous heart of yours that's worth redeeming." And with that, Nyx commanded Avon to move forward, ignoring the scathing look the rebel prince sent him, and instead peering through the trees and out over the golden cliffs one final time. He drank in the sight, aware that even if it wasn't the real Mayara, it might be the last time he ever saw the shining city. But he couldn't think like that, wouldn't think like that. He, of all people, knew anything could happen. He was living proof of that being true. Or perhaps dying proof. Either way, nothing was ever impossible, just as he'd reminded Alex. They both knew that more than anyone. Letting that knowledge settle somewhere deep within him, Nyx straightened his shoulders and followed Avon through the doorway, having no idea what was ahead, and yet certain of two things. The library had an adventure waiting for him, and he was ready. Avon. There were many things Avon Dalmarda, once ruler of Mayara and twice exiled prince, hated with a burning passion. Wet socks, curdled milk, the number 3. Public displays of affection. sentimental nicknames, menial small talk, slow walkers, loud chewers, foot tappers, mouth breathers, incessant apologizers, grovelers, and gossipers, people who spoke too much, people who smiled too much, people who smiled at all, people in general. The dethroned king's list was long and ever-growing, but at the top was the human, Alexandra Jennings, first known to him as Aaliyah, and coming in at a close second was his best friend turned traitor, Nix Raiden. Today, however, Avon was forced to remember another thing he despised: holidays, specifically the Kaldoras holiday. Seated outside a tea shop overlooking a snow-dusted city square, Avon couldn't keep the disgusted sneer off his face as he took in the obnoxiously bright decorations and the overzealous cheerfulness of the beings that inhabited this inner library world. It didn't help that they were a mortal race, which was reason enough for Avon to loathe them. But did they also have to be so stars very merry? They were singing carols in the street, for light's sake. And it wasn't just today, being Kaldoras. Avon had been stuck in this revoltingly happy metropolis for long enough to know this was an everyday state for its sickeningly content inhabitants. Well, for most of them. There was, of course, a more nefarious underside to this world, which was why he and Nix had been delivered here by Soraya de la Torre, the Library of Legend. A secret darkness, just like in every other world they had been sent to in the weeks before it. Avon still didn't know what the library's overarching plan was. Ever since he'd been forced to leave the Golden Cliffs of Mayara, or the painted version that acted as his prison, he and Nix had traveled from world to world within the boundaries of the library, with each new place requiring their aid in some way. In one world, a race of undead beings had risen from the grave and were feasting on the living inhabitants. Another world had been overrun by monsters the likes of which Avon had never encountered before. But unlike the Sarnoff of Medora, the blood of these beasts wasn't poisonous to Mayarans, allowing him and Nix to slaughter enough to drive the rest into the bowels of the earth, then seal them there forever. Together, Avon and Nix had stopped wars, averted disasters, cured plagues, cleansed governments, and prevented numerous other catastrophes, societal collapses, and even mass extinction events. Task after task after task, they went where the library sent them, aiding those who were in need. Avon loathed every second of it.
But he also had no choice, owing to the blood bond between him and his traitorous once best friend, Nix ordered, and Avon obeyed it. It was as simple as that. The burn of the claiming tether seared every time a command was given, making Avon's resentment grow ever deeper as the weeks passed. And it had only been weeks. Despite it now being Kaldoras, and them having left the Golden Cliffs on the previous Kaldoras, a full year hadn't gone by for Avon and Nix, indicating that time was passing differently inside the library to outside it. Avon wasn't sure how much, how fast, or perhaps how slow. He had no idea if only 1 year had passed in the outside world, or if hundreds had. He also didn't care. As an immortal, time held little meaning for him, especially now. All he knew was that he had to bide his, and then, one day he would find a way to free himself of the damnable bond that held him captive. If there was any trait Avon Dalmarda had in spades, it was patience. So he would wait. And then his time would come. Until that glorious day, he would remain cursed to play the Good Samaritan across worlds, submitting to the library's whims and Nix orders like a common servant. Every moment spent in the traitor's company grated on Avon's nerves, but he felt a smug satisfaction in knowing the feeling was mutual, so that at least provided him some entertainment. The only other positive was that he'd been ordered early on to never communicate mentally unless Nix first instigated contact. That was perhaps because Avon had taken great delight in sending certain images Nix way, most notably detailed memories of Nix stabbing Alexandra with his dagger over and over again in the blackened dungeons of Tavarg, eliciting a torture so beautiful that Avon often revisited the memory in his own mind just for nostalgic enjoyment.
Nix hadn't felt the same glee, and had expressly forbidden Oven from communicating to him mind to mind from that point onwards, an order Oven had been only too pleased to obey. Nix, however, was still able to contact Oven whenever he wished, opening a channel between them for Oven to respond. And it was because of that connection that Oven became distracted from the jolly revelers in the city square when the trader's voice called out to him. "Where the hell are you?" Nix demanded. "You were meant to meet me 10 minutes ago." Oven took a sip of his warmed cocoa, ignoring the pang he felt as he remembered all the hot chocolates he'd imbibed with his mother in his youth. How he had often joined her in her favorite sunroom of the Medoran Palace. How she'd always smiled at him over her steaming chalice, her golden eyes filled with love. So much love. Frowning, Oven shoved the memories away, along with his memory of the last time he'd seen her dying at the end of his own blade, and he lazily responded, "I'm on a break." "A break?" Nix exclaimed. "Are you kidding me? I'm about to ambush the unholy assassins of the Sin Brotherhood, and in case you forgot, which apparently you did, you're meant to be covering my back, jerk. I die, you die, remember?" As if Oven could forget. He glared down at the silvery scar marring his flesh, the mark of the claiming, the reason why he shared any and every wound Nix obtained during their otherworldly library adventures. The physical connection was one-sided, as Nix was always quick to remind Oven threateningly whenever he was feeling particularly piqued, and it was also the only thing that kept Oven from killing the traitor in his sleep. "Always so dramatic," he replied in a mental drawl, swallowing the last of his drink and flicking some Kaldoras decorations off the tea-shop table. Given the wintry temperature, he was the only patron sitting outside, his Medoran blood enabling him to tolerate the cold much better than the glittery-skinned race of people bundled up in the square before him. "I still don't know why we're even here. It's not like a few pious mortals can cause much trouble in the grand scheme of things." Oven could sense Nix's teeth grinding through their bond, and he smirked at the knowledge of how easy it was to provoke the traitor. "They're a cult," Oven gritted out, "one that kidnaps children and sacrifices them to false gods. Given your history, I can see how killing innocents might seem like a fun weekend hobby to you, but believe it or not, most sane people are against that kind of thing. That's why we're here, so get your ass moving and meet me at their temple so we can stop them." "We've already stopped them," Oven reminded him, not budging an inch, since while Nix had said the words, he hadn't infused them with his command. It was a loophole Oven took advantage of whenever possible. "We saved the children and handed the cult leaders over to the local authorities for judgment. They can't do any more harm now. Our task here is complete. We captured the leaders, yes, but what about their acolytes?" Nix said, his tone brimming with impatience. "We might have disbanded their group, but there are still plenty of loyalists who need to be dealt with, all of whom are out for blood. My blood specifically, since you managed to oh so conveniently disappear before they could get a good look at your slimy face." Oven could almost hear Nix's eye roll, and the smirk returned to his lips at the mental imagery. But then Nix finished. "Come join me before their bloodthirsty assassins find me first, and we'll finish them off together. That's an order. Oven, get over here now." This time the burn of the command swept through Oven, and he scowled, rising from his seat like a puppet on strings. His movements were stiff and jerky as he began to walk away from the table, fighting against the command while also knowing there was no point. He'd tried, desperately, to break free in the early days of the bond, just like Alexandra had managed when he himself had claimed her, but had eventually had to accept that her willpower gift made her an anomaly. He did, however, discover that there was some wiggle room when it came to interpretation, which is why he was now able to make himself walk at a snail's pace rather than rushing to Nix's side like the Kragan wanted. Nix hadn't specifically commanded Oven to hurry, so Oven would take his sweet time. His lips curled up slightly as he imagined Nix's amethyst eyes flashing with irritation upon his much-delayed arrival, and he slowed his pace even more.
Such vindictive pleasures made Oven's existence bearable, the spiteful little moments brightening his otherwise miserable days. He almost stumbled at the incomplete thought and stomped it from his consciousness before it could finish and take root. Passing through the square and weaving around the glittery city dwellers, the Lustrostos, as their sparkly race was called, with their capital city unoriginally named Lustros, Oven turned his nose up at all those who dared wave to him or call out Kaldoras greetings. He fixed his eyes on the architecture instead of the nauseatingly blissful crowds, appreciating the rising crystal towers and snow-covered turrets surrounding him, the buildings crafted to appear paradoxically ancient and modern. He might loathe the mortals that inhabited this world, or any world, but their city was undeniably a sight to behold. It was nothing compared to the glory of his own beloved Maya, of course, but it wasn't half terrible. Leaving the city square, Oven crossed a bridge over a frozen river before continuing along a waterside pathway. The jubilant crowds grew thinner the further he moved from the center of Lustros, with fewer people trying to offer him well wishes for the holidays, and therefore fewer people for him to glare at as he passed by. He might have considered it a pleasant walk, if not for the reason he was taking it.
His pace remained so slow that he was nearly moving backwards, but he hadn't heard anything more from Naix. That was likely because Naix knew Avon's disinherited blood meant he couldn't access the Valis path and arrive at the same speed in which Naix himself could travel. It was an inconvenience that Avon had endured for millennia, but the sting of it was no less painful now than when he'd first found himself incapable of using the eternal path. Avon didn't allow his mind to wander down such roads. His memories of the early days of his first banishment firmly locked away, never to be opened. At least while he was conscious. He was finding lately that certain events from his past were bleeding more and more into his sleeping thoughts, with recurrent dreams causing him restless nights and startled awakenings. He never remembered the dreams after jolting awake, only flashes of them, though the one thing he recalled without fail was seeing Alexandra's face. No, Aaliyah's face, partially covered by the delicate Myrox mask she'd worn to the end of summer masquerade, with a thin line of red blood dripping from a small welt on her cheek. Blood that revealed exactly who she was to his younger self, what she was. The dreams frustrated Avon to no end, not just because the repeated sight of the human that defeated him made him want to commit untold acts of violence, while simultaneously making him remember other feelings he'd once held towards her, feelings that weren't easy to forget, even after so many years of having to live with her betrayal. He may not have remembered her properly until he'd slain the Tia Aran who had manipulated his memories, but that just made it worse when the memories did return upon Aesdegus' death at Greyvale. Avon's hatred for Alexandra, for Aaliyah, was blinding, but so too was his— No, stop, he snarled at himself, refusing to complete his train of thought. Instead, as he continued ambling beside the picturesque river, he sought to recall any other details from his repeated dreams. The only thing that came to him was a whispered voice, silky and sinister, but what it said he had no clue. All Avon knew was that the more often he dreamed, the more uneasy he felt, leading him to wonder if they weren't dreams at all, but perhaps memories. And if so, he couldn't help feeling as if there was something missing, something vital he was forgetting, something tainted, or more tainted than the real-life history that he did recall during his wakeful hours. The events that followed his eye-opening encounter with Aaliyah millennia ago were firmly embedded in his mind, from his slaughter of the humans to his failed attempts at murdering his father and brother in order to seize the throne. Avon would never forget that day, or the days that followed. So he was mystified, therefore, as to why his dreams weren't playing out precisely as he remembered. There was certainly no sinister voice in his real memories, and given that he had near-perfect recall when it came to names, faces, and voices, the one that whispered silkily in the dark of his subconscious was baffling, to say the least. Avon cared little for mysteries, but he cared even less for anything that interrupted his sleep, so he was determined to ignore the dreams. For all he knew, Naix was playing tricks on him, using their mental connection to invade his slumbering mind. He wouldn't put it past the traitor to want to make his conscious and unconscious existence wretched, especially given how often he made Avon consider risking the you die, I die bond between them just so he could get some Star's very peace. Avon had already killed Nyx once. He was beyond eager to do so again. Or so he tried to convince himself. He refused to dwell on memories of the best friend he'd once had, how close they'd been, and how deeply they'd cared for each other. The two of them had grown up together, trained side by side as Zeltora warriors, endured the burdens of familial expectations, laughed and cried through years of triumphs and failures, shared every moment, good and bad. Nyx had been as close as a brother to Avon, sometimes closer than Avon's own blood brother, Roka. Bitterness flooded Avon as he recalled the last time he'd seen Roka after the battle on the grounds of Akarnae, but so too did other emotions that he wasn't willing to inspect too closely, or at all. And thankfully, he didn't have to, because as he stepped off the river path and headed towards a snowy alleyway leading to the outskirts of the city, a sudden pain speared through his torso, strong enough to have him gasping and bending over at the waist. Avon's hands clutched at his stomach before he shoved aside the black material of his cloak to tug up the equally dark attire he wore beneath it, finding nothing but unblemished golden skin. Whatever ailed him, whatever caused the pain blaring through his midsection, the wound wasn't his. It was Nyx. Avon's automatic instinct was to growl the traitor's name through their bond, seeking a reason for the agony rippling through him, but because of the standing command between them forbidding him to open any communication, he couldn't call out mentally until Nyx did so first. But Nyx didn't speak through their bond. There was nothing. No demand to know where Avon was and what was taking him so long, no order for him to hurry up, no explanation for the pain that was only worsening as the seconds ticked by. Instead, there was a ringing silence, one that continued for long enough that Avon began to feel something he hadn't experienced in a long time: concern. He picked up his pace, trying and failing to call out to Nyx mentally, his own will clashing against the command. For the first time since they'd left his painted prison, he regretted sending the images of Alexandra's torture to Nyx. Avon rarely felt regret. This was new for him, a feeling he distinctly did not like. As he turned down another alleyway, the burning in his midsection grew, and an unfamiliar sensation that he could only assume was panic began to claw at him. He cast his gaze over what remained of the white-roofed buildings leading to the edge of the city, then beyond them to the jagged, snow-capped mountains surrounding Lustros. The Sin Brotherhood's temple was carved into the base of those rocky cliffs, and Avon was still much too far away from whatever was happening there, from whatever was happening to Nyx. Without warning, the sharpest pain yet skewered through Avon's stomach, and finally, he heard Nyx through their bond. His mental voice was weak, barely audible, and just 3 words. Avon, please, hurry. There was no power behind the command, nothing in it that compelled Avon to obey. But without considering all the reasons for his actions, Avon began jogging, then running, then sprinting, his boots kicking up flurries of snow as he moved at immortal speed through the outlying streets of Lustros. "Don't you dare die," Avon spat back at Nyx, clenching his teeth against the stabbing pain that was only exacerbated by his speed. "We both know I alone deserve the honor of killing you, again, so don't even think about denying me what I'm owed." Nyx didn't respond, not even to tauntingly remind Avon of what he already knew, that their lives were bound, and if he did end up perishing, so too would Avon. But despite Avon trying to convince himself that it was purely his own self-preservation instincts that drove him to sprint all out to the temple, a quiet voice, long buried in his subconscious, whispered that maybe, just maybe, that wasn't entirely true. When Avon blurred through the white-pillared entrance to the Brotherhood's temple, he came to a staggering stop at the sight before him, at the bloodbath before him. The temple itself reminded him of the Obscuri, the Shadow Walker's majestic cathedral in Greyvale, but instead of dark, eerie undertones, the Sin Brotherhood sanctum featured pearlescent marble and the crystalline architecture favored by the Lustros Totos race. The outer doors Avon had just sprinted through led straight into a grand hall with vaulted ceilings and marble pillars, along with arched windows hewn into the mountain wall, offering a view towards the city from which Avon had just fled. At the far end of the hall were steps, ascending to a raised dais that should have been a pure, pristine white, but was now covered in blood. Some of it was red, belonging to the Lustristos mortals, the few remaining acolytes of the Brotherhood. Some of it was black, belonging to their revered assassins, a devout immortal race that Avon hadn't known existed before arriving in this world. But it was the silver blood that alarmed Avon the most, swirling among the sea of red and black over the white marble. Nyx's blood. Way too much of it. At the center of the raised dais, fighting for his life against a barrage of opponents, was Nyx himself, his navy cloak splattered with red and black. But it was the stream of silver leaking through his dark shirt that made Avon leap forward, summoning Vavarka as he ran the remaining distance through the hall and lunged up the steps to intercept one of the assassin's blades. One after the other, Avon cut down everyone who tried to stop him from reaching Nyx, who was still holding ground even in his weakened, wounded state. Avon was equally fierce in his own battles as he carved his way across the dais, his shadowy blade yielding to no one, the smallest scratch lethal even to the immortal assassins. The harbinger of death suffered no fools, nor did its master. Finally, Avon hacked a path to Nyx's side, arriving just as a door opened at the back of the temple and a horde of new red-armored assassins sprinted their way. Without thinking, Avon shifted into position behind Nyx, the two of them fighting back to back, just as they had trained many millennia ago. Their movements were perfectly balanced. When Avon went high, Nyx went low. When Avon went on the offense, Nyx defended. When Avon parried, Nyx lunged. And so it went, like a choreographic dance. All the while, Avon was careful to keep his deadly black blade well clear of Nyx, even as an increasingly frantic voice in his mind warned that the pain in his middle was reaching dangerous levels, as was the numbness that had begun creeping into his body. Numbness that wasn't a result of the minor cuts and scrapes he'd received from the assassins. The red-armored immortals were formidable opponents, their speed and strength similar to the Medoran race, though their fighting technique differed greatly. At any other time, Avon might have considered keeping at least one of them alive to discover how and where they had developed their skills. They weren't originally from this world, he was sure of it. But despite his curiosity regarding their origins, Nyx was fading fast, and thanks to the bond between them, so too was Avon. It was a struggle to keep raising Vavarka to meet the assassin's blades, to keep blocking their unconventional moves, to keep from stumbling as the strength flowed from him worryingly fast. He pushed through, some distant part of him marveling that Nyx was even still on his feet. There were only a dozen assassins left now. More sword slashes from Avon and Nyx, more ducking and dodging and deflecting, more stabbing and slicing, and then there were half a dozen. Then just 3, 2, 1. Upon the defeat of their final attacker, silence rang in Avon's ears, interrupted only by his and Nyx's labored breathing. He peered past the slain bodies surrounding them, his muscles tight with tension as he waited for another door to open, for more opponents to appear. But none came. The Sin Brotherhood was no more. Avon exhaled, long and slow, willing his pulse to steady after what had ended up being an unexpectedly challenging battle. But just as he thought they were in the clear, it happened. Nyx moaned, stumbled, and fell. Avon's heart leapt to his throat without his permission, the depth of his fear startling him before he realized it was surely fear for himself. What he felt had nothing to do with Nyx. It was his own life he cared for, and nothing else. No one else. He simply wouldn't entertain any other possibility. Even so, Avon suddenly found himself banishing Vavarka and kneeling at Nyx's side without making a conscious decision to move. "Hold still," he snapped when Nyx tried weakly to push him away. His attempt was pathetic, and Avon understood why the moment he lifted the torn material of Nyx's shirt and saw the damage for himself. "Stars," Avon hissed, before rattling off a string of curse words in every language he knew, mortal and immortal. "We need to get you to a healer, right now." Because Nyx's normally tanned flesh, it was blue. Streaks of cobalt spread from what was thankfully a superficial stab wound, at least to a Medoran, with blue veins spiderwebbing their way across his stomach and up his chest, pausing only when they touched the silvery claw marks that Avon had learned were a result of a Sarnoff attack long ago, the normally lethal wound healed by Alexandra's claiming. The effect of the shifting colors was mesmerizing, or it would have been if Avon hadn't understood the meaning of the unnatural blue streaks. Poison. Whatever blade had stabbed Nyx, it must have been coated with something, though Avon didn't have the first clue what, nor how to cure it. He also didn't know why there wasn't an identical stab wound in his own flesh, and only felt as if there was. Until he realized that the immortal assassins must have used an enchanted weapon, one unique to their race. All Avon knew for certain was that the poison wasn't affecting him as strongly. Yet, so he heaved Nyx up to his feet, ignored the muted oath the traitor mumbled at him, and moved them both as quickly as he could out of the temple and back towards the city. Nyx's weight was a burden, but Avon forced aside his own discomfort and ever-growing weakness, focusing only on getting Nyx somewhere safe so he could seek out help. If the poison spread too far, if his traitorous once-friend succumbed to it, Avon refused to die such a mundane death, and he refused to allow the same for Nyx. Thankfully, the inn they'd been lodging at during their stay in this world was on the outskirts of the city, so Avon only needed to make it back from the temple and through a few zigzagging alleyways before he reached the familiar white-roofed establishment. He used the back entrance, swearing under his breath and panting hard as he hauled Nyx up the stairs, the effort arduous enough to make him consider leaving the traitor out in the cold while he went in search of a healer. It would serve the Kragon right for getting himself stabbed in the first place. "That's not very nice," Nyx slurred, making Avon realize he had shared his thoughts out loud. "You were supposed to have my back. This won't have happened if you'd met me when you were supposed to." Avon refused to feel guilty, staunchly ignoring the disgraceful emotion as it swept through him. Instead, he renewed his efforts to drag Nyx up the stairs and inside the building towards their shared room on the 3rd floor. Once there, he promptly kicked in the door before unceremoniously depositing Nyx on the bed by the window, flinching slightly when the traitor gave a pained grunt. "Don't move," Avon ordered, loathing the threat of concern he heard in his own voice. He coughed to clear it from his throat. "I'll go find help." Nyx waved a dismissive hand, or tried to. He was now so weak that it was more a twitch than anything. "Ma fine, Avon. Just need to sleep a lil," he said. "Then I'ma kick your ass for being slate." His words were so slurred now that Avon had trouble understanding him. "But you got there eventually," Nyx continued. "Helped save me, just like old times. Only the other way round, since I was the one who used to save you." Avon snorted despite himself. "Your memory is clearly defective if that's what you recall."
When Nyx opened his mouth to respond, Avon spoke over him. "Stop talking and save your strength. I'll be back soon." He didn't give Nyx a chance to argue, and he knew he would, before taking off outside once more, finding that the clouds had opened in the scant minutes he'd been inside. Small white snowflakes dusted Avon immediately as he paused to debate his options. He wasn't sure where to find a healer, especially given that it was Kaldoras, but he also wasn't ashamed to admit he was desperate, and therefore he was willing to do whatever was required to seek a cure for the poison flooding Nyx's blood. Given how debilitated the other Medoran was, and how swiftly he'd reached that point, Avon guessed it was only a short matter of time before the unknown toxin began to shut down Nyx's internal organs, and therefore Avon's too. The clock was ticking, and Avon's famously thin patience was already stretched past its limits. Because of that, he circled around to enter the inn from the front, strode right past the drunken patrons enjoying their own form of holiday merriment at the bottom of a tankard, and headed straight for the apron-wearing innkeeper wiping down the bar. "Tanash Kora Fen Vanan?" she inquired, pausing her actions on his approach. Avon knew many languages, but the one spoken by the Lustros Tos people was beyond him. He did, however, assume the glitter-skinned female had asked if there was something she could help with, given the open, questioning look on her face. Thankfully, her race also used the common tongue, so Avon switched from the Maren he'd been using with Nyx to say, "I need to know the location of a healer. It's urgent." The female cocked her head to the side, considering, before she answered, also in the common tongue, "It's a bad day for it. Everyone's closed for the holiday. But you could try Healer Raylan. She sometimes makes allowances for emergencies." The innkeeper went on to offer directions, and in return, Avon handed her a gold mark before hurrying outside again. It was still snowing lightly, but he paid no mind to the weather as he ran at immortal speed through the streets. The heavy clouds hid the mid-afternoon sunshine and brought a shadowy darkness that made it seem later than it was, prompting purple-flamed lamps to flare into life along the sidewalks and inside crystalline buildings as he rushed by. The throbbing in his body a constant reminder that Nyx was worsening with every passing second. Finally, Avon arrived at a row of cottage-like specialty stores dedicated to everything from potion-making to enchanted tailoring. There was even an arcane bookstore called Ye Old Bookshop that he would have been deeply intrigued to visit if not for his quickly impending demise. Instead, he resisted the temptation and moved straight to the building with a large white oak door and a sign above it written in both the Lustrastos language and the common tongue, saying "Physician of Remedial Arts," followed by a somewhat alarming "Alchemist, Apothecary, Healer, or Charlatan, you decide." Avon pressed his lips together, wondering if the innkeeper had mistakenly or deliberately sent him to a fraud. But with few other options, he ignored the closed sign hanging from the door handle and knocked on the white wood hard. Then knocked again, harder. He kept knocking, louder and louder, until the noise echoed in his ears and down the street. Just as he decided to break the lock and let himself in, the door swung open, revealing an elderly Lustrastos woman wearing a fluffy green dressing gown, a deep frown on her heavily wrinkled, glittery face. "Kadorta Sumdon?" she demanded. In the common tongue, Avon asked, "Are you Healer Raylan?" At her narrow-eyed nod, he went on, "I require your services. He stopped, unsure what to call Nyx. "My companion requires urgent medical aid. I believe he's been poisoned and needs a cure." "A cure?" the woman asked in a gravelly voice with a lilting accent, her expression still surly. "What kind of cure?" "If I knew that, I wouldn't need your assistance," Avon snapped. The woman's jade-green eyes slitted even further, so he made himself take a calming breath. It took effort, but he adopted his most charming voice to continue. "I'm aware that it's the holiday, but I would be greatly in your debt if you would accompany me to examine him yourself. I will, of course, pay you generously, but time is of the essence, so we need to leave right away." The woman, Healer Raylan, didn't move a muscle. "Why do you believe poison is involved?" His tolerance fraying, Avon bit his cheek to keep from snapping at her again and quickly explained what he'd observed of Nyx's injury, offering as many details as he could about the blue veins spreading from the shallow stab wound. Healer Raylan's brow furrowed. "That sounds like the effects of Noxwort, but it's illegal to—" "Can you help him or not?" Avon interrupted, not bothering to tell the woman that the assassins who used the poison likely cared little for laws, especially ones set by a mortal race they didn't belong to. "Whether I can or can't isn't the question, because I haven't yet said if I will," Healer Raylan stated primly. Avon would give her 5 seconds to choose to come on her own, after which he would have no qualms in taking her against her will. However, she continued speaking before she made her move, wrinkling her nose as she said, "Your sense of entitlement is astounding, young man, but luckily for you, my compassion and responsibility as a healer overrule my irritation. Wait here while I collect some supplies." Avon's displeasure at being commanded to stay on the doorstep like a dog, and by a mortal no less, had him crossing his arms and scowling darkly during the scant seconds the healer was gone. She had a leather bag with her when she reappeared, but she hadn't changed from her fluffy dressing gown, making him wonder if perhaps she understood the urgency of Nyx's condition after all. Or maybe she was just keen to complete their business swiftly and return to whatever relaxing holiday plans he'd interrupted upon his arrival. "Where is your companion now?" Raylan asked, stepping outside and locking the door behind her. Avon gave her the name of the inn, and she immediately started in that direction, her pace brisk.
But they'd barely walked a few steps before an intense burn rippled across his midsection, coupled with nausea so strong that he had to fight to keep the contents of his stomach inside. They didn't have time to waste traveling at her mortal speed, so without waiting for her permission, Avon hauled her into his arms, ignored her stunned protest, and instructed, "Hold on," before blurring down the street. For the millionth time since his banishment, Avon wished he could still access the Valis path, since he would have been able to transport the healer to Nick's side near instantly, and without the pain and nausea that increased with each step that he ran at immortal speed. But he forced aside everything he was feeling, including the fear that he refused to believe was for anyone other than himself, and focused only on not dropping the struggling Lustrostos woman in his arms. Unsurprisingly, the first thing she did when they reached the inn and he lowered her to the ground was whack him with her solid leather bag. The force behind her blow was powerful enough to leave a bruise, but instead of being infuriated, Avon felt his lips tip upwards at her sour attitude. She reminded him of another mortal he'd once known long ago, someone equally unafraid of him, No, he slammed that mental door shut and promptly returned his attention to the healer. She was scowling fiercely, but straightened her shoulders and her dressing gown before demanding, "Well, what are you waiting for? Take me to my patient." Avon led her straight up the back staircase into the inn, mildly alarmed by how light-headed he felt as they ascended the steps, and the tingling sensation that was creeping along his extremities.
It took 2 tries for him to open the door to his room, his fingers fumbling for a grip. Healer Raylan's forehead scrunched as she noticed his struggle, but just as she seemed about to ask, the door swung wide enough for her to lay eyes on Nyx, who was as still as death on the bed beside the window. Avon couldn't stop his reaction, recoiling violently at the blue veins now spreading across not just Nick's torso, but along his hands, all the way up his neck and over his face. "Danos die," Raylan whispered, one of the few phrases Avon understood in her native tongue, a charmingly crude exclamation that he'd taken great delight in using to curse at Nyx numerous times since their arrival in Lustros. Now, however, the healer's horrified utterance was painfully apt. Shaking off her shock, Raylan pushed her way past Avon, opening her bag while she moved to Nick's side. Avon approached more slowly, stomping down the emotions threatening to overwhelm him, and focusing only on the dread he felt, for himself, of course. Only himself. "How long has he been like this?" Raylan asked, pulling vial after vial from her bag and depositing them on the bedside table. She gestured for Avon to help her strip Nyx of his shirt and cloak, as she clarified, "What time was he stabbed?" Avon told her, and her eyes widened before her wrinkled forehead creased in a frown. "That's not possible," she stated. "Noxwort kills swifter than that. Minutes, usually, sometimes seconds." "He is immortal," Avon interrupted, "from a race not of this world. His tolerance is naturally higher than that of your own people." Aside from a quick, owlish blank, Raylan took his explanation in stride. Given her age, and the fact that Avon himself had crossed blades with immortals not of her world, but clearly in her world earlier that day, perhaps he and Nyx weren't the anomalies they might have been elsewhere. The healer hadn't even questioned his immortal speed in delivering her to the inn, offering yet more evidence that she either boasted an unflappable temperament, or she had previous experience with other races. Both options boded well for him and Nyx, given the task ahead of her. "I need you to hold him down," she said. Avon looked sharply at her. "What?" "His body, hold him down," she repeated, before murmuring distractedly in her own language as she continued to inspect the spread of the poison, tisking under her breath. Nyx hadn't twitched so much as a finger since they'd arrived in the room, his amethyst eyes hazy and fluttering. Avon doubted he even knew he had company. "Because of that," he said, "I see no need to restrain him. He's hardly going anywhere." Raylan pulled a final vial from her bag, then jabbed a finger towards Nick's stomach as she explained, "This kind of poison must be treated 2 ways, internally and externally." She waved the vial in her hand, the lime-green color startling. "This needs to be forced down his throat, and it's going to hurt very much, burning like you wouldn't believe while it boils the Noxwort from his blood." Avon winced, wondering how much he would feel through the bond.
But that's nothing compared to this. Raylan held up a small container of bright orange paste. Because it's going to feel like 1,000 poisoned daggers skewering him from the inside out. And that's without the added fact that I have to plug it directly into the wound before I can seal it closed. Deep into the wound, deep enough for it to work through his bloodstream in tandem with this. She waved the green vial again. Your companion might appear as weak as a mouse now, but he's clearly made of strong stuff, and the pain he'll feel from both treatments will have him fighting furiously to escape his suffering. She pierced Avon with a look and finished. That, young man, is why you need to hold him down. It was the second time this mortal woman had called him young man derisively, and therefore the second time Avon had been tempted to tell her that she was in the presence of royalty and would do well to show some respect. But he laid aside his pride, recognizing on some instinctual level that she wouldn't care who he was anyway. Good, she said, seeing his capitulation. We need to do this fast. It's a miracle he's still alive, and the treatments require some time to take effect. How long? Avon's voice croaked slightly, and he frowned before coughing and trying again. How long until the pain eases? He was asking for himself. Of course. Healer Raylan shrugged. I can't say. It could be minutes. It could be hours. We'll know more once the cure is in him, since we should be able to see visible evidence of the Noxwort fading. But be warned, I've never seen a case this advanced before, nor have I ever used these treatments on someone with immortal blood. I can't say what will happen with any level of confidence. I assume if we do nothing, then he will die, Avon stated, pushing down his internal threat of panic. Honestly, I have no idea how he's not dead yet, Raylan answered bluntly. In that case, Avon said, shifting closer to Nyx in preparation, a slim hope of survival is better than a guaranteed death. He tipped his chin towards the medicine she held. Do it. The pain will begin quickly, Raylan warned. Be ready. Avon nodded tersely, then looked Nyx over, considering the best way to restrain him. Given his pathetic state, it seemed impossible that he'd be able to put up the fight Raylan had spoken of, but Avon knew better than to risk it. Clenching his jaw at having to physically touch the traitor for the second time that day, Ivan pinned Nyx to the bed by his upper arms, before indicating to the healer that Nyx was as secure as he could be. Without further delay, Raylan pried Nyx's mouth open and upended the contents of the lime green vial inside, then massaged his blue-veined throat to force him to swallow. The smallest spark of life came to Nyx as he coughed and spluttered against the liquid flowing down his throat, but he otherwise offered no signs of distress. Until Nyx's eyes shot open, a pained gasp leaving his lips as he tried to bolt upright. Avon almost lost his grip as he sought to keep the suddenly thrashing Medoran still, not expecting such a quick or violent response, even with Raylan's warnings. But Avon held firm, applying yet more pressure when the healer swapped her empty vial with the container of orange paste, covered her fingers with the goop, and thrust them straight into the stab wound. Nyx's scream was loud enough to pierce eardrums. Gut-churning, I had to swallow down bile, not just from seeing the healer's fingers move inside Nyx's wound as she spread the paste, but also from the pain spearing through his own body. His blood felt like it was bubbling inside him, boiling inside him, and his stomach, stars, his stomach. It was like Raylan had said, 1,000 poisoned daggers stabbing him all at once, and Avon knew what Nyx was experiencing had to be even worse. Almost done, Raylan murmured, though Avon wasn't sure who she was trying to comfort more. He focused only on resisting the urge to throw up or pass out or both, as he used all his remaining strength to hold Nyx down, the other Medoran fighting furiously and screaming at the torment burning through him, burning through them both. Raylan stepped away from the bed, and seconds later the fireplace roared into life, filling the room with purple light. Avon was so hazy from maintaining his grip on Nyx and repressing his own agony that he was too slow to realize her intentions. But then he saw the blade in her hand, the tip glowing from the heat of the purple flames, and the next instant, both Nyx and Avon screamed as the healer pressed the flat edge of her scalding blade against the wound, searing the flesh together over the orange ointment. Stars, Nyx rasped out. Or maybe it was Avon.
Or both of them together. The worst of it is over now, Healer Raylan declared, looking at the scorched wound with satisfaction. All that's left to do is wait.
Avon had never been in so much pain in his life. He was shaking all over, his body was covered in sweat, and he could see Nyx was even worse, the two of them fighting a joined battle thanks to the cursed bond tethering them together. I swear by the stars that if you cause us both to die here, I'll murder you myself, Avon gritted out between panted, agonized breaths. Nyx was still thrashing violently beneath Avon's grip, so consumed by his need for relief that Avon assumed his words wouldn't penetrate. So it was a surprise when the traitor rasped back, "You do realize," a shuddering gasp, "that doesn't," a pained moan, "make any sense." Avon didn't have the strength to snap a reply at him. Seconds passed, then minutes, with every trembling exhale bringing more torture, not less, with no end in sight. Raylan tried to speak to Avon, asking him something, but he wasn't sure if he answered her or not, his grasp on reality fading in and out as he continued to hold down the still-fighting Nyx, as he continued to boil on the inside, as he continued to wonder how such pain could exist on this side of death. But then, finally, just when he was certain he wouldn't be able to handle another moment of it, the torment started to ease. It was slight at first, the barest cooling of his blood, a hint of relief in his abdomen, and with it, Nyx's struggles began to wane as well. "Ah, that's what we want to see," Raylan murmured when Nyx gave up the last of his fight and stilled beneath Avon's hands. It took Avon a few bleary, dazed blinks to understand what the healer was talking about, but then he saw it. The blue veins were beginning to fade. Thank the light, Avon thought, his inner voice sounding as shattered as he felt. The burn wasn't gone completely, but his energy was. He was surprised he was still standing on his own 2 feet. "I believe it's safe to give him this now." Raylan picked up one of the vials she'd placed on the bedside table earlier. "It will help take the edge off any lingering pain." Avon almost begged her to hurry up, but she was already using soothing words to coax the now barely conscious Nyx into opening his mouth, encouraging him to swallow the pale pink tonic. She repeated her actions with a clear, syrupy liquid, murmuring further reassurance to Nyx as she did so. "There now, close your eyes," she told him in a lulling voice, and moments later, he was out like a light. To Avon, she indicated the empty syrup vial and added, "Sedative. He'll heal faster if he's asleep." Avon was tempted to ask if she had any spare syrup he could take himself, but he didn't feel like explaining the forbidden blood bond. Instead, he asked, "So the cure worked?" "It appears that way," Raylan said, inspecting the still fading blue veins. They were receding faster now, as was the pain. Avon couldn't help shuddering at the amount of relief he felt. As if his body was finally catching up to the trauma, a wave of dizziness slammed into him, and he stumbled a few steps before collapsing into the armchair beside Nyx's bed. "You must care about your companion greatly," Raylan observed. Her voice was gentle as she continued, "He's going to be fine. He may need a day or so to fully recover, but he'll be back on his feet before you know it." Avon nodded tiredly, but said nothing. "You'll need to give him this when he next awakens." Raylan pointed to one of the vials still on the bedside table before indicating the rest. "And make sure he takes those as well. The first is to ease any remaining pain, and the others will accelerate the healing of any damage the poison may have caused his internal organs." Avon pulled a face, realizing all over again just how dire their situation had been. But before he could linger on the thought, a snapping sound had his gaze shooting towards the healer to see she'd just closed her leather bag and was preparing to leave. "You're going?" he asked, unable to hide the alarm in his voice. "What if—" "There's nothing more I can do here," she said, not unkindly. "You're more than able to take care of him now yourself. But, and if you need me, you know where to find me." With a pointed look, she added, "Though perhaps we might skip the part where you haul me across the city like a sack of grain. I'm much too old for such wanton thrills." Avon opened and closed his mouth, unsure how to respond. Part of him wondered if he should apologize for his earlier actions,
But if he hadn't dragged her from her home, then Nyx would likely be dead, and Aven with him. Besides, she was a mortal, and Aven couldn't abide the thought of apologizing to such an inferior race. But then again, she had saved their lives. So, mortal or not, "Thank you," Aven made himself say, standing unsteadily to his feet. He walked towards her with as much grace as he could manage in his wobbly state, pulling a bag of coins from his pocket and holding them out. "For your services, as promised." Raylan shook her head. "Keep your gold." With an audacity that stunned him into stillness, she patted her wrinkled, glittery hand against his cheek in a grandmotherly manner. "Consider it a Kaldoras gift. Happy holidays, young man." Aven's eye twitched, but this time there was no derision in her tone, despite the mocking title she'd afforded him yet again. As if she knew how much it irked him, Raylan chuckled and winked, then turned towards the door, disappearing beyond it without another word. Uncertain, for more reasons than he would ever admit, Aven peered around the room, at a loss as to what he should do now that the threat of death had passed. Purple flames were crackling heartily in the fireplace as snow fell outside the window, the latter making Aven wonder if he should have returned Raylan to her home rather than leave her to walk at her much slower speed. Now that she was gone, he could admit that she hadn't been completely worthless, for a mortal at least. But then he realized he must be more tired than he'd thought to be having such charitable sentiments, and he promptly stumbled over to his bed opposite Nyx's. A quick doze would have him feeling much more like himself again, hating Nyx, hating mortals, with all the repulsive emotions he'd experienced in the last few hours locked away forever, just as they should be. When Aven awoke, it was dark outside the window. He sat up quickly, disoriented after having slept for so long. "It's about time." Aven turned so fast that his neck cricked. "I forgot how loudly you snore," Nyx went on, propped up in bed with an amused look on his pale but otherwise healthy-looking face. "No wonder you always try to wake up before me. You should get that looked at. The sounds you make can't be normal." The reason Aven usually awoke before Nyx was because his uneasy dreams frequently jolted him from sleep, but he wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he frowned and said, "I don't snore." Nyx barked out a laugh. "Tell that to my bleeding ears." Aven wasn't about to argue over something so trivial, especially when he was confident it was untrue. He was a prince. Princes did not snore. Instead, he quickly scanned Nyx's body, seeing no traces of blue on his visible flesh. The only sign that there had been any poison to begin with was the melted scar over his stab wound, and even that was fading quickly, thanks to Nyx's immortal blood. "You're looking better," Aven observed. "Feeling better, too," Nyx said, "though I'm guessing you can sense that on your end." Aven did indeed feel considerably improved. There was only a twinge of pain remaining, prompting him to recall Raylan's instructions upon her departure. Standing, he strode across the purple flame-lit room to Nyx's bedside, unstoppering the vials the healer had left behind. "Drink these," he ordered, shoving them at Nyx so forcefully that some of the liquid spilled over the edges. "Your bedside manner is delightful, as always," Nyx said wryly. "Now that your evil overlord goals have failed, you should consider becoming a nursemaid."
Aven didn't deign to respond, glaring at Nyx until he downed the liquids, ridding them both of any lingering traces of pain. Nyx opened his mouth, and Aven braced for whatever sardonic comment the traitor was about to utter, but instead he found himself blinking with surprise. "Thank you, Aven," Nyx spoke quietly. "Genuinely. Not just for these," he gestured to the empty vials, "but for all of it. For today. For everything you did." Nyx's amethyst eyes caught Aven's, his voice filled with disbelief, with wonder, as he whispered, "You saved my life." Aven swallowed and looked away. "I saved my own life." From his peripheral vision, he saw Nyx shake his head. "I never would have believed it before, but maybe the library was right about you. You still have a long way to go to make up for your psychopathic villain rubbish, but maybe there's a little piece of the old Aven still buried away, deep inside of you." Nyx shook his head again, chuckling as he muttered, "It's a Kaldoras miracle."
What happened today was self-serving, nothing more, Avon stated icily. You die, I die, remember? Don't confuse me with someone who gives a damn about you. You'll only have yourself to blame when I finally get the chance to stab you in the back. His threatening words bounced right off Nyx. If anything, the traitor sounded entertained when he replied, You've already stabbed me in the front. At least I'll have plenty of warning next time around. Avon scowled. On your own head be it, he snarled. Nyx grinned, widely. Someone's feeling particularly violent this evening. You know they say that's a self-defense mechanism, usually an unconscious response to fear. He cocked his head to the side, his grin stretching even further. Nah, you were really worried about me today, weren't you? I can see it in your eyes, peeping out behind the murderous rage. You were afraid for me, not for you. Despite what you might want to believe. Lies, Avon spat. Only one of us is lying here, Nyx said smugly. Spoiler alert, it's you. And the person you're lying to is yourself. I am not. But that's okay, Nyx spoke over Avon's protests. Tell yourself whatever you need in order to sleep better at night. You'll accept the truth eventually. And I'll be here when you're ready to admit just how much you care. I will never. Until then, Nyx cut in again, causing Avon to grind his teeth together. Let's agree to disagree, if only so this conversation can be done and we can finally open the library's gift. What? Avon said, surprised enough by the change in topic to stumble over his words. I was told I had to wait for you to wake first, Nyx said, pushing himself up further in bed and wincing slightly. Avon felt an echo of the aggravated pain, but refused to believe the spark of worry it ignited was for the traitor. Nyx could rot in the deepest pits of hell as far as Avon was concerned. And once the bond between them was no more, Avon would take great pleasure in sending him straight. Stop plotting my second death and sit your royal self down, Nyx said, interrupting Avon's dark thoughts and jerking his chin towards the armchair. I have a feeling this is going to be good. Avon didn't move from where he stood beside Nyx's bed, though he did cross his arms. Did the poison addle your mind? He looked around pointedly. There's nothing in this room that wasn't here earlier. Whatever gift you think the library has given us. Gundanta mai, Nyx said loudly. Avon knew enough of the Tia Aran language to recognize the equivalent of reveal yourself, but it still took effort to hide his surprise when a doorway appeared in the room before them. Arching a golden eyebrow, Avon said, Some gift? We've only just completed our task here, and the library already has us leaving to save a new world? So much for a holiday. He pinned Nyx with a look. Are you even up to moving yet? You were nearly dead a few hours ago. Is that a trace of concern I hear in your voice? And here I thought you didn't give a damn about me, Nyx said, his eyes twinkling. Yet more proof that just maybe you do still have a heart, old friend, dusty and decrepit as it might be. Avon's hands itched to wrap themselves around Nyx's neck. But you can breathe easy, the traitor went on. I don't think this door is for us to travel through. Avon's eyes narrowed. What exactly did the library tell you while I was asleep? Nyx shrugged one shoulder, peering curiously at the simple wooden frame standing upright in the middle of the room. Just that it's a Kaldoras gift to thank us for all our hard work of late, and that it'll show us what we... He cut himself off when the door swung open, but then he uttered a soft, awe-filled sound as he stared at what it had revealed. Avon staggered backwards a step before he could stop himself, because on the other side of the doorway was Alexandra. Hatred, hot and blinding, ignited in Avon, but other emotions swept through him as well, ones he refused to acknowledge. Instead, he focused on his loathing as he took her in, waiting for her to step through the doorway and make his cursed life even more of a living nightmare. Only she didn't appear to see them, or the doorway. In fact, she was wholly distracted,
laughing with her human friends as they stood atop a triangular metal tower, taking in the bird's-eye view of a city Avon didn't know, with Kaldoras lights twinkling merrily all around them. Avon recognized her companions, even if he wished he didn't. Caden James, her precious, perfect boyfriend. Declan Sterling, grandson of the fallen royal advisor. Jordan Sparker, whom Avon himself had once claimed. Barnold Ronigan, the genius who invented the wretched explosives laced with Sarnath blood. And lastly, the human princess, Delucia Cavell. He sneered at their contented smiles, staunchly ignoring every other feeling that tried to rise to the surface within him. As Avon watched, Alexandra glanced furtively around, before summoning a doorway right there on top of the tower, then led her companions through to a yellow desert with vast sandstone pyramids rising from the earth. Time seemed to be skipping forward wherever they were, because next she was leading her friends to another Kaldoras twinkling city, this one dusted in snow, and they stood gazing up at a large statue of a crowned woman holding a golden torch high above her head. The view kept changing, prompting Avon to act on a hunch by stepping forward with his arm outstretched, only to be met with resistance. Because it wasn't a doorway, it was a window. Spinning back to Nyx, Avon suddenly understood what the traitor had been about to say before the door had opened, that this so-called gift from the library would show them what we wanted to see, who they wanted to see, and Nyx, obviously, wanted to see the mortal he loved so deeply that he'd been willing to trade his life for hers. Stars save him! Avon hadn't thought it was possible for this day to get any worse, but evidently he'd been wrong. With a long-suffering sigh, he trudged over to the armchair and slumped into it, resigning himself to endure the next, however long, the library saw fit to make them watch Alexandra and her friends enjoy their own Kaldoras holiday. They were clearly visiting her home world, Freya, and the only reason Avon didn't leave the room was because he was sure the library would just pause the voyeuristic viewing until he returned. He wasn't curious about the human world from which she'd come, not at all. Even so, a small part of him couldn't deny being intrigued as he watched Alexandra continue to open doorways. The window kept shifting between destinations. One moment, she and her friends were walking along a great winding stone wall. The next, they were riding in a horse-drawn sleigh while wearing red and white hats, holding candles and singing. Then, they were all underwater with strange masks over their faces, swimming around a coral reef brimming with colorful fish.
The locations continued flicking by, showing them at the edge of a massive canyon, then peering up at an ancient coliseum, then standing on a beach made of pristine white sand, then wandering around some freestanding vertical rocks in a rough circle. Place after place, their scenery blurred by as Avon and Nyx watched Alexandra guide her friends around her world. Finally, the window paused on the 6 of them seated at a dinner table brimming with food and surrounded by relatives and loved ones. Avon recognized some of them: Alexandra's parents, Commander Nisha James, Warden Jira, the elder Ronigan brothers, even the blasted Shadow Wolf. They were clearly back in Medora now, enjoying their Kaldoras celebration. Avon told himself that it was a disgusting sight, seeing how happy they all were. But try as he might, he couldn't ignore the pain he felt in his chest, pain he knew wasn't coming through the bond. Clearing his unexpectedly tight throat, Avon turned to Nyx, who was looking through the doorway window with a contented, peaceful expression. "Right," Avon said, his voice somewhat hoarse. "You've seen for yourself that she's alive and well." He tried to make the words sound scathing, but he wasn't sure if he succeeded. "So feel free to offer your gratitude to the library and then banish this accursed doorway and go back to sleep. Healer Rallin said you need rest in order to recover, so rest is what you'll do." With apparent effort, Nyx turned his gaze away from the sickeningly sweet Kaldoras meal to look at Avon. "What about you?" "I'll sleep too," Avon answered. "I'm still feeling the effects of everything that happened earlier, so I know you must be as well." "No," Nyx shook his head, then pointed to the doorway.
I mean, what about you? Avon furrowed his brow, not understanding. Seeing his confusion, Nyx clarified. The library gave this as a gift to us both, not just to me. Who do you want to see? Avon froze in his seat, the question startling him enough that his thoughts slipped loose. He wanted to see his mother, but that was impossible because he'd killed her. He wanted to see his father, also impossible because he'd arranged his murder. He wanted to see... Before Avon could stomp the image from his mind, the window shifted again, and suddenly it wasn't Alexandra and her loved ones who they were watching. It was Roka. He was standing with Kaya on the balcony of the Medoran Palace, both dressed in the royal black and gold colors of House Delmarda, holding each other close as they swayed together beneath the moonlight. They appeared to be hosting a Kaldoras party, with Meyorans, familiar and unfamiliar, dancing around the ballroom behind them. But they might as well have been alone, given how lost they were in one another. The pain in Avon's chest flared enough that he pressed his hand against his breastbone. Zane appeared then, the Zeltora commander, striding out onto the balcony and saying something that the window didn't allow Avon and Nyx to hear. Whatever he said caused Roka to roll his eyes and Kaya to burst out laughing. And then Zane was whisking the Medoran queen away, stealing her from her husband and leading her onto the dance floor. Roka stayed on the balcony for a moment longer, a smile on his lips as he watched his wife and his closest friend spin gracefully around the ballroom. But then he glanced out at the view of the shining, moonlit city, his features turning melancholy as he whispered words Avon still couldn't hear, and yet, somehow, understood, deep in his soul. Happy Kaldoras, brother. I miss you. A pained sound left Avon's lips. There was a cracking sensation inside him, right under where his hand was pressing on his chest, an ache so powerful that he would have fallen to his knees if he'd been standing. But he couldn't allow what he was feeling to overwhelm him. He wouldn't allow it to overwhelm him. So he shoved it down, 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 and locked it all away, again. Only once he'd mastered his emotions did he return his focus to his brother, but the image of the Medoran Palace had begun to fade. The doorway window closed slowly and then vanished from the room entirely. Heavy silence rang in its wake, interrupted only by the crackling purple flames and the whistling wind from the snowstorm outside. Avon didn't want to look at Nyx, not after what they'd both just witnessed. But he also wasn't a coward, so he made himself turn to the traitor, fully prepared to bite Nyx's head off in response to what he was surely about to say. But Nyx surprised him. Do you remember the waterfall? Avon snapped his mouth shut on the comeback he'd prepared. What? The waterfall, Nyx repeated. Frowning, Avon said, Which waterfall? A nostalgic smile flitted across Nyx's lips. You're right, there were a few, weren't there? That wasn't what Avon had meant, but he didn't correct Nyx. I meant the one with Aelia, when she was with us in the past, Nyx explained. You, me, and her, plus Roka and Kaya. Avon's body trend tight. I don't want to talk about... She was so terrified, Nyx said, lost in his memories. She thought we were all crazy to want to jump, and I guess to her mortal mind, we were. I can still hear her screaming at us, saying we were insane and that there was no way she could do it. He chuckled before his features turned solemn once more. I was holding her hand on one side, but it wasn't me who gave her the courage she needed to leap off the edge. It was you. Avon's throat bobbed, his own memories of that day rising to the surface. You have my word, Aelia had told her. Nothing bad will happen. As if he'd given the floodgates of his mind permission to open, more memories came then. How he'd shown her around his city, how he'd taught her to dance, how he'd taken her to Drakera to witness the sacred Mana S. Lorendai, how he'd shared his hopes and dreams with her, along with his deepest secrets. Memory after memory flashed across his mind, from the very beginning when she'd been terrified of him, right up to the end when they'd been friends. They had been friends. Whatever else Avon might have felt for her, that truth remained. And until now, he'd never allowed himself to consider just how much that friendship must have cost her. He'd been her mortal enemy, her immortal enemy.
Upon her arrival in the past, she'd already known him as the rebel prince who would not only attempt to steal her will, but would murder her schoolmate, claim her best friend, try to kill her loved ones repeatedly, and seek to harm her in numerous other ways. And yet, she had somehow managed to put her misgivings aside and find a way to care for him. Not perhaps in the way he had desired, but her feelings had been genuine. "You have my word, Aelia, nothing bad will happen." Hearing an echo of the words he'd promised her atop that waterfall, Avon felt another crack in his chest, his locked emotions threatening to break loose. But then, pain, blinding pain tore through Avon's temples, powerful enough that he slammed a hand against the side of his head, his nostalgia scattering like dust. An instant later, the pain was gone, but so too was the weight of his memories, only the ghost of them remaining, like a sour aftertaste. Nyx, unaware of everything Avon had just experienced, continued his walk down memory lane. Deny it as much as you want, but we had fun together, back then. Not just on that waterfall jumping day, on all the days Aelia was with us. Admit it, she was— "Stop," Avon snapped, rising quickly to his feet. Nyx looked startled. "You're wasting your time," Avon said, unsure where his vitriol was coming from, but needing to release his sudden burning anger. "Nothing you say will make me feel anything other than contempt for those memories, for those lies. So if you seek to humanize me," he all but spat the word, "then know that you won't succeed. Nothing can change my mind on this. Nothing will change my mind on this." Nyx's amethyst eyes peered deeper into Avon than he would like.
"What happened to you, Avon?" he asked, his voice quiet, pensive. "What made you like this? And don't say it was Aelia. I knew you like a brother back then, so I know it had to have been more than her, more than a broken heart. What you did, what you became." Nyx trailed off, before finishing, "Stronger. Of all people, I deserve to know the truth." Avon clenched his jaw and looked away, not because he didn't want to answer, but because he couldn't, and that terrified him. It was true that Aelia had broken his heart, but it was also true what Nyx had said. Avon's reaction had been extreme, and looking back, seeing the threads of his life from where he'd started to where he'd ended up, Avon couldn't reconcile what had happened, what had gone wrong. He opened his mouth, something in him compelled to share his thoughts, longing to share his thoughts, but then another burst of pain speared through his temples, even stronger than before, making him stagger. "Whoa, Avon, easy there. Are you all right?" In an instant, the pain faded, leaving Avon swaying on his feet and blinking dots from his eyes. When his vision finally cleared, Nyx was halfway out of bed. "What do you think you're doing?" Avon barked. "Lay down. Healer Raylan said you need to rest, so it's time for you to sleep." Nyx stared at him, surprised, but then his expression darkened and he muttered, "Figures that you wouldn't answer. I should have known." Avon felt a moment of confusion, wondering what Nyx was taking about. He glanced around the room, unsure what he was doing standing in the middle of it. The last thing he remembered was the library's doorway opening, and a metal tower? A wall? A statue? The details were hazy. Try as he might, Avon couldn't recall what the doorway had revealed or the conversation they'd had afterwards, but he gave it no further thought and just glared pointedly at Nyx until the traitor finally capitulated, laying back against his pillows with a resigned sigh. "At the rate you're healing, you should feel back to normal by tomorrow morning," Avon said, assuming Nyx's injury must be why he was in a mood. "A good night's sleep will do us both wonders." Nyx didn't reply, just rolled over on his side away from Avon. Shrugging inwardly, Avon reminded himself that he cared little about the traitor's feelings, and he promptly strode over to his own bed, collapsing onto it when a wave of exhaustion slammed into him out of nowhere, along with another brief, piercing headache. Through it, Avon heard Nyx speaking into the dark of the room, his voice barely audible over the pain blaring through Avon's temples. "I'm not afraid of you, Avon. Whatever secrets you're keeping, whatever darkness is inside you, I don't fear it. I don't fear you. Remember that. And if ever you want to talk about the past, about the future, I'm here. I'll always be here." Avon couldn't respond, partly because he wasn't sure what to say, but mostly because the pain, it was agonizing. And then, from one moment to the next, it was gone again, leaving Avon to wonder if he'd imagined it. Long minutes passed, but Nyx eventually drifted off into a healing sleep, allowing Avon to breathe easier, even if he didn't understand the relief he felt. It must be for himself, surely, because there was no other reason why he would feel relief in regards to the traitor. Rolling the strange tension from his shoulders, Avon lay back on his bed and looked across the room into the snowstorm beyond the darkened window. He could hear some distant Kaldoras revelers, the joyous singing of the Lustrostos citizens causing his lip to curl with disdain. No matter how much time he spent around somewhat tolerable mortals like Healer Raylan, Avon couldn't and wouldn't cease hating their inferior races, humans in particular, specific humans more than others. Against his will, Avon wondered what Alexandra and her wretched friends were doing right now. He hoped that wherever they were, however they were celebrating their own Kaldoras holiday, they were miserable. It was the least they all deserved. But as the crackling fireplace began to lull Avon to sleep, he couldn't quite summon the same amount of scorn he'd always felt for them. And worse, they plagued his dreams the moment he drifted off. Peculiar images of them swimming in coral reefs and walking around sandstone pyramids, only to be replaced by darkening gaps in his memories, and the magic-tinged whispers of a sinister voice long forgotten to his mind. This time, however, he managed to hear some of the words. "Don't fret, princeling. We'll make them suffer. Together." No, that's not what I want. Oh, but it will be, because I'll make it so. You can't make me hurt her. Even knowing what she is, how she lied to me, I won't. I can't. A soft, menacing laugh. That's where you're wrong, princeling. You have no idea what I can do. But you're about to. Wait, stop! A scream ripped through Avon's mind. His own scream, full of pain and terror. "Worry not, my young friend," whispered the silky voice, fading fast. "You'll forget this ever happened, just as you'll forget whenever you're close to remembering. But one day, the time will come for you to find me. And when that day arrives..." Whatever the voice said next, Avon didn't hear it, his dreamscape flooding with darkness, until he jolted awake the next morning, covered in sweat and shaking like a leaf. As always, he had no memory of what woke him, just a growing sense of unease. Though this time he also had a faint trace of a headache, one that took hours to leave, lasting right up until a library's doorway appeared, heralding a new world and a new mission. "Here we go again," Nyx said, fully recovered from the Noxwort poison and clearly excited for what lay ahead. He looked to Avon. "You with me?" Avon rolled his eyes, since it wasn't like he had a choice. Nyx grinned and stepped into the doorway, knowing Avon would follow, just as he would the next time, and the next, and the next, until one day something happened, something neither of them expected, something that changed everything. Jordan Sparker had felt fear many times in his life, some might say too many times, given his age, but never before had he experienced the sheer terror currently flooding his veins as he stared at the gilded doors before him. Doors that led to King Aurelius's private office in the Trillin Palace. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3. Still, Jordan didn't make a move to knock. "This may come as a shock," came Bear's dry voice, "but they won't open on their own." Jordan jumped, then turned to see his best friend approaching, striding casually past statues and tapestries in the golden corridor, and looking way too amused for his own good. "What are you doing here?" Jordan asked, his voice croaky with nerves. Worry hit him, and he added, "Is it Dix and Alex? Did something—" Bear rolled his eyes and interrupted. "Do you really think Zaylin and Rafe would let any harm come to them? Or Zira, for that matter? I'm sure they're safe and sound in Tia Auras, enjoying their mini-vacation with the Empress. Breathe, Jordan. You'll see them again in a few days when they return here for Kaldoras. The time will pass before you know it." The words should have brought comfort to Jordan, but the mention of Kaldoras only made his nerves grow. Bear snorted. "You look like you're going to faint. Should I get ready to catch you?"
Jordan pulled a face. I'm not going to faint. I would never faint. He paused. If anything, I'd enact a manly fall. A manly fall? Bear repeated, lips twitching. You heard me, Jordan said, crossing his arms, before quickly uncrossing them again at the unpleasant tightening of his starchy sleeves. His clothes, a long-sleeved blue shirt, black trousers, and polished boots, weren't formal, but they were dressier than what he normally wore, and considerably less comfortable. He tugged at his collar, wishing he'd chosen something more casual for this meeting, but also knowing why exactly he hadn't. Okay then, Bear said, clearly humoring him.
Manly falling, otherwise known as fainting, passing out, swooning, keeling over, losing consciousness, whatever you want to call it, you look like you're in danger of doing it right now. I haven't seen you this pale since we were all waiting to find out whether or not we'd be offered apprenticeship positions. That was 1.5 years ago. I'm sure you've seen me looking pale since then, most likely numerous times during the last 18 months of those hellish apprenticeship classes, Jordan added to himself. He was beyond relieved that there were only 6 months left until he and his friends all graduated from Akarnae for good, even if that meant facing a whole new set of challenges outside of the academy. Bear cocked his head to the side, thinking, maybe last Kaldoras when Alex showed us around Freya and we visited that winter festival? If memory serves, you were pretty pallid when we saw those horse-cow creatures with the massive horns. Reindeer. Jordan shuddered. Demonic beasts. Snickering, Bear said, those demonic beasts are beloved by children all across Freya. Children, Jordan, they're hardly the stuff of nightmares. One attacked me. It nearly tore off my hand. If you'd just given it your carrot like all the other kids around us. It was my carrot, Jordan defended. I was hungry. No one told me I was meant to save it to appease the monster. Bear pressed his lips together, and Jordan knew it was in an attempt not to laugh. It's not funny, he said firmly, raising his right hand between them. I'm lucky to still have my fingers. Humor bubbled in Bear's voice. I'm not sure they even have teeth. Fangs, Jordan stated seriously, sharpened on the gates of hell. Bear lost his battle with his mirth. My mistake, he said, laughing. It's a miracle we escaped with our lives. Very straight, Jordan agreed. Bear laughed again, shaking his head. But then he sobered, a soft, knowing look coming to his face as he quietly asked, Feel better? Jordan blew out a long breath, grateful for the inane but effectively distracting conversation. Yeah, thanks. I figured you might need the support, Bear said, before glancing around the golden corridor. You made it further than I expected. Jordan looked at the double doors in front of him, still closed. Not far enough. Bear moved closer. You were so confident when you left this morning. What happened? I blame Gammy, Jordan said. She must have been using her gift on me during breakfast. The moment I left the house and stepped through the bubble door, poof! He mimed an explosion with his hands. All that peace, gone. But we only arrived in Woodhaven for the holidays yesterday, Bear pointed out. You've been calm all week at the academy, all month, all year. It's not like this is a surprise to anyone. Instead of reassured, Jordan felt nauseous. Bear reached out to lay a hand on his shoulder, offering an encouraging squeeze. Jordan, mate, you've got this. You know you do. They love you. Gosh, everyone who knows you loves you. I may be the one with the gift of charm, but you have the world wrapped around your little finger. Not true, Jordan argued. I can think of at least one person who doesn't love me. Flatly, Bear said, a Van Dalmarta doesn't count. Jordan opened his mouth, but then closed it again, unable to think of anyone else. See, Bear said triumphantly, it's going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Jordan inhaled deeply. Exhaled, then did it again. Somewhat steadier, he nodded to his friend, then pulled Bear in for a hug, murmuring a quick but heartfelt thank you into his ear, before stepping back again. Get this done, Bear said, and then we'll celebrate. Lunch afterwards? Don't you have to meet Johnny and Blake for a tux fitting? Bear swore. I forgot about that. He rubbed his forehead, then brushed dark hair out of his eyes. Ugh, I can't wait for New Year's Day to arrive so we can finally get this wedding over with. You and Jira both, Jordan said, thinking fondly of the long-suffering warden who had last seen being force-fed cake samples by Gammy and Dorothy, a pleading look on her face as she'd mouthed the words, "Save me," to him. Smiling, Bear said, I'm surprised she hasn't convinced Blake to elope. It's been 2 years since he proposed. It's not like they haven't had the time. 2 years is a pretty long engagement, Jordan agreed. But everyone is different when it comes to timing, I suppose. Bear sighed. Still, I'll be glad when all the fuss is over. He eyed Jordan meaningfully. For a little while, at least. Butterflies sprang back to life in Jordan's stomach at the pointed, knowing look, and he nodded again, ready this time. He raised his arm to knock on the doors, but paused at the last second to turn back and ask, Are we still on for tonight? Bear hesitated. Only if you're up for it. Jordan held his best friend's dark gaze. You know better than to ask that. No way would I let you go on your own. This time it was Bear who pulled Jordan into a hug, murmuring his thanks. When he moved back, he jerked his chin towards the doors. Say hi to them for me, he said, before winking and striding off in the direction of the palace's receiving room to bubble door away. Not giving himself a chance to delay any longer, Jordan squared his shoulders and rapped his knuckles against the gilded doors. They opened almost instantly, with the queen herself standing on the other side. Jordan, sweetheart, there you are, said Queen Osmata, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. We were beginning to worry you weren't coming. At the queen's warm welcome, Jordan relaxed slightly. DC's mother had loved him from the first moment they'd met, and she'd never made a secret of her feelings. Indeed, in the 3 years Jordan and DC had been a couple, Osmata had invited him to the palace more often than she'd seen her own daughter, though this was likely due to her mistaken impression that he was a starving young man who needed someone to feed him. Jordan had yet to correct her. You have the world wrapped around your little finger, Bear's words returned to Jordan, causing a smile to touch his lips. Handsome as always, Osmata said, patting his cheek fondly. Come, sit, we've been waiting for you. Jordan followed obediently as the auburn-haired queen led the way across the stately room. The palace's golden decor was toned down in here, but the space remained just as impressive as the rest of the building. The addition of a fireplace, however, made the king's office feel homey rather than intimidating, something Jordan desperately needed as they approached Aurelius sitting behind his mahogany desk. The king stood at their arrival and, like his wife, moved straight to hug Jordan in greeting, easing his nerves even more. Long ago, both Aurelius and Osmata had asked him not to stand on ceremony with them, no bowing, no formal titles, but the welcome both of them afforded him today was more precious than every other time, given his reason for requesting this meeting. Sorry I'm late, Jordan said, as they moved to a small sitting area in front of the crackling fire, where a lavish brunch spread was waiting. Aurelius and Osmata sat on a small couch while Jordan took an armchair, trying desperately not to appear as tense as he felt. I ran into a friend in the hallway, and we lost time talking. It wasn't a lie, technically, but he wasn't about to admit to how long he'd been standing outside the doors before Bear's arrival, or what had kept him from entering. No matter, you're here now, Osmata said with a kind smile. She held out a plate overflowing with baked goods. Pastry? I'm okay, thanks. He feared he would only bring anything straight back up again. Jordan Sparker, refusing food, King Aurelius said, a twinkle in his familiar blue-green eyes, the same color his daughter had inherited. Is the world ending? Forcing out a laugh, Jordan said, I hope not, but knowing Alex's luck, she'll find some new thread in tiaras and bring it back with her. You have the world wrapped around your little finger, Bear's words returned to Jordan. I can think of at least one person who doesn't love me. Flatly, Bear said, Aven Dalmarta doesn't count. Jordan opened his mouth, but then closed it again, unable to think of anyone else. See, Bear said triumphantly, it's going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Jordan inhaled deeply, exhaled, then did it again. Somewhat steadier, he nodded to his friend, then pulled Bear in for a hug, murmuring a quick but heartfelt thank you into his ear, before stepping back again. Get this done, Bear said, and then we'll celebrate. Lunch afterwards? Don't you have to meet Johnny and Blake for a tux fitting? Bear swore. I forgot about that.
He rubbed his forehead, then brushed dark hair out of his eyes. I can't wait for New Year's Day to arrive so we can finally get this wedding over with. You and Jira both, Jordan said, thinking fondly of the long-suffering warden who'd last seen being force-fed cake samples by Gammy and Dorothy, a pleading look on her face as she mouthed the words, "Save me," to him. Smiling, Bear said, I'm surprised she hasn't convinced Blake to elope. It's been 2 years since he proposed. It's not like they haven't had the time. 2 years is a pretty long engagement, Jordan agreed. But everyone is different when it comes to timing, I suppose. Bear sighed. Still, I'll be glad when all the fuss is over. He eyed Jordan meaningfully. For a little while, at least. Butterflies sprang back to life in Jordan's stomach at the pointed, knowing look, and he nodded again, ready this time. He raised his arm to knock on the doors, but paused at the last second to turn back and ask, Are we still on for tonight? Bear hesitated. Only if you're up for it. Jordan held his best friend's dark gaze. You know better than to ask that. No way would I let you go on your own. This time it was Bear who pulled Jordan into a hug, murmuring his thanks. When he moved back, he jerked his chin towards the doors. Say hi to them for me, he said, before winking and striding off in the direction of the palace's receiving room to bubble door away. Not giving himself a chance to delay any longer, Jordan squared his shoulders and rapped his knuckles against the gilded doors. They opened almost instantly, with the Queen herself standing on the other side. Jordan, sweetheart, there you...
In that case, hopefully Delucia will intervene on Medora's behalf, Aurelius said dryly. Though the two of them together in Vardasia, it could go either way, really, couldn't it? This time, Jordan's laugh wasn't so forced. I'm surprised you and Bear didn't join them on their otherworldly trip, Asmata commented, sipping from a teacup. I understand why Kaiden and Declan couldn't go this time, since they're tied up with training right until Kaldoras Eve. But you two? She trailed off questioningly. We stayed here for a few reasons, Jordan said, shifting nervously in his seat. One being that Bear's brother's wedding is in 10 days, so it's all hands on deck in the Ronigan household to get everything ready. And you offered to help, naturally, Aurelius noted. Jordan didn't even have to think before responding. They're my family. The king's eyes softened, as did the queen's, both of them knowing all about Jordan's real family, at least from a bloodline perspective. In his mind, the Ronigans were his real family, having all but adopted him years ago when he and Bear had first met at the academy. Clearing his throat, Jordan continued. On top of that, I know Dix and Alex have been struggling to find time alone together now that they don't share a dorm room and aren't apprenticed in the same classes. It was the same for him and Bear, since they too had their own individual suites now, though they often bunked in each other's rooms anyway. And they also had SAS together, with Bear having been accepted into the class during their 5th year, and then continuing on as an apprentice with Jordan and Alex after that, and with Kaiden until he'd graduated 6 months ago. It wasn't so bad last year, Jordan went on, since we weren't worked so hard off our behinds. He sent a quick, apologetic look to the Queen, who only smiled into her teacup. But the workload this final year has been brutal. Bear and I figured they'd enjoy having a few days away just as a girls' trip. And that's why you organized it for them? The king asked, raising his brow. At Jordan's startled look, Aurelius went on. Delucia told us it was you who contacted Empress Zaylin and planned everything, right down to the timing. Specifically, the timing. Some might wonder if there was a reason why you wanted them gone just before Kaldoras, and then returning in time for the holiday. It is, after all, a very special, very romantic holiday. Jordan swallowed at the knowing look on the king's face. The Queen was still smiling into her teacup, also knowingly. Slumping his shoulders as he realized they knew exactly why he had asked to meet with them, Jordan sighed and said, You're going to make me say it, aren't you? You're going to make me ask. Aurelius stroked his jaw, playing dumb. Whatever could you be talking about? He turned to his wife, that twinkle back in his eyes. Darling, do you know? Asmata's shoulders shook slightly, but she didn't respond other than to bite her lip. There was nothing for it now, Jordan realized. He'd come here for a reason, and their knowing that reason didn't change anything. Straightening in his seat, Jordan leaned forward with intent, ignored his nerves, and looked into the eyes of the king and then the queen as he said, softly but firmly, "I'm in love with your daughter." He paused, gathered himself, then went on even more firmly, "I've never loved anyone the way I love Dix, and I know down to my blood, to my bones, to the very marrow of my being, that it's a love that will never fade and will only grow stronger. Every day I love her more, to the point that it terrifies me. She's it for me. I want to spend my life with her, this one and whatever comes next. So with your blessing," he stumbled over the words, anxiety taking hold. "With your blessing, when she returns from Tia Ara's, I'm going to ask her to marry her." Silence spread throughout the room like a tangible thing, until Jordan felt compelled to continue. "I know it's more complicated than other relationships, with her being who she is, with the duties that are ahead of her, and the expectations that come with her crown. But I'm all in. I need you to know that I'll stand by her side through everything. I'll be her strength. I'll be her support. I'll be her—" He ran out of words, despite having practiced this speech over and over for what felt like years. "Just know that I'll be there for her, with her, in whatever capacity she needs me, and I'll love every second of it, because what I love most of all, now and forever, is her." There were tears in Asmata's eyes. There were tears in Aurelius' eyes, too. And seeing them, Jordan felt his eyes start prickling, certain he already knew their answer. The queen lowered her teacup and reached out to clasp Jordan's hands. "You make our daughter happy," she said, her voice wobbly with emotion. "You always have. There's no one else we would trust to love and cherish Delucia the way you do." Jordan's nerves vanished as hope, as joy flooded him. The king's voice was equally hoarse as he held Jordan's gaze. "You've been like a son to us for years, Jordan. It's been an honor to see you grow into the confident young man you are. An honor and a privilege." The prickling behind Jordan's eyes grew stronger. His own father had never uttered such kind words to him, but he deliberately pushed that thought far away and focused on the warmth blossoming in his chest. Until one word from the king, and Jordan stopped breathing. "As you noted, Delucia's situation is— what was the word you used? Complicated." Aurelius nodded to himself. "Yes, her situation is complicated. She's not just a princess, she's also the heir to the human throne of Medora. As such, anyone she marries must be able to handle everything that comes with being her husband, physically, mentally, and emotionally. You've said you're up to the task, so before we give you our blessing, we need to see evidence." "Evidence?" Jordan asked through a choked exhalation. Aurelius reached for a scroll of parchment Jordan hadn't noticed sitting beside the tea service. Asmata gave Jordan's fingers a quick, reassuring squeeze before she released him so he could take the scroll when Aurelius held it out for him. Trembling slightly, Jordan unrolled the parchment, his brow furrowing at the long list of words before him. "If you marry our daughter, you'll become the prince consort, and, one day, the king," Aurelius declared. "In your hands is an abridged list of character traits one must exemplify as a royal." Jordan's eyebrows shot to his hairline, and he glanced down at the parchment again. "Today is Wednesday," the king went on. "Friday is Kaldoras' Eve. Delucia is returning from Tia Ara's that evening. Am I correct in assuming that's when you intend to propose?" Jordan nodded, seeing no point in hiding his plans. He could wait until Saturday, but assuming all went well and DC said yes, then he wanted them both to be able to celebrate with their family and friends on Kaldoras. "In that case," Aurelius continued, "for the next 2.5 days, you will undertake a set of tasks, at the end of which we will evaluate how many royal character traits you are able to demonstrate. If we're satisfied, we will grant you our blessing." Jordan felt a sting of hurt. "You want me to prove myself?" Asmata was quick to comfort him.
That's not what this is about, sweetheart." Jordan couldn't keep the skeptical look off his face. Seeing his reaction, the king said, his voice gentler than before, "My wife speaks true. Whatever this may look like, it's not about you showing yourself worthy of our daughter. We love you, Jordan, just as you are. And we love you for Delucia. We truly can't imagine anyone better suited to her." "Then why?" "I promise you'll understand in a few days," the king interrupted. "Assuming you're up to the challenge?" Jordan would do anything to earn their blessing, especially knowing how much it meant to DC and to himself. So he didn't hesitate to say, "Of course I am." "Good man," Aurelia said approvingly.
Now take another look at what's before you. Jordan peered at the parchment again, reading the words one by one this time. Unable to help himself, he remarked, "Some of these are a bit redundant, don't you think? Reliable and dependable, humble and modest, empathetic and compassionate, thoughtful and considerate. You said this is abridged, but between us, it probably could have done with some more trimming." Neither the king nor the queen responded, or if they did, Jordan didn't hear them, because he was wholly distracted when the words on the page vanished. Jordan's eyes widened, and he flipped the parchment over, but there was nothing there. "On Friday afternoon, upon the completion of your final task, the words will return, indicating which ones you've exhibited in the time from now until then," Aurelius explained. "What about ones I've already shown in the years you've known me?" Jordan asked. He tried to remember some of them. "I fought in the war, that ticks off courage, surely." "There are different kinds of courage," Asmata said, an almost apologetic note in her voice. "There were other words on the list that will require you to be courageous should you find yourself able to consider them." Jordan's forehead creased with confusion. Jordan blinked in surprise as she hurried from the room, leaving him alone with the watchful, dark-eyed man. Bye then," he called after her, but she was already gone. "Jordan Sparker, please follow me," Master Ying said directly into Jordan's mind. DC had once shared that she'd never heard Ying's audible voice in all the years she'd studied under him. Indeed, she didn't even know if he could speak verbally. Ying was considerably less intimidating than Alma, but Jordan had only communicated with him briefly during the years since they'd first met, and he knew very little about the tutor's role at the palace. Jordan was intrigued, therefore, to follow him out of the dining room and through the golden hallways, the silence growing between them. It wasn't uncomfortable. If anything, it was peaceful, giving Jordan a chance to process everything that had happened already that day, as well as ponder all the tasks that lay ahead. Soon enough, they were deep in the palace, entering the expansive indoor butterfly garden. Ying led him along the pebbled paths through jungle-like foliage, past ponds and bubbling brooks, right to the heart of the glass-domed space. Trees and plants and shrubs and flowers, so many flowers, crowded the garden, along with thousands upon thousands of butterflies. Halting at a wooden bench beside a tranquil stream, Master Ying said, "Please, take a seat." Hesitantly, Jordan did so, with Ying sitting beside him. Jordan waited, and waited, and waited, wondering if perhaps he was supposed to get the ball rolling on whatever they were doing here. He casually observed, "It sure is nice and toasty in here." Nice was relative. The balmy temperature within the dome had forced Jordan to roll up his long sleeves immediately upon entry, and his skin was quickly turning clammy with sweat. Ying didn't reply to Jordan's comment, but he finally spoke. "The king and queen have told me of your intentions regarding the princess, and they've asked for my aid in overseeing your next task." That much Jordan had figured out on his own. As Mistress Alma would have made you aware, much of the royal role is based on physical perception, how you present yourself to the world, and how you interact with its inhabitants, Master Ying went on, oblivious to the butterfly that had just landed on his head. "But there is so much more that is required, most of which the public will never see. The crown is a privilege, but it can also be a burden. resulting in an emotional and mental toll that is, at times, both challenging and exhausting. He paused as if to make sure Jordan was listening, then continued. A royal must always maintain a composed outer appearance. They must exude serenity and confidence. Acting the part will suffice if needed, but for the sake of your long-term well-being, it will benefit you greatly if you can develop your own inner garden. He glanced meaningfully around the tranquil space surrounding them, and fill it with butterflies. Jordan arched an eyebrow. Are you saying you want me to make mental butterflies? Master Ying nodded, dislodging the colorful insect atop his head and prompting it to flutter away. Metaphorical butterflies, yes. Ones that represent patience, tolerance, calmness, attentiveness, respectfulness, and the like. Whenever you're in need of those butterflies, you will already have them within you, so long as you feed and nurture them. Ah, Jordan said. This is about inner strength, mental fortitude, emotional intelligence, that kind of thing, right? Indeed, said Master Ying. Relieved, Jordan smiled confidently and said, I've always been good with things like that, as well as with people. It takes a lot for them to ruffle my feathers, so my inner garden is pretty well tended. Patience, calmness, attentiveness, all those things you listed off, I'd say I've already made those butterflies. Wonderful, Ying said, a hint of amusement in his mental voice. Then this task should be easy for you. The tutor pulled something from within the folds of his emerald coat, an empty book filled with blank, unlined pages. He handed it to Jordan, followed by a set of colored pencils. Uncertain now, Jordan looked questioningly at the tutor. There are over 3,000 different butterfly species in this garden. Real ones, not metaphorical ones, Master Ying said. Your task is to sketch as many of them as you can in the time before I return. Jordan blinked at him, then blinked again. You want me to draw? So this is like an art class? I want you to nurture your inner garden, Ying corrected. Breathe, meditate, pay attention to the space around you. The whole time, you must remain in your seat. You cannot go searching for the butterflies. You must wait for them to come to you. It will require peace and patience and many of the other traits you claim to have already developed within you. This time, Jordan was sure he heard amusement in Ying's tone. I shall return later, the tutor said, rising to his feet. And remember, you must not leave this seat. Master Ying ambled away, disappearing into the dense vegetation. Jordan stared after him for a moment, then shook his head and opened the sketchbook. Much like with Mistress Alma's etiquette lessons, he wasn't convinced that drawing insects would help him earn the blessing of the king and queen, but he also wasn't about to quit when so much was at stake. And this task at least would be simple, if boring. Jordan wasn't a skilled artist, but he also wasn't terrible, so he made quick work of sketching the first few butterflies that fluttered by, one blue and black, the next orange, then others in various shades of red, purple, and green. By the time he finished his fifth butterfly, this one a glimmering gold color and resting on a nearby leaf, Jordan's nose was running. A few minutes later, he sneezed, causing the butterflies around him to scatter. Sighing, Jordan waited for them to return and then continued his drawings. The temperature was becoming uncomfortable now, with sweat trickling unpleasantly down his spine. But short of stripping off his clothes, there was little he could do, so he made himself ignore the growing warmth. He sneezed again, scattering the butterflies once more, an annoyance this time, since a few previously unseen species had just landed before him. Again, he waited for them to return, slapping mosquitoes from his skin as he did so. Despite the heat, part of him was grateful that his long clothes prevented them from sucking all the blood from his body. Another sneeze, and another scattering of butterflies, and Jordan began to realize he might have a problem. There was clearly something in the garden that was aggravating him, some allergy he was unaware of, making his task more challenging than he'd first assumed.
Along with the mosquitoes and the heat, his limbs were beginning to cramp the longer he remained unmoving, and a growing hunger had started to gnaw at his insides, making him regret not eating the pastry the queen had offered him. all of which meant Jordan was swiftly becoming miserable. But that, he'd also realized, was the point. "I want you to nurture your inner garden," Ying had said. This task wasn't to see how skilled Jordan was at art. It was to see how he would handle himself when life became uncomfortable. Well, Ying didn't know how Jordan had grown up, and who with, and that he therefore knew all about uncomfortable, in all its various forms. Ying also didn't know what Jordan had suffered through while claimed by Avon, or what it had taken for him to recover. Jordan still bore the mental and emotional scars from that ordeal, and he always would, but they were a mark of his past, nothing more. Proof of the inner battle he had fought and won. Jordan hadn't lied when he'd told Master Ying that his mental garden was well tended. While he'd never used those words to describe it before, nor would he in the future if given the choice, he'd been through enough in his short life to make him stronger than many others his age. And because of that, he didn't grumble when the heat seemed to rise even higher, when more biting insects arrived to feast on his flesh, when his limbs continued cramping, when his hunger became a physical pain in his stomach, and when he continued sneezing as his allergies steadily worsened. By the time Master Ying returned hours later, Jordan was feeling undeniably wretched, and he'd only managed to sketch a few dozen butterflies thanks to his too frequent sneezing. But he hadn't moved from the seat. He hadn't given up, nor would he, ever. Not when it came to DC and their future. Because that, he knew, was what this task had really been about. Master Ying took the sketchbook from Jordan, but he didn't open it, since, as Jordan already knew, this challenge had never been about the art. Instead, Ying asked, "How do you feel?" "Ready for some strong antihistamines," Jordan answered through his stuffy nose. "But otherwise, great. I could keep going for days, weeks even." He didn't mention the bug bites that were clearly visible on his flesh, or the sweat that soaked his clothes and skin and plastered his blonde hair to his face. Nor did he comment on the near-violent rumbling of his stomach. Ying could see and hear all of that for himself. There was an approving light in the tutor's eyes as he repeated his earlier words. "The crown is a privilege, but it can also be a burden." He held Jordan's gaze. "I do, however, believe that if there's anyone who can bear the weight and help carry it for our princess, it's you, Jordan Sparker." Jordan swallowed at the unexpected praise. Every part of him itched and stung. His eyes were red and swollen, and there was enough snot on his sweat-soaked clothes to give Mistress Alma a heart attack. But Master Ying's support more than made up for what he'd endured over the last few hours. "That means a lot, thank you," Jordan said hoarsely. It was a memory Jordan had sealed deep in his heart, one that helped fill the empty space left after the death of his own brother Liuka, nearly a decade ago. "Sonny!" Mrs. Gribble called across the bakery. "There are plates that need washing." Sighing, Jordan said, "I'd better go. Eat an extra donut for me, will ya? And say nice things at my funeral after I die of starvation." Over their chuckles, he looked at Bear and said, 8 o'clock? Knowing what he meant, Bear nodded solemnly, and Jordan scurried back to the kitchen. The afternoon crawled by, with hours passing as tables, entertained customers, salivated over pastries, and scrubbed plate after plate. When finally the store closed and the end was in sight, because surely he would be allowed to leave now and go eat his weight in whatever food he could find first, Mrs. Gribble brought his plans to a screeching halt. "Time for the real fun," she said, after dismissing her staff. With a gleeful smile, she instructed Jordan to swap his apron for a fresh one, then gestured for him to follow her over to a long, clean workbench in the back kitchen. "Real fun?" Jordan repeated slowly. Normally, that would sound good to him, but after the day he'd had, all he wanted to do was curl up in front of a fire and stuff his face. "The King and Queen are hosting an afternoon tea party on Kaldoras Eve," Mrs. Gribble shared. "Something small, nothing fancy. They've asked me to bake the cake, and you're going to help me." Jordan balked. "I'm not much of a baker." He was good at eating cakes, but not at making them. He still had nightmares about the one he, Alex, and DC had made for Bear's 17th birthday that had left him vomiting blue-colored bile for days. "Fortunately for all involved, I am," Mrs. Gribble said. She clapped her hands.
Now, they've requested a 3-tiered cake featuring their favorite flavors: coconut cream for the king, champagne and fresh fruit for the queen, and, for the princess, white chocolate with dillyberries, Jordan said softly. He knew it was DC's favorite, just as he knew Mrs. Gribble baked it for her birthday every year. He also hoped the pastry chef would be willing to make it for their wedding one day, though he wasn't about to make that request just yet. Princess DeLucia won't be in attendance on Friday, Mrs. Gribble went on, telling Jordan something he already knew, but the cake must still reflect the full royal family, and, as with everything I bake them, it will be nothing short of perfection. She met Jordan's eyes. Are you ready to make something magical? Acutely aware of his own limitations, Jordan replied, I'm ready to help you make something magical, and I'm equally ready to do my best not to stuff it up. Mrs. Gribble laughed heartily. I suppose that's acceptable. Now, grab the flour, Sonny, and let's get started. Night had well and truly fallen by the time the 3 cakes were baked, assembled together, and covered in lashings of frosting and cream, with the fruit waiting in the chiller room to be chopped and added fresh on the day of the party. After cleaning the kitchen to sparkling perfection, Jordan was ready to drop, so when Mrs. Gribble approached with an intent look on her face, he had to repress a groan at the thought of what new task he would now have to complete. But then she beamed and revealed the plate hidden behind her back, upon which rested the most decadent lemon meringue pie Jordan had ever seen. In her other hand were 2 forks, one of which she held out to him as she invited, Have a seat, Sonny. You've earned it. For the second time since entering her bakery, Jordan nearly cried, but this time it was from joy. Moving so fast that he stumbled slightly over his own feet, Jordan hurried over to the nearest table, remembering his manners at the last second to pull out a chair for Mrs. Gribble. Only after she was seated and the pie was centered between them did the baker nudge the offering towards him. Dig in. Jordan didn't need to be told twice, but just before his fork made contact with the pie, a chiming sound came from his pocket, this calm TCD alerting him to the time. It was 8 o'clock. Immediately, an echo of the conversation he'd had with Bear earlier that day came to him. Are we still on for tonight? Only if you're up for it. You know better than to ask that. No way would I let you go on your own. Staring at the creamy yellow dessert before him, Jordan knew he had a decision to make. He also knew that, when it came to something like this, there was only one choice he could ever make, or would ever make. Dropping his fork, he rose from his seat and said, Thank you, Mrs. Gribble, but if there's nothing more you need from me, then there's somewhere else I have to be. The baker looked surprised. But aren't you hungry? Your stomach sounds like an earthquake.
Once again, the king's voice flittered across his memory. Today's theme is sacrifice. Was it ever? Jordan thought dryly to himself. Shaking his head, he said, I'm okay, but thanks again. Mrs. Gribble peered at him closely for a long moment, but then a proud look came to her face. Off you trot then, Sonny, and good work today. Next time you visit, your food is on the house. Jordan would definitely take her up on that, and he looked forward to doing so very soon. After telling her as much, he exited the bakery, pulled a bubbler vial from his pocket, smashed it to the ground, and stepped straight through. Seconds later, he arrived just outside the wards of his new destination, Hallowgate Cemetery. It took a moment for Jordan's eyes to adjust to the darkness, but the moon was full and bounced off the rolling, snow-dusted hills and swaying hollow trees, providing enough light for him to make out Bear's figure waiting for him just up ahead. Crunching his way across the icy grass, Jordan was shivering by the time he reached his friend, but unlike Jordan, Bear had come prepared. I figured you might need this, Bear said, holding out a thick winter coat. Thanks, Jordan said, donning it and moaning at the warmth it provided. I had to come straight from the bakery. I can tell. Bear's lips twitched as he pointed to Jordan's head. You brought half of it with you. Hearing the question in Bear's voice and remembering his silent promise earlier, Jordan quickly shared what had happened during his meeting with the king and queen, and how it had led to him being at Mrs. Gribble's that day, plus his tasks with Mistress Alma and Master Ying beforehand. As he spoke, he combed his fingers through his hair, prompting a cloud of flour and sugar to drift down onto the snow. Wrinkling his nose, he finished by saying, "I'm guessing I don't want to know how terrible I look right now." "Not if you want to keep what's left of your dignity intact," Bear answered, fighting a smile. But then he sobered and gestured to the path traveling deeper into the cemetery. "It's freezing out here. Shall we do this?" Jordan nodded. "Lead on, mate. I'm right beside you." He was, and he always would be. Through good times and, like tonight, the not-so-good. It was a tradition for them now to come to Hallowgate in the week leading up to the holiday, just the two of them. They'd started it in their 5th year at the Academy, the first Kaldoras after the battle, and the first Kaldoras that Bear's father, William, hadn't been with them. It was to his grave that they headed now, speaking little to each other as they wound their way along the perfectly manicured paths and past row after row of circular glass plaques, headstones, commemorating the dead. It was a somber walk, as it always was, and as it should be. Jordan had visited Hallowgate numerous times since his childhood, but in the years since the war, there were many more names he recognized now, all of whom had lost their lives in the fight against Avon. Reading some of them as he and Bear continued making their way along the snowy paths, Jordan's heart gave a pang with every memory that was prompted, with every familiar name he saw. Students from Akarnae who had been his classmates and friends, like Philippa Pipsqueaker and Blink. Other students whom he hadn't known well, but were still way too young to die, like Brendan Lubinsky and Nick Baxter. Administrator Jarvis, General Tyson, Jackson Sterling, Declan Grandfather. So many more, too many, all slain in a senseless war. At times like these, Jordan struggled with the dual nature of his emotions, his grief over those who had perished and his relief over those who had survived. There were other names in this cemetery that Jordan wouldn't allow himself to consider, not yet. Tonight, he was here for Bear, for William. And as they approached a picturesque cluster of hollow trees sparkling under the moonlight and rustling from an invisible breeze, they slowed their pace, having reached their destination. "Hi, Dad," Bear said quietly, kneeling beside the circular glass plaque that was nestled between a bed of rainbow hollow flowers. The bright, colorful buds offered a peaceful, enchanted feel to William's resting place, though not enough to ease the sadness left from his passing. No flowers in the world held that amount of power. Jordan kneeled silently beside Bear, giving his friend the time and space he needed. A few moments later, Bear inhaled deeply and reached out to run his hand over the transparent surface of the glass, his touch causing familiar words to rise above it. "Here lies the warden, William Eustace Ronigan, always loving, always loved, remembered unto eternity." The holo message floated in the air before dissolving again, and once it did, Bear inhaled deeply a second time, pulled a knife from his pocket, and pricked his finger. When his blood dripped onto the glass, a holo image arose, sharing the memory William himself had chosen long before his death to be immortalized within his headstone. It was from Kaldoras 6 years ago, the first year Jordan had been invited to the Ronigans' house for the holidays. He'd met Bear and his family only months earlier during their orientation day as first years at the Academy, and after seeing Jordan standing on his own without any family waiting to say goodbye, they'd adopted him on the spot. When that next Kaldoras arrived, William and Dorothy, and Gamily, learned that Jordan's family didn't celebrate the holiday anymore, so they not only invited him to stay with them instead, they insisted. The footage playing out before Jordan and Bear now wouldn't look special to anyone else. It was just a group of people sitting around a table full of food, laughing and enjoying each other's company. But to the Ronigans, and to Jordan, this memory was everything. William was a warden, a protector of the people, and had given his life to help make their world safer. But more than a warden, William was a father, a husband, a son, a friend. And the holo image revealed him as such, showing the love he had for his family above all else, right up until the day he died, and, through this footage, everlasting into the future. Bear sniffed, and Jordan reached out to clasp his shoulder, the two of them watching the silent recording play out until it dissolved entirely.
Only once it was finished did Jordan give Bear a squeeze and murmur, "I'll give you a moment." He stood and backed away, intending to wait further along the path behind the hollow trees. But as he headed that way, his feet continued walking, almost without his permission. He knew where he was going, had followed this route many times in the last 10 years, but it didn't lessen the tightness he felt in the pit of his stomach, especially as he passed by more familiar names, like Skyla Faye, who Jordan had, unintentionally or not, led to her own death. He might have been claimed by Avon at the time, as had Callista Main, who had carried out the command to kill Jordan's SAS classmate. But there would always be a shadow of guilt within Jordan, another one of his mental scars that would be with him forever. Despite that, it wasn't to Skyla's grave that Jordan was heading. It was to his brother's. Unlike Bear, who had offered a quiet greeting to William upon his arrival, Jordan said nothing as he approached Luca's glass plaque and crouched down beside it. He didn't reach out to touch the headstone, didn't come here wanting to see the holo message rise above it. Words chosen by their parents, a formal and trite, "beloved son, gone too soon." Instead, Jordan leaned down and blew snow off the circular plaque, revealing words he had etched into the glass many years ago, words he'd also had tattooed onto his own body in Latharan ink, because they meant so much to him, to both of them. Never let them break you. Jordan missed his brother every day and would give anything to rewind the clock and have Luca back in his life.
But he was also grateful for the message Luca had cemented within him, for the spirit he had left behind, for the strength and hope and belief Jordan now had in himself. He would never let anyone or anything break him. He would overcome whatever he faced, forever, until eternity. "Thanks, brother," Jordan whispered, as he always did whenever he visited Luca. "Happy Kaldoras." Rising again and dusting snow from his knees, Jordan purposefully avoided looking at the grave resting just behind his brother's, the one bordered by small, willowy hollow trees. He knew who it belonged to, of course he did. But in the nearly 3 years since it had appeared, any time Jordan visited Luca, he ignored it, just as he did tonight. Instead, Jordan made his way back to where Bear waited, now standing beside William's grave, his features melancholic but also peaceful. "Ready?" Bear asked, not questioning where Jordan had been, since he already knew. Jordan cast one final glance towards William's grave before nodding. "Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go home." And together the two friends departed the cemetery, though, as always, they left parts of themselves behind. When Jordan woke in Woodhaven the next morning, it was with a sense of dread. He hadn't been given any instructions upon leaving Mrs. Gribble's the night before, so he'd made sure to arise early, with his plan being to get to the palace and, well, that was as far as his plan went. But he assumed someone would find him there and tell him what was next in his quest to prove himself worthy of marrying the princess. Given the early hour, Jordan expected the kitchen to be empty. But when he stepped into the cozy room, someone was leaning against the wooden bench, sipping from a mug of steaming coffee. "Jira," Jordan said, surprised. He didn't attempt to hide his mirth as he added, "More wedding planning today? You're a real glutton for punishment, being here so early. I figured you'd be dragging your heels and arriving as late as possible." The amused sparkle in the warden's bright blue eyes caused warning bells to ring in Jordan's ears, bells that only grew louder when she answered, "No wedding prep today. I told Gammy and Dorothy that I'd cancel the whole thing if they didn't give me a few days off. I have a reprieve until after Kaldoras." Jordan's brow furrowed as he searched for leftovers from the meal he'd gorged himself on before heading to bed last night. "If you're not here for wedding stuff, then—" He paused to take a bite of cold pizza, before going on, "Blake's not here, you know. I thought you guys had a place together?" "I'm not here for Blake, Jordan." A wicked smile crept over Jira's lips. "I'm here for you." Jordan had just reached for his second slice of cheesy goodness, but his hand froze halfway to his mouth. "Me?" The warden straightened her black uniform and smirked. "I believe you were told that today's theme would be discipline. Guess what that means?" Understanding hit Jordan's dead shock, since it was beginning to seem like everyone knew about his royal challenges, and he lowered his pizza while muttering his answer. "I'm thinking it means I should eat something more substantial." Chuckling, Jira said, "Maybe try oatmeal. Trust me when I say you're going to want as much long-lasting energy as you can get." She paused. "You should probably swap your clothes, too. Pick something you can move easily in." Jordan glanced down at his jeans and jacket combo, then sighed as he used the kitchen's TCD terminal to make a proper breakfast, before heading off to change into some breathable long pants, a t-shirt, and a zippered lightweight hoodie. "Better?" he asked Jira when he arrived back in the kitchen, holding his arms out for her inspection. "Much," she replied. "You can thank me later." With that ominous statement, she swallowed the last of her coffee, brushed a wisp of dark hair behind her ear, and waved for him to follow her out of the house. "I take it you're supervising my task today?" Jordan asked when they halted on the snowy garden path. His thin clothes were ill-suited to the frosty weather at Woodhaven, so he was relieved when Jira pulled a bubbler vial from her uniform and threw it to the ground. "No," the warden answered, her wicked smile returning. "I'm just your escort." She didn't give him a chance to wonder what that meant before stepping forward into the bubble door, beckoning him to follow. Knowing he had limited choice in the matter, Jordan gathered his courage and walked straight through after her. When he came out the other side, however, that courage instantly wavered as he glanced around at their new destination, an odd combination of anticipation and trepidation filling him as he took in their familiar surroundings. Because directly in front of them was the gated entrance to the Sori outpost. Jordan had only been there once before, in his 4th year at the Academy, during Hunter's ruthless overnight SAS trip. That was over 3 years ago now, but unlike many of the cities in Medora, human and otherwise, the military outpost had survived the war unscathed, so it looked mostly the same as when Jordan had last stood outside its intimidating sandstone walls that met the desert on one side and the forested Durungan ranges on the other. "Discipline, right?" Jordan said, his voice rasping slightly. He peered up at the armored guards patrolling along the top of the fortified walls. "Why do I have the feeling that today is gonna suck?" Jira clapped him heartily on the back. "And here I thought I was the one with the gift of intuition." Jordan sent her a flat look. "You're getting way too much enjoyment out of this." Beaming unrepentantly, she replied, "I really, truly am." She then nudged him forward. "Now, get moving. You're already late." Grumbling under his breath about how that was hardly his fault when she was the one who had been sent to collect him, Jordan followed Jira through the gates, with soldiers nodding respectfully to her as they passed. Last time, Jordan had only been inside the compound briefly with Kaiden, the two of them hidden by his transcendence gift as they'd headed directly towards the command center before making a hasty retreat. Today, Jira led Jordan in the opposite direction, and he peered around with unbridled curiosity as she pointed out various buildings as they passed. There were sleeping quarters for the soldiers, with bunk-style dormitories for the cadets and individual suites for the higher-ranking officers, as well as separate areas for wardens, both shields and swords, and their trainees. There were multiple mess halls and bathing facilities. There were weapons storerooms and medical services and communication offices, and even an on-site chemtech laboratory for military research and development. And then, finally, there were the training grounds, where Jira's tour came to an end. "How did I know this was where you were leading me?" Jordan mumbled, looking warily at a group of black-clothed people standing in formation at the edge of a large sandy field, all of whom were staring straight back at him. They weren't wearing the uniform of the militia or of the wardens, making Jordan think they must still be cadets awaiting promotion. "You're late," boomed a voice loud enough to make Jordan jump. It was also a familiar voice, as was the man it belonged to, who was walking from the group over to where Jordan and Jira stood. "General Drock," Jordan greeted the leader of the western half of Medora's military, someone he'd first met during the war and had seen at palace functions a handful of times since then. "Nice place you've got here. Cozy. Quaint." The general crossed his arms over his polished uniform. "Let's see if you still think that by the end of the day, kid." Jordan very much doubted he would, especially when Jira sent him a merry wave and a merciless grin before leaving him in the general's care. She'd barely disappeared from sight before Drock told Jordan something he'd already begun to suspect, that he would be spending the day training with the cadets. Discipline, indeed. At first, it was exactly what Jordan anticipated, and very similar to what had endured for 5 years at Akarnae in his PE classes with the ethically questionable instructor, Finn. Jordan hadn't been offered an apprenticeship position in that subject, thankfully, but had maintained a regular fitness regime since then, and was easily able to keep pace with the cadets as they ran drills and repeated exercise circuits with numerous rounds of sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, and everything in between. Drock vanished at some stage, replaced by a dark-skinned woman named Major Laurel, who, if anything, worked them even harder than the general, barking out orders to "Move! Move! Move!" Hours passed while Jordan sweated it out with the cadets beneath the desert sun, with them afforded only a short water break and an even shorter lunch before Laurel had them up and moving again, this time joining a group of trainee wardens for what she gleefully called boot camp, an obstacle course inspired by the most creative of nightmares. Jordan had experienced Carter's challenging obstacle courses during his combat classes all the way up until his 5th year, but this, every part of Jordan ached just from looking at it. "Do it for Dix," he chanted mentally as he pulled himself up flesh-peeling ladders, vaulted over bone-cracking walls, wormed his way through muddy, claustrophobic tunnels, and jumped hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. When arrows flew at him, he ducked. When daggers were launched his way, he dodged. When his body wanted to give out and crumple, he called to mind his girlfriend, the love of his life, reminding himself that it was all worth it, that she was worth it, and finding strength in knowing there was going to be serious consequences when she found out exactly what he'd gone through in order to earn her parents' blessing, that he couldn't wait to see, and it gave him the energy boost he needed to make it through the obstacle course, over and over, until Major Laurel finally said they were done for the day. The cadets quickly dispersed, heading off to administrative duties and various outpost chores and assignments that would keep them busy until night fell. Major Laurel departed with them, telling Jordan to wait where he was and that someone would come for him soon. Minutes passed while he stood at the edge of the training ground, looking around for Jira or Drock or anyone who might tell him what his next task was, or, preferably, that he was finished and could go home. He should have known it was wishful thinking, because just as he was about to drop to the ground, unintentionally, since his body was screaming at him to rest, a female voice halted him, this one also familiar, if unexpected. "I wouldn't sit if I were you," Nisha James said, a smile in her voice as she approached. "You look like you might not be able to get up again." Given that every inch of him was hurting, she likely wasn't wrong. "Part of me wants to give you a hug and say I'm happy to see you," Jordan told the commander of Medora's armed human forces, both the military and the wardens, who also happened to be Kaiden and Jira's aunt, "but something tells me I'm not going to be feeling as charitable in a moment." He eyed the backpack she held in her hand pointedly, and warily. "I know it's getting late, but unfortunately, you still have one more task ahead of you," Nisha said, and to her credit, she did look apologetic as she handed over the pack and gave him his instructions. "There's a small desert oasis about 2 hours due east of here. It's a difficult walk over shifting sand and steep dunes, but once you make it there, you'll be able to rest." "Rest?" Jordan asked. "Not leave?" Nisha shook her head. "You'll be camping there overnight. But don't worry," she added quickly, "it won't be as awful as you think. And you can take a bubble door straight from the oasis to the palace first thing in the morning." Jordan looked down at his mud-covered, sweat-soaked, utterly filthy clothes. "I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see me." Her blue eyes laughing, Nisha said, "It would serve them right after these ridiculous tasks they've set you." But then she jerked her chin towards the backpack. "There are spare clothes inside, along with food, water, and everything else you need to survive the night." An amused, knowing look touched her face as she added, "You may even find yourself having fun." Fun was the last thing Jordan thought he would feel after hiking through the desert for 2 hours and then spending the night out on the cold, hard sand. But he bit his tongue, knowing from Nisha's mention of the ridiculous tasks that she was on his side and was only acting as the messenger with this one. "You have about 90 minutes until the sun starts to set, and once it does, the temperature is going to drop fast," Nisha warned. "When that happens, make sure you layer up to keep warm until you reach the oasis and get a fire going." She held his eyes.
Don't be a hero, Jordan. I know what you're doing seems important to you, but if you get in trouble and need to bail, use the bubbler vial. An archaic list of supposedly royal attributes isn't worth endangering your life. Understood? Jordan swallowed, then made himself nod, even if he knew he'd never forfeit the challenge. He'd come this far, some aches and pains and general overall discomfort weren't going to stop him now. Good, Nisha said. I'll escort you to the front gate and point you in the right direction, but after that, you're on your own. Her lips quirked. For a while, at least. Jordan didn't realize the significance of her last words until 2 hours later, when he finally made it to the oasis after a painstaking journey that left his muscles cramped, his skin dry, and his spirit nearly defeated. It was a shock, therefore, to find that someone had arrived before him and set up tents around a roaring, welcoming campfire. No, not someone. Someone's. 2 people. 2 friends. Jordan couldn't believe his eyes when Kaiden and Declan leapt up to greet him, taking his backpack and helping him over to the fire. He was so shocked to see them that he nearly convinced himself they weren't real, until, "You look awful," Declan said with a guffaw as he shoved a fresh canteen of water into Jordan's hands. "Here, drink these," Kaiden said, passing him a vial of green pain reliever, followed by an assortment of other medicines that had him whimpering with relief. Within seconds, he felt almost human again and could have kissed both young men from gratitude alone. "What are you doing here? Why? How?" he stammered between chugs of water, his tone as incredulous as he felt. "I thought you had to train right up until Kaldoras." "We do, and we are," Declan said, indicating the black uniforms both he and Kaiden were wearing, featuring the golden emblem of 2 swords crossed together behind a crown. The insignia was worn only by wardens, but, surprising no one, they'd both been invited into the program straight out of the academy and had been training as swords for 6 months now, ever since graduating. "We're stationed at the Sori outpost this month, running exercises with the guards," Kaiden explained. He scooped a bowl of steaming stew from where it bubbled over the fire, handing it to Jordan as he added, "Aunt Nisha thought you might like some company tonight, so she sent us out here under the guise of survival skills, claiming it's an important part of our field training." Declan snorted. "I'm pretty sure she was just worried you'd get lost or turn up dead, and Dix would go on a royal rampage. We're here to save you if needed, though it looks like you managed all right on your own." "If by all right you mean barely survived, then yes, you'd be correct in that assessment," Jordan said dryly. "But yeah, I'm definitely glad Nisha sent you." He jiggled his bowl of stew and smiled mischievously. "Mostly because you're feeding me."
Kaiden and Declan huffed out quiet laughs before the 3 of them settled in around the fire, eating dinner and catching up. While Alex still saw Kaiden regularly and Bear saw Declan almost as much, the little free time Jordan had was usually spent with DC, so it had been a while since he'd last been able to just sit and talk with the 2 young men, especially without the distraction of their partners or anyone else around. It was nice hearing how they were enjoying life after the academy and all about their experiences in the warden training program, something they clearly loved being a part of. "Are you sure you won't join us next year?" Declan asked, spearing a marshmallow on a stick and moving it into the fire. "I always thought it was what you wanted to do." "It was, once," Jordan admitted, squishing his own marshmallow between his fingers. "But things changed after the war. I'm pretty set on my goals now." It was true. Jordan had once dreamed of becoming a warden, but after Avon's defeat, he'd spent a lot of time with the other mortal races of Medora, helping to rebuild their cities, and he'd gotten to know them closely in the process. He'd always been a people person, so he dedicated himself to coaxing them out of their prickly shells, which had led to him hearing their stories and learning about their cultures. Once the cleanup was complete, he realized how much he wanted to keep working with them in other capacities, and it was like a light bulb had gone off in his brain. He'd immediately contacted Blake to find out the process for joining the ISD, the Interspecies Diplomatic Service, and he now had a job lined up for him as soon as he graduated. While he was the only one of his friends who would be working with the ISD, he wasn't the only one to have a career waiting for them. Bear had a position ready at Chemtech, with the scientific organization having begged him to join them ever since learning how he'd invented the Hyro blood spray detonators that had weakened the Messieran armies. He refused their attempts at poaching him from Akarnae, claiming he wanted to complete his apprenticeships first, in chemistry especially, but he'd eventually accepted a job that would have him working in a parallel department to his techno brother Johnny, starting as soon as school was finished. And as for DC, she would have her princess duties, but beyond that, she'd found her own passion during the war, helping to heal the bodies and minds of the wounded. It was unheard of for Fletcher to offer apprenticeships to anyone, being a doctor who didn't teach classes, but he'd noted DC's natural medical instincts, as well as her compassion for patients of all races, so he'd bent the rules and taken her on as a student. Her skills had only grown in the last 18 months under his tutelage, and she was looking forward to continuing her studies at Trillin's renowned College of Medicine for the next 4 years after graduating from Akarnae. "At least we'll have Alex with us," Declan said, interrupting Jordan's thoughts, "even if I still can't believe she's planning to start warden training while continuing to act as the human liaison to Mia and Taya Aras at the same time." He rolled his eyes. "Overachiever much?" "She certainly takes her protector of the races role seriously," Jordan agreed fondly. Kaiden's expression was soft and full of love for his girlfriend as he said, "She's going to make a great warden." "She's also going to make a great wife," Declan said cheekily, tossing a marshmallow at his best friend. "If only someone would hurry up and propose." Kaiden chuckled, not at all embarrassed or uncomfortable. "I promised her a while ago that I wouldn't ask until we'd both graduated." He blew out a breath. "Trust me, the wait is agonizing." "For her as well," Jordan said, unable to keep from grinning. "She used to freak out any time someone so much as joked about the two of you getting married, but she's so past ready for it now that I wouldn't be surprised if she lost patience and proposed to you herself." Kaiden smiled, but also shook his head. "That won't happen. After that Kaldoras, when Jira stole the proposal from Blake before he could finish, I made Alex swear not to do the same. She gave me her word that she'd let me have the honor when the time comes." "Then you better get cracking on that," Jordan warned, "because you have 6 months left until she graduates, and if you're not down on one knee when that day arrives—" He trailed off with a laugh. That laugh died instantly when Kaiden eyed him shrewdly and said, "Speaking of getting down on one knee, are you all set for tomorrow night?" Jordan gaped at him, then at the snickering Declan, before throwing his head back and demanding to the starlit sky, "How the gosh does everyone know?" "Sorry to tell you this, mate, but it's not much of a surprise," Declan said. Under his breath, he added, "To anyone." "It's meant to be," Jordan returned. "At least to Dix." Kaiden brushed dark hair off his face and grinned knowingly into the fire. Jordan groaned. "Please tell me she doesn't know?" Kaiden continued grinning into the fire, his silence speaking volumes. Declan, however, used actual words. "You weren't exactly subtle with the whole, 'Hey, here's an idea. Why don't you take a girls' trip right before Kaldoras, the most romantic day of the year, giving me time to set things up oh so sneakily in time for your return?'" "I did not say it like that," Jordan argued. "Maybe not," Declan allowed, "but Dix isn't stupid. Neither is Alex." "Alex already knew," Jordan said. "I told her before they left and made her promise to keep it a secret." Kaiden coughed, unsuccessfully hiding his laughter. Declan didn't even try. "What?" Jordan demanded. "Alex would never tell. She's like a vault." "She is," Kaiden agreed. "But you're assuming she didn't already know before you told her. She and Dix have been counting down to Kaldoras for months." "Because it's Kaldoras," Jordan stated. "Everyone loves the holiday." "They do, especially when they're a princess who is fully aware of what their boyfriend is planning for it," Kaiden said. His blue eyes danced as he added, "Let's also not forget that Dix dreams the future. Ignoring everything else, you'd still never be able to keep something like this from her for that reason alone." Hearing that, Jordan decided it was best for his sanity if this conversation ended, and if he forgot it ever happened. "Let's talk about something else," he said, grumbling slightly. Declan stood and stretched.
Actually, we should all think about crashing. Kaiden and I have an early start with training, and you have a big, exciting day ahead, with a certain princess returning tomorrow night. Jordan's stomach gave a nervous, excited leap at the thought of seeing DC so soon, and what he hoped would happen then. But he also had one remaining day of tasks awaiting him, and given what he'd been through today... Sighing, Jordan knew Declan was right about him needing sleep, especially if he wanted any chance of surviving whatever was coming next. So he nodded and stood as well. "If we're gone when you wake in the morning, we'll see you at Kaldoras' lunch on Saturday," Declan said, clapping Jordan on the back. "Can't wait to hear all about how your surprise went. Don't worry, you've got this." He then tacked on a quick night and disappeared inside his tent. Kaiden, however, hesitated. "Everything okay?" Jordan asked. "Dix loves you," Kaiden said, aproprio of nothing. Jordan smiled softly. "I know." "No," Jordan said, stepping closer. "She loves you." Brow furrowing, Jordan repeated slowly, "I know. I love her too." "There's no list of attributes in any world that would make her love you any less," Kaiden said, proving that his intuition gift was still as strong as all the others he possessed. "So, whatever you're doing, finish it for the reasons you started it, for Dix, for yourself, but don't let any of it define you. Your worth isn't decided by how many words you can check off a page. It's found in here." He tapped Jordan's chest, right over his heart.
She knows that. Make sure you do too. The unexpected encouragement hit Jordan harder than it should have. He swallowed, then swallowed again. Unable to stop himself, he whispered something he'd never said to anyone, not even to Bear. It was his greatest fears, something that went beyond his relationship with DC and flooded into every area of his life. It always had, even if he'd been so skilled, too skilled, at hiding it. The words were barely audible as they left his lips. "What if I'm not good enough?" Kaiden's eyes flooded with compassion. "You are. You just have to believe it." And with that, he pulled Jordan into a hug, holding him close for a long moment before releasing him and retreating into his own tent, leaving Jordan staring at the fire, thinking over what Kaiden had just said, and letting the words settle deep in his soul. "What if I'm not good enough? You are. You just have to believe it." When Jordan stepped into the palace's receiving room the next morning straight from the Oasis campsite, a wave of exhaustion slammed into him so hard that he stumbled. Despite the medicine Kaiden had given him last night, his muscles still felt the residual burn of the training drills and the obstacle course, as well as the 2-hour hike up and down crumbling sand dunes. All he wanted was to soak his aching body in a hot bath and then sleep for a decade, but he still had one final day of royal tasks ahead of him. And then, tonight, no, he wouldn't allow his mind to jump ahead to DC's return. Not yet. Walking stiffly forward and groaning as his limbs barked their protest, Jordan startled when a servant hurried into the receiving room, nearly crashing into him. "Are you Jordan Sparker?" the middle-aged man asked, wheezing slightly. At Jordan's hesitant nod, he went on, "Please, follow me." He led Jordan through the palace, along familiar gilded corridors and down spiraling staircases, all the way to the kitchens and then through a back door leading outside. Still, they continued, stopping only when they reached the large wooden stable complex that housed the royal horses. Suddenly, Jordan had a very bad feeling about what was ahead of him. That feeling only grew when the servants scurried away and the familiar face of stablemaster Corbin appeared. "Good, you're here," the stablemaster said, his cheeks ruddy and brown eyes gleaming as he beamed at Jordan. "Ready to get your hands dirty?" Jordan looked down at himself, taking in the faded blue jeans and white long-sleeved shirt that he'd found in his backpack that morning. How dirty? A few minutes later, he had his answer. Very dirty. King Aurelius had warned that the theme for the final day of tasks would be service, and true to its description, Jordan was quickly put to work. The first couple of hours weren't so bad. Corbin gave Jordan a pair of pruning shears and asked him to trim the hedges lining the path from the stables to the palace and to tidy the trails leading into the forest that eventually met the private beach. DC had taken Jordan along those paths many times before, the two of them riding horses to the picturesque cove where they'd enjoyed summer swims, picnic lunches, and romantic sunsets. His time with his girlfriend had been much more rewarding than this gardening task, but at least it wasn't difficult. Part of it was even pleasant, working under the winter sun, but it was still taxing on his already sore body. By the time Corbin called for him to return to the stable complex, Jordan's back, neck, and shoulders were screaming from having to bend over so much, and his hands were red and stiff from gripping the shears. But that was nothing compared to what came next. Jordan had taken equestrian skills at the Academy for 5 years, and while he hadn't continued on as apprentice like DC, he still knew how to care for horses and clean up after them. Stable Master Corbin was very aware of that, and tasked Jordan with making sure the royal steeds had all finished eating their morning grain, after which he led them out to their grazing paddocks so they could enjoy some fresh air and sunshine. That was the easy part. The hard part was what happened over the following hours, since Jordan spent them oiling saddles, scrubbing water troughs and feed buckets, and mucking out what seemed like an unending number of stalls. He was barely halfway through cleaning the stable complex when his body gave out on him, his too strained muscles and depleted energy making him so lightheaded that he had to rest for a moment, collapsing onto the soiled straw in the middle of a stall. He would have cringed at the thought of what he was sitting in if he wasn't already covered in manure, among other things, from his hours of labor, with his once pale clothes now a lovely shade of best not to ask. Breathing deeply in an attempt to push through the dizzy spell, Jordan lowered his pitchfork and peered down at his fatigued, trembling hands, seeing nothing but blistered, broken skin. He winced as he flexed his fingers, then used them to wipe sweat from his brow, grimacing at the grime he could feel on his face, on all of him. Just as he was trying to summon the strength to rise and continue his work, the sound of rustling straw had him glancing up to find someone moving hesitantly into the stall. It was a girl, someone he'd seen before, both at the palace and at Akarnae. She was a few years younger than Jordan and his friends, 15, he thought, in her second year of classes. She also happened to be Stable Master Corbin's adopted daughter. And right now, she was Jordan's savior because she was holding out a water bottle, an energy bar, and, most importantly, a vial of pain reliever coupled with a jar of healing salve. If Jordan had been capable of standing, he would have jumped to his feet and hugged her. Instead, he took her offerings, swallowing the food, water, and pain reliever before slathering his hands with the salve. "Thank you," he rasped out as his aches vanished and his skin healed before his eyes. "Truly, thank you." The girl tucked her shoulder-length black hair behind her ear and nodded. Jordan tried to remember her name, finally managing to say, "It's Ruva, right?" He was careful to pronounce it correctly, elongating the first part so it sounded like Ruva. She nodded again, her pale blue eyes bright against her sun-kissed skin. When she didn't say anything in reply, Jordan recalled something DC had once told him, that Ruva wasn't much for talking. She could talk, apparently, but she just didn't, at least not to people. She was often seen whispering to the horses. Rising slowly to his feet and nearly laughing from how much better he felt, Jordan returned the jar of salve to her and said, "I know I'm repeating myself, but I really can't thank you enough for this. I would have struggled to continue otherwise." He didn't expect a response, given what he'd been told, so he was surprised when she said, her voice soft and melodic, "You would have found a way." Before he could blurt something idiotic about him not being a horse and her still choosing to speak to him, she turned on her heel and walked out of the stall. But as she did so, Stable Master Corbin reappeared, his lips pressing together to keep from chuckling at Jordan's unmissably filthy appearance. "Here," Corbin said, tossing Jordan a pack. "New clothes. Go clean up, then head back to the kitchens." Jordan liked kitchens. He also liked the idea of no longer looking and smelling like a pile of dung. But he made himself say, "I still have half the stalls to go." Corbin waved a dismissive hand. "The stable hands will see to them. You're needed at the royal tea party for the rest of the afternoon." The tea party? The one he'd helped bake the Kaldoras cake for? Jordan's spirits lifted at the knowledge that he wouldn't be shoveling manure for what remained of the day, but rather schmoozing with Medora's elite. His expectations lowered, however, after he had a quick shower in the stable's bathroom and opened the pack Corbin had given him, finding a starchy, cream-colored suit inside, vest and tie included.
The ensemble looked dashing on Jordan, if he did say so himself, but he'd seen such uniforms worn at palace events before, and he knew that his role that afternoon wouldn't be to charm the guests. Instead, he'd be attending them. Sure enough, as soon as he made his way to the kitchens, the frazzled male servant who had met him in the receiving room earlier that day bustled him straight back out again, leading him up numerous staircases and outside onto the palace's rooftop garden. Situated above the entire eastern wing, it boasted a view overlooking all of Trillin, but Jordan didn't have a chance to enjoy the sight of the shining city before a tray of champagne flutes was shoved into his hands and he was ordered to circulate. After his morning at the stables, the change of pace and task was jarring, but Jordan was nothing if not adaptable. He made his way around the garden, weaving between groups of people, some sitting, some standing, all talking and laughing and having a good time. Mrs. Gribble had been wrong about it being a small, intimate affair. There weren't hundreds of guests, but there were still enough that Jordan had to frequently top up his tray, as did the numerous other servers circulating around the garden. While there were other things Jordan would prefer to be doing, he couldn't deny that he was enjoying himself. Many of the guests were familiar, thanks to a lifetime of having to endure these kinds of events with his parents, and it was both hilarious and insulting that they didn't recognize him, simply because they didn't see him. Even when he was right in front of them, handing them a drink or food, they looked straight through him. He was a servant, beneath their notice. That wasn't the case with everyone, of course. The king and queen recognized him at once, sending him warm smiles. Nisha and Jira did as well, along with other members of the royal council, including General Drock, who winked at Jordan and told him to keep the drinks coming. There were even some teachers there, like Headmaster Marcel and Hunter, neither of whom seemed the least bit surprised to see Jordan, though he'd had enough experience with both to know it was rare for anything to shock them. The people who did seem confused by his presence were those of the other races, the Shadow Walkers, Day Riders, and Flips, whom Jordan had come to know well in recent years, and they offered him baffled greetings, asking why he was waiting on them. Instead of answering, Jordan did his best to entertain and distract them, before swiftly continuing on to serve other groups. All was going well, the hours were passing quickly, and Jordan was handing out slices of cake while growing increasingly aware that the sun was setting and the party would soon be ending. Once it did, he would find out if he'd done enough to earn the king and queen's blessing. And soon after that, DC would be returning from Tiara's, and then he'd finally get to... Jordan's thoughts skidded to a halt when a group of people who had been huddling in the corner of the garden for most of the afternoon shifted, revealing a woman behind them, sitting alone and staring out at the view. Suddenly, Jordan couldn't breathe, because right there in front of him was his mother. Jordan hadn't seen Natasha Sparker for nearly 3 years, not since the battle at Akarnae. His friends had encouraged him to visit her after the war, to speak to her, but he'd never been able to make himself do it, unsure what he would even say, and unsure he wanted to hear what she would say to him. The last time they'd spoken, she and Jordan's father, Marcus, had summoned Jordan back to their ancestral home, Chateau Chandelle, only to hand him over to Avon on a silver platter. Because of them, he'd been claimed, their attempts to protect him leaving him trapped in a nightmare. And while part of him was aware that they'd tried to redeem themselves afterwards, keeping Alex's parents safe from Avon, and, in Marcus's case, sacrificing his own life to... No. Jordan slammed his memories shut, just as he always did whenever they began to wander down that path. The only thing he knew was that he couldn't forget the suffering of his past so easily, and because of that, he wasn't prepared to face his mother for the first time in nearly 3 years while handing her Kaldoras cake and making small talk. Unfortunately, just as he decided to back away, she turned, her ice-blue eyes landing on him and widening in shock, before instantly welling with tears. Pain, regret, heartache, grief, everything she felt upon seeing him was written on her face, and at the sight of it, all the memories Jordan had been trying desperately to keep shut suddenly burst open. He didn't think, he just fled. Shoving his tray at a passing server, Jordan sprinted from the rooftop garden, hearing his name called by several worried voices, but ignoring them all as he ran and ran and ran, all the way down to the palace's receiving room, where he immediately smashed a bubbler vial and leapt straight through.
His panicked mind wasn't able to direct the portal to a specific location, and he realized his mistake the moment he came out the other side, since the bubble door had read his scattered thoughts and delivered him to the very last place he wanted to be. Even if, perhaps, it was exactly where he needed to be. Because he was back at Hallowgate. This time, he wasn't there to see William. He also wasn't there to see Luca, though that was the direction he walked in, his legs moving woodenly along the snowy paths as he screamed mentally at himself, fearing this was a terrible idea, but unable to turn and leave. Part of him wanted to, desperately. It would be so much easier if he could forget seeing his mother, forget everything that brief encounter had made him remember, made him feel. But another part of him, a larger, more pressing part, knew that this visit was long overdue. It was time to face the ghosts of his past. It was time to face his father. And so, when Jordan arrived at Luca's grave, for the first time in nearly 3 years he moved straight past it, stopping only when he reached the glass plaque resting between the willowy hollow trees. For a long time, Jordan just stared down at the circular headstone, unmoving. The sun was setting quickly now, the last rays of golden light shining on the snowy grass underfoot. It would be night soon, which meant DC would be back any minute. Jordan still needed to talk to her parents, still needed to finish what he'd started. But before he returned to the palace for that meeting, there was something he needed to do first. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Minutes passed as Jordan stood there, his jaw clenched painfully tight as he fought the urge to leave. But he'd come this far, further than he ever had, and he owed it to himself to see this through. He owed it to his father, too. With a shuddering breath, he crouched down and brushed his fingers over the glass. The words rose quickly, floating high in the air above the grave. In remembrance of Lord Marcus Gabriel Sparker, beloved husband, devoted father, forever in our hearts. It was a simple message, and largely without feeling, but still more than what Jordan had expected. The devoted father part struck him the hardest, causing a storm of emotions, because it wasn't a lie. Even with Luca, Marcus had been devoted. A jerk, sure, but a devoted one. It was that same toxic devotion that had kept Jordan from visiting this grave for nearly 3 years. His father had mistakes, so many mistakes, but he'd also done something Jordan couldn't understand, couldn't reconcile, with it being the reason he had avoided coming here until now. Because in the end, Marcus had died so that Jordan could live.
His father had saved him, saved his friends, sacrificed everything for him. And try as he might, Jordan didn't know why. It was because he loved you. Jordan spun around at the whispered words, realizing he must have asked his question aloud. But that shouldn't have mattered, since he'd thought he was alone. He wasn't. His mother was standing there, pale-faced, staring at him through watery eyes. She didn't move, as if knowing he was 2 breaths away from fleeing again, from vanishing for another 3 years or more. Instead, she said, her voice still quiet, "He didn't die for you. He died because he couldn't live in a world without you." Jordan's throat bobbed. Natasha stepped forward. Just 1 step. After Luca, we both knew, She stopped, took a breath, tried again. "We wanted so much to keep you safe, but we didn't." She blew out a breath, frustrated that she couldn't find the words. Finally, she said, with more honesty than he'd ever heard from her before, "We were dreadful parents. The choices we made, we failed you, both of you, in so many ways. Too many ways. But that doesn't mean," she swallowed thickly, "that doesn't mean we didn't love you." A tear fell down her cheek, then another, as she finished in a croak. "So very, very much." Her tears kept falling, but she didn't wipe them away. All she did was pull a hairpin from her purse and prick her finger on the sharpened tip, before asking, quietly, "May I?" It took Jordan a moment to realize that she was asking if she could approach, that she thought he might still flee. What she didn't know was that her words had frozen him to the spot, making him unable to move, unable to breathe. So he just nodded stiffly, remaining a statue as she walked slowly closer until she was standing beside him, then, crouching, to drip her blood onto the glass. If Jordan had been asked what memory his father might have chosen to be embedded into his grave one day, he would have guessed a million different possibilities, all showing Marcus as he preferred to be known in life, powerful, refined, and envied. Perhaps it would have been him dining with the king and queen, or footage from one of his and Natasha's famous New Year's Eve royal galas. At the very least, Jordan assumed there would be numerous sycophants in view, all of whom looked adoringly at Marcus, praying to be worth a sliver of his attention. But that wasn't the recording that began playing. It also wasn't just one memory that was revealed, but many, and in all of them was Jordan. It started with him as a baby, wrapped in swaddle and held in Marcus's arms as he swayed before a window in the nursery of Chateau Chandelle. Luca was there too, 10 years old and pulling faces at Jordan while Marcus looked on, smiling contentedly at them both. Then time jumped forward to Jordan learning to walk, giggling as he attempted his first wobbly steps towards Marcus, who sat on the ground with his arms outstretched, ready to catch his son. Again, Luca was there, as was Natasha, both of them cheering with each unsteady step Jordan took. The memory shifted a third time, now skipping a few years ahead, with Marcus showing child Jordan how to fasten a bow tie over his first tuxedo. Another shift, and he was teaching Jordan how to waltz. Another, he was sitting with Jordan as he played the piano. Then, Jordan, 6 or 7 now, was limping through the Chateau's Narden, his knees skinned, his young face tear-stained as he sought out his father, who immediately swept him up into his arms and comforted him. From thunderstorms to monsters under the bed, the footage showed Jordan running to his father over and over again, and his father always being there. Luca was in many of the memories, as was Natasha, but this recording, it was for Jordan. He didn't die for you. He died because he couldn't live in a world without you. Natasha's words repeated in Jordan's thoughts, even as the footage continued, showing Jordan older now, after Luca was gone. His own memories from that time onwards were bitter, his emotions shredded after the loss of his brother. But despite his hardened recollections, the recording showed that there were still gentle moments between him and his father, moments of kindness, moments of love. In one, Marcus was teaching Jordan how to shave. In another, Marcus was showing him how to cheat at Dagger Snatcher. From taking him to sold-out Warriors games to explaining how to talk to girls, Marcus was there, even during the darkest years of Jordan's life. That didn't make him a good father. He wasn't. But Jordan couldn't deny what his mother had said. Marcus Sparker had loved him more than anything, more than his own life. And in the end, he'd wanted to make sure Jordan had known that, even going so far as to preserve these memories forever within his headstone, just for Jordan to see. "He was so proud of you," Natasha whispered when the footage finally faded. "I know you never believed it, that he didn't give you a reason to, that we didn't give you a reason to. But it's true," she sniffed. "Even after Luca, when you blamed us, when you hated us, even when you started at the academy and made your own family, even when you chose your side in the war, when you stood for something good and right while we acted out of fear, the whole time, every single day of your life, we were both so proud of you, of the choices you made, of the courage you showed." She held his eyes, hers still leaking tears, as she said, in a trembling voice, "You are everything we could have ever wanted in a son. Your father believed that with all his heart, and so do I. What if I'm not good enough?" Jordan's own voice echoed in his ears, his fears and doubts that had shadowed him his entire life, all stemming from his core belief that he could never do enough, that he could never be enough. And now, "I don't know what to say to that," Jordan rasped out, his voice so hoarse that it was unrecognizable to his own ears. Natasha raised her hands between them, her palms high in supplication. "You don't have to say anything. You don't even have to talk to me." Her features were earnest, though still unimaginably sad. "I didn't come here for that." "Then what did you come for?" Jordan asked, still hoarse. "Why did you follow me from the palace?" "Because," her lip wobbled, more tears falling before she quickly wiped them away. "Because I'm selfish. I lost my first son. Then I lost my husband." Her breath caught on the sob. "And for the last 3 years, all I've been able to think is that I lost you too. But this time,
It was my own fault. Another sob, but she quickly stifled it, visibly seeking control. Her voice grew stronger as she went on. I don't expect you to forgive me. I wouldn't forgive me. I didn't follow you here to ask for that, or for anything. I followed you because I wanted you to know. To know what? Jordan pressed. I wanted you to know that I miss you, and I love you. I may never have been good at showing it, but it's true. I will always love you. And if I never see you again after today, I want this to be the memory you're left with. She looked down at the grave, her beautiful face full of sorrow, as she whispered, he regretted it. Every day. Right up until the end. Regretted that you didn't know how he felt. That he'd never told you. That he'd made you believe otherwise. She looked back up at Jordan and finished, I don't want to make the same mistake. With her words, the last rays of sunlight dipped behind the rolling hills of Hallowgate, the purple shades of dusk bruising the sky above them as they stood looking at each other, not speaking, not moving, barely even breathing. The silence was deafening, interrupted only by the fierce, aching beat of Jordan's heart as he replayed their entire conversation, from beginning to end, over and over in his mind. He said nothing, did nothing, and because of that, Natasha finally nodded. It was a quick dip of her tear-dampened chin, yet still somehow full of emotion, grief, resignation, acceptance.
Be well, darling, she whispered, every syllable laced with pain. She mustered up a trembling smile and reached out a shaking hand to squeeze his arm, just once, before she turned on her heel and began to walk away. In seeing that, Jordan knew she meant what she'd said. She hadn't followed him to ask for his forgiveness. She just wanted to share her heart, and maybe, in some small way, help ease his. Mother. The word left Jordan's lips before he could stop it. Natasha paused on the snowy path, but she didn't turn back towards him, as if fearing she'd imagined him calling her name. Jordan's throat was clogged. He had no idea what to say, what he even wanted to say. There was so much between them that could never be erased, a lifetime of damage. But he regretted it, every day, right up until the end. I don't want to make the same mistake. Jordan had come to Hallowgate to face his father and put their past to rest. Now, maybe, it was time for him to do the same with his mother. Or, at the very least, try. It took everything in him, but Jordan inhaled deeply, suddenly knowing what he wanted to say. I'm asking Dix DeLuciato to marry me, tonight. Natasha visibly jerked, then spun around with shock clear in her eyes. Shock and wonder. It wasn't his declaration that caused her reaction. It was the intent behind him sharing it, the words he didn't say. That he was willing to focus on the future, not the past. That he was offering her a second chance. Maybe we can get lunch sometime, Jordan went on, his voice hesitant, unsure. After the holiday, you can meet her properly. New tears dripped down Natasha's cheeks, but these weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of hope. I would love that, she croaked out, very much. Jordan could see she meant it, with all of her being. The path ahead of them would be rocky. Natasha was right that he wasn't ready to forgive her just yet, but he was ready to give her a chance to try and mend things between them. And maybe, Jordan stopped himself from finishing the thought, deciding to live in the moment and let things play out as they would. Perhaps they would repair their relationship, or perhaps they'd never truly get over their past. Only time would tell. But for now, Jordan was content with how their reunion had unfolded, and willing to see where it might lead. His venture to Hallowgate had yielded unexpected truths, and it would take him some time to process everything his mother had shared, especially about his father. But there was no denying the sense of peace he felt, as if a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying had lifted from his shoulders. With that lightness emboldening him, Jordan realized he was ready to leave the cemetery, though he would be back again soon to visit his brother and his father. And so, with a quiet goodbye to both of their graves, he escorted Natasha to the edge of the wards, promising to hollow-call her after Kaldoras to organize their lunch. His words resulted in another tremulous, hopeful smile as she nodded eagerly, before summoning a bubble door and vanishing from sight. Breathing deeply, Jordan took a minute to center himself, then threw his own bubbler vial to the ground and finally returned to the palace. His footsteps were quiet as he walked the familiar golden corridors, the chandeliers overhead casting a shiny glow upon his path as he headed to his destination, his thoughts clear and calm despite what he was about to face. Jordan had felt fear many times in his life, some might say too many times. But as he reached the gilded doors leading into King Aurelius's private office, fear was the last thing from his mind. Even so, just like 3 days earlier, he didn't knock upon his arrival, but stood there silently, gathering the courage to enter. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3. And then he nodded to himself, knowing he was ready. A quick rap of his knuckles against the door, and they opened almost instantly, just like last time. But it was the king who stood before him now, ushering Jordan inside to where the queen was already waiting, seated on the couch in front of the fireplace. "Jordan, sweetheart." Asmata stood as he approached and reached out to take his hands. Her face was full of concern, full of remorse. "We're so sorry. If we'd known your mother would be attending our party—" "It's fine," Jordan cut her off gently, giving her fingers a quick squeeze before helping her back into her seat, then claiming the armchair beside her. "It actually ended up being a good thing." "You reconciled with her?" King Aurelius asked, looking shocked as he sat down beside his wife. "We talked," Jordan shared, "and will do so again. But there's a lot for us to work through, so we'll just have to wait and see how things go." "I can't imagine how difficult that conversation must have been," Queen Asmata said, still looking worried. "I feel terrible that we forced you into that position, unintentionally or not." "It's okay, really," Jordan assured her, before repeating his own thoughts from earlier. It was long overdue. "Even so," Asmata said, unwilling to let it go. Aurelius, however, could see that Jordan just wanted to move on, so the king cleared his throat and said, "It's Kaldoras, Evie. You've completed all your tasks. Are you ready to see how you fared and receive our verdict?" Without waiting for an answer, Aurelius pulled a familiar scroll from within his coat and began unraveling it. But Jordan reached out a hand to stop him. "No." The king paused, his eyebrows arching upwards as he repeated, "No?" In answer, Jordan took the scroll from Aurelius and, without opening it, tore it straight down the middle. Then tore it again and again. He tossed the pieces into the fire, watching them burn, his doubts and fears and insecurities vanishing along with them. "What if I'm not good enough?" "You are. You just have to believe it." Jordan did believe it now, because after speaking with his mother, after seeing his father's memories, after learning that he had always been loved, he'd finally realized the truth. He was good enough, and he always had been, not because of what anyone else thought about him, but because of what he thought about himself. Looking at the king, at the queen, Jordan's voice was steady as he said, "I can't tell the future, so I don't know if I'll ever have all the character traits you think are needed to make a good royal. But something I do know is that I don't need to tick words off a list to recognize my own worth. What I am, what I'm not, none of that matters. The only thing that does matter is how I feel about your daughter." Holding their eyes, Jordan continued, his emotions clear in his voice. "I love her. I want to spend the rest of my life with her, and for that, I'd like your blessing, not because I've proved myself worthy according to some random tasks, but because of how much your approval means to Dix and to me." Jordan paused, took a breath, then made himself finish. "But you should know that with or without your blessing, I'm still going to ask her to marry me, simply because there's no checklist in existence that could ever stop me from loving her or from accepting her love in return.
What if I'm not good enough? You are. You just have to believe it. A small, peaceful smile graced Jordan's lips at the end of his speech. The final embers of parchment burning and fading into nothing, along with everything they represented. He'd done the right thing, he knew, in tearing up the page. And he'd meant what he'd said to Aurelius and Asmata. If they didn't offer their blessing, it wouldn't stop him from proposing to DC. He would be disappointed, but that disappointment would be in them, not in himself. He was good enough for their daughter, because he loved her, and because she loved him in return. He knew that now. There was no need for him to prove it, to the king, to the queen, or to himself. Part of him wasn't surprised to see them beaming at him proudly, with tears in their eyes, even if he was still relieved by their reaction, and by what they said next.
"Of course you have our blessing, sweetheart," Queen Asmata said, standing to her feet and pulling him up into a tight, loving embrace. "You've had it since the first day we met. We told you at the start, these tasks were never about you proving yourself to us." King Aurelius said, standing as well and wrapping his arms around them in a three-way hug. "The list was only a tool, a way for you to see yourself as we see you. Everything that was written on there was already in you. It always has been. We just wanted you to realize that yourself." Pulling back slightly, the king held Jordan's eyes as he declared, "I can't imagine a better husband for our daughter, or a better son for us. Welcome to the family, Jordan." With tears in his own eyes and a smile so wide it hurt, Jordan's heart was too full to be annoyed that he'd endured the tasks only for his own sake, and instead he replied, "She hasn't said yet. This is all going to be very embarrassing if she turns me down." Asmata laughed. "I wouldn't worry about that." With a wink, she added, "She's already picked the date." "I hope you don't have plans for this time next year," Aurelius said, his eyes sparkling. "How does a Kaldoras wedding sound?" "Expensive," Jordan returned Asmata's wink. "Good thing I'm marrying up." The king and queen threw back their heads and laughed, before hugging him one final time and saying words he didn't need to hear but appreciated all the same. "We love you, Jordan. Now go make our daughter happy." And so off he went to find his girl, following an order that he was only too pleased to obey, and to keep obeying forever. "Alex, I look like a princess." Alex hid her smile at Evie's wondrous exclamation, watching the young girl twirl in front of a mirror in DC's golden bedroom at the Trillin Palace. Mountains of white tulle and lace flared out from her skirt as she spun around, indeed wearing a dress fit for a princess, or in this case for the flower girl of one. "You sure do," DC said, smiling fondly at the beaming 10-year-old, who, to Alex's mind, looked more like a meringue than a human. "I still think there's one thing missing, though." DC tapped her lower lip, her blue-green eyes sparkling as she snapped her fingers together. "I know." With a flourish worthy of a magician drawing a rabbit from a hat, DC pulled a glimmering tiara from behind her back and placed it over Evie's dark, bouncing curls. "There," DC said, tweaking her nose. "Now you're perfect." Evie gazed delightedly at her own reflection, turning this way and that to watch herself sparkle beneath the chandeliers lighting DC's room. Alex wondered if someone should warn the wedding guests to shield their eyes when the young girl preceded the princess down the aisle, lest they find themselves blinded by her dazzling attire. Unlike Evie, who had been allowed to pick her own outfit, and therefore had chosen something with enough glitter to be seen from space, Alex hadn't been given the same freedom. But that was largely because DC had confused a panicked pre-wedding dream with one of her prophetic visions, and had convinced herself that Alex would show up wearing her warden uniform to the royal wedding, or perhaps even dust off her old Tia Aran armor. Fearing that her maid of honor would arrive battle-ready and ruin the whole aesthetic, DC had flown into a fashion frenzy, determined to make sure her best friend had the most gorgeous bridesmaid dress imaginable. As with many things DC put her mind to, she had succeeded in her task. While Evie might be the one twirling in front of the mirror now, Alex had done her fair share of staring at herself that day, marveling at the silky material that flowed over her curves, hugged her waist, and rippled to the floor like molten liquid. Being a Kaldoras wedding, DC had chosen a winter wonderland theme, so Alex's dress was a pale blue color, but since it also had Myrox threaded into it, it looked almost silver in the light, like a star shining in the sky. Alex had worn many beautiful gowns in her life, but this one topped them all. Even so, it was nothing compared to DC's wedding dress. Never before had the princess looked so much like a princess, with waves of satin and lace rising up to meet a long-sleeved sweetheart neckline, all sprinkled in stardust. Actual stardust, thanks to their Tia Aran friends, resulting in an otherworldly look that caused every visitor to DC's room that day to tear up at the sight of how resplendent she was. Dorothy and Gammy, Jira, Kia, Zaylin, even Alex's own mother, Rachel, accompanied by Jordan's mother, Natasha, all of them had been struck mute upon seeing the red-headed princess in her wedding gown. And as for Queen Osmada, she had wept so hard that she'd had to leave the room to pull herself together before returning to tell her daughter just how stunning she was. Alex couldn't wait to see Jordan's reaction. Knock knock, came Dorothy's voice as she peered around the door to DC's room, then let herself in. How are we going in here? Nearly ready? I am, Evie cried, skipping over to her mother. Look at my princess crown. Dorothy made the requisite oohing and eyeing sounds, but her eyes were on Alex and DC, her question intended mostly for them. She and the other women had cleared out 30 minutes ago to go find their seats, and in the Queen's case, joined the King to welcome their guests, leaving just Alex, DC, and Evie to finish their preparations. All that was left now was for them to head to the palace ballroom and walk down the aisle. Or so Alex thought, until DC answered. Almost. Just a few more minutes. Raising an eyebrow at her friend, Alex wondered what else was left for them to do, since they were both as glammed up as they could possibly be, thanks to their royal attendants, all of whom had also departed after completing the final touches to their hair and makeup. Dorothy, however, nodded her understanding, then held her hand out for her daughter. All right, baby doll, Blake and Johnny have just arrived, so let's go show them your tiara. And Jira and Amy and Aunt Tessa, Evie said. They've only seen my dress. Them as well, Dorothy agreed. To Alex and DC, she added, we'll meet you downstairs. Take your time. Humor touched her blue eyes as she led Evie away and called over her shoulder, just not too much. Alone for the first time all day, Alex looked at DC and made a quick assumption about their delay. Nervous? DC laughed shakily. Yes. No. I don't know. Maybe? Repressing a grin, Alex said, it's about time. You've been way too zen about all this ever since Jordan proposed last year. DC cocked her head to the side. Zen? Alex sighed, forgetting that, despite more than 5 years of living in Medora, there were still so many Freyanisms that she would never be able to shake, and that her friends would never understand. Peaceful, she clarified. Calm. You haven't gone all Bridezilla once. Bridezilla? Ugh, never mind, Alex said, torn between sighing again and laughing. I just mean that it's unnatural how relaxed you've been in the lead-up to today. DC shrugged. I'm marrying my best friend. I've been dreaming of this day for years. What's there to be worried about? Alex sent her a pointed look. Then why the nerves? DC's mouth opened and then shut again, before her features turned soft and serene. You're right. I'm being silly. Not silly, Alex shook her head. It's completely normal what you're feeling. Or so Alex assumed. She'd never been a bride herself, and at the rate she was going, she was beginning to wonder if she ever would be. Once, she'd been terrified of the idea. Okay, for a long time she'd been terrified of the idea. But that had been years ago, back when she was still in school, still a teenager. Now she was 21, out in the world, training as a warden. And still Kaiden hadn't proposed. If she hadn't given him her word that she would let him do so when the time came, after graduation, he'd promised, but that had come and gone 6 months ago, then she would have wrestled him down the aisle long before now. In truth, she had no idea what was keeping him from asking her, and the longer he waited, the more she was beginning to fear that there was something wrong, that maybe he didn't want to marry her.
Stop that. Alex blinked at DC's firm tone. What? You've got that furrow in your brow, the one that tells me you're thinking about Kaiden and worrying about things that you absolutely do not need to worry about, DC said. Startled, Alex said, How do you… DC rolled her eyes. Please, Alex, I've known you for half a decade. I can read you like a book. Turning serious, she added, Kaiden loves you beyond reason. You know that. I do, Alex agreed without hesitation, because it was true. Just as it was true that she was being ridiculous. DC was right. Alex had nothing to worry about. She just had to be patient, even if that was becoming increasingly frustrating, especially on days like today. Okay, now that we've established that I'm the one who's being silly, Alex said, scrunching her nose at herself, as well as you remembering you have no reason to be nervous, is there anything left for us to do, or can we go get you married to the love of your life? DC turned to the mirror one last time, brushing her hands down the front of her dress before rearranging her transparent, sparkling sleeves, then finally straightening the veil flowing down her red hair behind her crown. I think I'm ready. You are, Alex said, her voice suddenly hoarse with emotion as she looked at her best friend. You're more than ready. You're perfect. Their eyes met in the reflection, and DC's instantly began welling with tears, causing Alex's to do the same. But then DC sniffed loudly and forced her gaze upwards to stem the flow, breathing deeply. Don't say anything else nice to me, or I'll ruin my makeup, and then Mistress Alma will kill us both, DC warned. Alex, blinking back her own tears, said, No matter how many times I meet her, she will never stop being terrifying. A half-sob, half-laugh left DC, but before she could utter a reply, another knock came at the door, followed by a male voice calling, Everyone decent? At their confirmation, Bear entered the bedroom, looking a vision in a pale blue tuxedo that complemented Alex's dress flawlessly. He'd already stopped by their suite earlier that day, which was the only reason why he didn't start crying at the sight of DC again. How's our bride-to-be doing? Bear asked her, walking straight over to them. Cold feet? DC lifted up the hem of her white dress to show her painted toes wiggling in dangerously high heels. Toasty warm. How's the groom? Alex asked, ready to sign his life away. DC scowled playfully. Excuse me. Bear just grinned and said, That's why I'm here. He's asking for you, Alex. Wants a quick word before the ceremony starts. Is everything all right? DC asked quickly, her playfulness gone as concern flitted across her features. Bear raised his hand soothingly. Everything's great, I promise. To Alex, he said, This won't take long. I'll wait here with Dix until you return. See if I can remind her of all the horrible things she's going to have to put up with from this day forward. You say horrible, I say adorable, DC said with a dreamy look on her face. But that look faded slightly as she added, except for him leaving wet towels on the floor. We're still working on that. Probably indefinitely, Bear said, his mouth curling up at the edges. At least he's good about putting the toilet seat back down. Take the win. Leaving them to discuss the pros and cons of DC's impending husband, Alex hurried out into the hallway, aware that they were all meant to be walking down the aisle in just a few short minutes. Thankfully, the suite Jordan and Bear had been using to get ready that day was only one floor down from DC's, so Alex made the journey there quickly, arriving just as someone else was leaving through the door. A very familiar, very handsome someone. Hi, Alex breathed, not having expected to see Kaiden until she reached the ballroom and the ceremony began. For a moment, she could only stand there, staring at him, taking in his fitted black-on-black suit, vest, and tie, with the only touch of color being a pale blue square in his chest pocket that matched her dress and brought out the brilliant shade of his eyes. It's astounding, he murmured, staring right back at her. Feeling dazed by all that was him, Alex asked, What is? Kaiden moved close enough to cup her cheek as he answered, Every time I think you can't get any more beautiful, you go and prove me wrong. Alex melted against him. Right back at you. His lips tipped up, and then he leaned forward and touched them to hers in a too-quick kiss. When he drew back, she followed him, claiming his mouth again and causing him to chuckle against hers before he gently but firmly pulled away. As much as I would love to continue this, and believe me, I would love that very much, the heated look in his eyes showed he wasn't lying. We both have a wedding to get to, and there's a groom waiting who needs a moment with his best friend. Shaking off her Kaiden days, Alex managed to pull herself together, at least somewhat. I'll see you downstairs? You will, Kaiden said, smiling softly, and I'll see you every moment until then, since the image of you in that dress is burned into my brain. Alex wasn't sure how, after so many years together, he was still able to make her blush. Seeing her reaction, his smile widened, and then he placed a swift kiss on her cheek before striding away down the corridor, leaving her to shake off her Kaiden days all over again. When she was sure the redness had left her face and she was reasonably composed once more, Alex knocked quietly on the gilded door before letting herself into the room. She spotted Jordan immediately, standing beside a large window and staring pensively out at the palace gardens. Hearing her entry, he turned from his view, his gaze sweeping over her. Wow! You took the words right out of my mouth, Alex said, heading towards him while eyeing him from head to toe. His tuxedo was tailored to perfection and remained true to the Winter Wonderland theme, being completely white. Though similar to Kaiden, he had a pale blue square in his chest pocket that matched the colors both Alex and Bear wore. Truly, you look incredible, Jordan, Alex told him earnestly as she stopped before him, like a real prince. I know, right? Jordan said, throwing his arms out to the side. It's ridiculous. No one should look this good. At times like this, Alex couldn't help wondering if Nilix was somehow possessing her best friend, the two of them having much more in common than they would ever know. Her heart gave a twinge as she remembered her Medoran friend, her protector, her savior, missing him beyond words, despite knowing that wherever he was, at least he was alive, sort of. Halting her thoughts before they opened up Pandora's box in her mind, since she was no less confused now than when Nilix had told her about the library's semi-resurrection, Alex focused on Jordan and smiled wryly as she replied, I'm guessing you didn't ask me here to stroke your ego. You seem to be doing fine in that department all on your own. I can't help that I look amazing, Jordan stated unashamedly. It's genetics. Once upon a time, even the slightest mention of his heritage would have left a sour expression on Jordan's face. He'd come a long way in the last year, learning to forgive his parents for their past actions and, slowly, rebuilding his relationship with his mother. Alex held no great affection for either Marcus or Natasha Sparker, given her own encounters with them, Marcus especially, but they had kept her parents safe. And Marcus had ultimately sacrificed his life to help them all escape Avon, so she was pleased that Jordan had been willing to mend things, if only for his sake. She also couldn't be prouder of him. Even so, what's going on, Jordan? Alex asked, concerned. Why aren't you standing at the end of an aisle right now, waiting on your princess? At her question, all the confidence Jordan had displayed upon her entry vanished like smoke, giving Alex her answer. Ah, she said, understanding. You're nervous. Jordan ran a hand through his blonde hair, laughing shakily as he answered. Yes, no, I don't know. Maybe? Alex bit her cheek to keep from grinning at her immediate sense of déjà vu. Recalling the realization DC had come to on her own, Alex said, You're about to marry your best friend. You've been dreaming of this for years. What's there to be worried about? I know, and you're right. Jordan blew out a breath. It's just... What? Alex pressed. Avoiding her gaze by looking out the window again, Jordan said, quietly, Dix deserves the world. She does, Alex agreed instantly, and you're going to give it to her. She reached for his chin to turn him back to her as she said, gently but pointedly, You also deserve the world, Jordan, and she's going to give that to you. He swallowed, but Alex wasn't finished. You're my best friends, both of you. I love you more than anything. Do you really think I'd let either of you go through with this if I wasn't absolutely convinced that you're perfect for each other? If I didn't know without a shadow of a doubt that your best lives will be the ones you get to live together? Alex shook her head. No chance. Jordan's eyes were misty as he whispered, I just want to make her happy.
Alex felt her own throat burning. You already do, just by being you. Unable to help herself, and sensing they both needed a quick boost of levity, or else they'd descend into full-blown tears, she finished, wet towels and all. A surprised laugh left Jordan, and then he reached out to wrap his arms around Alex, hauling her against his body. Hey, watch the hair, she warned, but she smiled and hugged him back just as tightly, not caring if she dislodged a few stardust pins in the process. You're the best friend a guy could ever ask for, Jordan said into her ear. You know that, right? I do, Alex said, fighting off yet more tears as they broke apart and continued smiling at each other. But maybe don't say it too loudly around Bear. You know how jealous he gets. Jordan laughed again, since they both knew jealous was the last word to ever describe their friend. With a mischievous look that indicated his nerves had faded and his roguish arrogance had returned, Jordan said, Don't worry, I already told him the same thing before you got here. Alex snorted. Why am I not surprised? Without giving him a chance to reply, she reached out to straighten his white tie, then patted his chest as she asked, Now that you're feeling more like yourself, are you ready for us to go and make an honest man out of you? I don't know about that, Jordan said, grinning crookedly, but I'm ready to get married, if that's what you mean. Huffing out an amused breath, Alex followed as he linked their arms together and walked her to the door of his room. Once there, she gave him another quick hug and said, I'll see you in the ballroom. I'll be the one standing at the altar, he joked. Alex just rolled her eyes at the cliché, then began walking away. Until, hey. She paused and turned back to him in question, wondering if he was going to say something else heartfelt enough to make her want to start crying again. But instead, his eyes were sparkling as he said just 2 words, Don't trip. And then, seeing her scowl, he snickered and closed the door before she could find something heavy enough to throw at him. Alex wasn't entirely sure what to expect from a royal wedding, having only been to one before, and that one, Roka and Kiyash, had been a surprisingly intimate affair, set soon enough after Roka's elaborate coronation that the citizens of Maya were content to let their rulers exchange vows in the presence of their closest friends, rather than the entire city. Compared to that, Jordan and DC's wedding was, well, the opposite. As soon as Alex left Jordan's suite and swapped places with Bear, she had only scant seconds to assure DC that the groom was fine before Mistress Alma arrived, and, in her no-nonsense way, declared that it was distinctly un-princess-like to keep their guests waiting. It was the final nudge DC needed, prompting her to check her appearance one last time before nodding to Alex that she was ready, and then the two of them grabbed their white rose bouquets and hastened to the ballroom as fast as their heels would allow. Evie was waiting for them with a pair of palace attendants in front of the closed golden doors, bouncing so excitedly that the white petals and stardust in her basket were in danger of spilling before she even set foot down the aisle. You remember what to do? Alex asked the young girl, giving DC a moment to concentrate on taking deep, calming breaths. Evie nodded. It's just like Blake's wedding. When the music starts, I walk straight ahead and throw my flowers and sparkles over everyone until I reach the end. Then I stop beside Jordy and Bear and wait for you to come meet us. Make sure you get extra stardust on Caden and Declan, Alex said, sending her a conspiratorial wink and adjusting the tiara over her curls. They'll love that. Evie giggled and nodded her agreement. Before they could say anything else, one of the attendants announced, It's time. Sure enough, from the other side of the doors, music started playing. Evie gave a quiet squeal and launched herself at first Alex, then DC, losing more of her basket's contents in the process, before she stood up straight and nodded to them both as regally as a queen, just as the double doors opened to reveal the transformed ballroom within. Alex couldn't help the gasp that escaped her lips at the grandiose sight before her, and she turned to DC, seeing the same look of marvel on the princess's face. They'd both been involved in every step of the planning and decorating, but now, seeing it come to life? The ballroom was otherworldly, a true winter wonderland. Oh my, Alex breathed, only vaguely aware of the string orchestra reaching Evie's cue and the young girl beginning her slow walk forwards through a sea of people. Swallowing back tears at the overwhelming view, I didn't know where to look first as she waited for her own walk to begin. From the snowy trees and glowing candelabras lining the frosted aisle to the crystal icicles and fairy lights twinkling overhead, every inch of the ballroom had been transformed into something that was straight out of the most magical of fantasies.
Tearing her gaze away, with effort, Alex made herself turn back to DC and say, "Last chance to change your mind." Her words had the desired effect, snapping DC from her own teary inspection of the ballroom and making her rasp out an emotion-clogged laugh. "I'm good. There's someone very special waiting for me on the other side of this room, and I don't plan on disappointing him. Ever." Alex's smile was as wobbly as DC's. "Then I guess I'll see you in a minute." The music swelled, hitting Alex's cue, so she leaned in to kiss her best friend on the cheek, squeezed her shoulder in a final gesture of comfort, then raised her white bouquet and strode through the doors onto the frosted aisle. What happened next was largely a blur, as Alex focused on putting one foot in front of the other, desperate to heed Jordan's warning about not tripping. It was, she knew, a very real possibility, especially with so many people staring at her as she walked towards the raised dais at the end of the long, long aisle.
But Alex kept her head high and channeled her Medoran blood, praying for just a hint of the elusive immortal grace as she moved step by step through the glittering room. It wasn't until she was halfway through that she was able to see Jordan and Bear waiting up ahead, with Evie off to the side. All three of them were smiling at her, but they weren't the only ones. Because as she moved closer to them, she began to see familiar faces in the crowd, people she'd known for years, from all races in Medora and beyond. The first faces she recognized were teachers from Akarnae. Hunter was there, as was Fletcher, both of whom she saw regularly despite having graduated 6 months ago. The former because of his mysterious abilities that led him to appear whenever he was needed, and the latter because, on top of being DC's mentor, he still felt the need to frequently check in on Alex's welfare. Old habits clearly died hard. There were other teachers in the audience too, like Carter, Finn, Taylor, and Fitzy. Even Casper Lennox was there, though he sat with a group of shadow walkers who Jordan had grown close to through his work with the ISDS. Similarly, there were day riders, flips, and even a couple of well-behaved Jarnoks sitting in the wintry rows, some there for political reasons, like the elders of the races, but many had come simply because Jordan had won their affection, much like he did with everyone he ever met. As Alex reached the final rows, she saw General Drock, Mistress Alma, Master Ying, even Mrs. Gribble from the bakery. And of course, the Ronagans were all there. Dorothy and her sister, Tessa, Blake and Jira, Johnny and Gammy. With them sat Nisha, as well as Alex's parents, Rachel and Jack, who waved enthusiastically as she passed. Natasha Sparker was with them too, offering the slightest of smiles, though her eyes were bright with love when she turned to look at her son. Nearing the end of her walk, Alex found Roka, Kaya, and Zane sitting with Zalen and Rafe, the Medoran and Tia Arin rulers having become firm friends since the war, healing the ancient rift between their two races. Seated beside them were King Aurelius and Queen Osmada, both of whom were already weeping, despite DC having not even appeared yet. As Alex made her final approach to the altar, she cast her eyes over all the familiar faces, feeling warmth bubble within her at the love she felt coming from all directions. But then her gaze settled on Kaiden, finding him seated at the end of the front row, with Declan on one side and Soraya on the other, with all three of them absolutely covered in stardust. The warmth Alex felt was instantly replaced by humor, so strong that she had to fight the urge to burst into laughter, and she made a note to give Evie a high five later for a job well done. Even Soraya was coated in the luminous dust, though the Shadow Wolf appeared considerably more delighted than the two young men, both of whom had their arms crossed and were staring at Alex with knowing expressions that promised payback. Or Declan's did at least. Kaiden just gave an amused shake of his glittering head, his eyes sparkling almost as much as the stardust. Biting her lip, Alex offered an innocent look in return, sent a mental image to Xerxes, prompting the Draken to roar with laughter through their bond, then somehow managed to drag her gaze away from her very shiny boyfriend in time to ascend the steps up to the altar, finally reaching Jordan, Bear, and Evie, as well as Darius Marcel, since the headmaster of Akarnae had been asked to officiate the wedding, something Alex found both touching and hilarious. Grinning at her old friend, who sent her a silver-eyed wink in return, Alex turned away from Darius when the music rose in a crescendo, prompting the audience to stand as DC made her entrance. At first, Alex could only hear the hushed, awed sounds of the crowd as the princess began her trek through the rows at the back of the ballroom. But when she finally reached the halfway point and came into view, Alex immediately swung her eyes to Jordan. The look on his face, Alex couldn't hold in her sob as she saw the tears running down his cheeks and over his wide, wondrous smile. Bear had to turn away as he hiccuped his own sob, the three of them utter messes as they stood together at the top of the altar, waiting for DC to reach them. As soon as she arrived at the base of the dais and revealed her own beautiful tear-streaked face, Jordan completely disregarded the royal protocol that had been drilled into them and met her halfway down the steps, drawing her into his arms and kissing her soundly on the mouth, eliciting whoops and cheers from the crowd. What happened next was a chaotic whirlwind of official declarations guided by Darius, followed by wholesome vows shared between DC and Jordan that left even the most stoic of Shadow Walkers sniffing into handkerchiefs. And then finally, after what felt like both a lifetime and barely a few seconds, their ex-headmaster said the words everyone had been waiting for. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." He didn't even get to the part about them kissing before Jordan swung DC into his arms again and met her lips so passionately that Evie pulled a face and covered her eyes. Alex was bawling so hard that she could barely see through her tears, though she did manage to glance towards Kaiden again, finding nothing but joy and tenderness in his features as he looked straight back at her, mouthing three words which she felt, as always, down to her very soul. "I love you." "And I love you," she mouthed back, before getting pulled away by her celebrating friends, any decorum flying entirely out the window now that the ceremony was complete. The next few hours were like something from a dream, as the wedding guests sought to congratulate the royal couple before slowly departing, leaving only those close to the newlyweds, still a large number, to relocate from the ballroom up to the palace's rooftop garden for the reception. It, too, had been decorated in a winter theme, though much of it was natural, given the frosty temperature outside and the dusting of real snow over the candlelit foliage. If not for the heaters that had been set up, disguised inside glowing crystalline trees, the attendees would have frozen within minutes, especially after the sunset over the shining city of Trillin, the view from the roof unparalleled. Food was served and speeches were given, all of which flew by in a haze, including the cutting of the decadent cake Mrs. Gribble had made, a multi-tiered masterpiece of white chocolate and glittering dillyberries. Until the time came for something Alex had been looking forward to all day, the royal couple's first dance as husband and wife. It wasn't the dance itself Alex was excited for, but the surprise that came with it, something that had been kept a secret, at least to one of them. Jordan and DC had been joined at the hip for much of the evening, circulating enough to try and speak with all their guests. But Jordan had excused himself just minutes ago to freshen up, something Alex knew wasn't actually his intention. That same knowledge was why she was able to remain calm, even as DC began to worry about where he was, with the princess preparing to go find him so they could enjoy their first official dance together. "Wait," Alex told her friend, "just give him a second." DC sent her a questioning look, then did the same to Bear, Declan, and Kaiden, all of whom were standing nearby, grinning knowingly. A moment later, music began trickling over to them, echoing sweetly across the rooftop. It wasn't the string ensemble that had been playing quietly all night. Instead, it was from a single grand piano, one that came into sight when the crowd parted, revealing who sat in front of the white instrument, playing the opening notes to an impossibly beautiful melody. André Paravel's Rise of the Dreamers.
Years ago, in their dorm room at the Academy, DC had shared that she'd always imagined it would be her wedding song one day. Today, Jordan was making that come true. His talented fingers floating over the keys, playing what had to be the most romantic melody Alex had ever heard. His eyes locked on his bride the whole time. DC was breathing heavily and swiping furiously at new tears leaking down her face, frozen in place as the sound washed over them. And then, about halfway through, one of the musicians slid onto the bench beside Jordan. the two of them swapping places so seamlessly that they didn't miss a single note when Jordan rose and headed purposefully towards his new wife, holding his hand out to her. "May I have this dance?" he asked, tears in his own eyes and in the eyes of every single person on the rooftop as DC hiccuped through a beaming sob and followed him onto the dance floor. No one joined them, not yet. It was as if a magic spell had been cast over the guests, leaving a hushed moment of beauty for DC and Jordan to stay in their perfect bubble as they twirled around the rooftop between candlelit flowers and snow-dusted trees. Watching them, Alex's heart ached in the best possible way. She leaned into Caden as he wrapped his arms around her from behind, holding her close and swaying gently to the music. It was only when the song faded and the string ensemble began playing again that the spell broke enough for others to start dancing as well, and Caden immediately swept Alex out among them. Declan did the same with Bear, as did Blake with Jira, Roka with Kia, Rafe with Zaylin, and so many others. So many couples. So much love. Hours passed, and while Alex always found a way to return to Caden's arms, she was often pulled away by family and friends. Her father stole her first, claiming his requisite father-daughter dance, during which he told her all about the ancient ruins he and Rachel had discovered in the Silverwood, and how they couldn't wait to explore them further. Alex, for her part, was just grateful that her parents had stopped working so hard to embarrass her at events such as these, and had even pared back their relationship nudges after she'd finally lost her cool about a year ago and cried, "Yes, of course I freaking want to marry him. He's Caden. He's perfect. No one in their right mind would say no. I just have to wait for him to ask first." After which she'd been forced to tell them about the promise she'd made him. Thrilled didn't begin to describe their expressions that day, and she hadn't heard a peep from them since, much to her relief. Though she had a feeling Caden might not have been so fortunate in the time since then, even if his saintly patience meant he never gave any sign as to whether they'd redirected their badgering efforts towards him. After Jack, Alex found herself being twirled around by Bear, the two of them reminiscing over the first dance they'd ever shared and how Alex had nearly broken all of his toes at the New Year's Eve Royal Gala so many years ago. Declan aimed next, stealing her from his boyfriend and promptly blowing a handful of stardust into her face, cackling with vindictive glee as he said, "Now who's shiny?" Knowing it was deserved, and grateful that it brushed away easily, since both Caden and Declan had returned to their debonair selves, Alex laughed and danced with him until Zane cut in, claiming that the little human needed to improve her footwork if she wanted to keep bettering her fighting abilities. Thankfully, Roka interrupted soon afterwards, stopping Zane from turning their waltz into an impromptu sparring session. The Medoran king, who, like Kia, looked exquisite in the black and gold colors of House Dalmarta, didn't even try to hide his mirth as Alex grumbled about the relentless Zeltora general, who regularly dragged her off for training just to make sure her skills weren't growing rusty. It really wasn't fair that even with Neux gone, she still had to put up with annoying immortal warriors who regularly bested her on a way too frequent basis. On and on Alex danced, with teachers and friends and even King Aurelius himself, who joked good-naturedly about how she'd come a long way since acting the part of the inebriated guest at DC's 17th birthday party. Alex could only smile sheepishly in return, before she was saved by Jordan, who she'd barely seen since the dancing had begun. Unlike with her numerous other partners that night, Alex didn't say anything to her best friend as they moved around the rooftop, neither needing to reminisce over fond memories or make conversation for the sake of it. Instead, they just smiled at each other contentedly as they basked in all that was happening around them, until finally their dance came to an end and Alex whispered, "Is it everything you imagined?" Jordan's gaze drifted over to where DC was dancing with Bear, his heart in his eyes as he whispered back, "All that and so much more." The music wound down then, with the king and queen calling for attention and declaring that there would be fireworks starting soon. So Alex went in search of Caden, wanting to be with him as the wedding celebrations drew to a close. She hadn't seen him for a while, not since he danced with his aunt a few songs ago. But Nisha was now standing off to the side with Natasha, Rachel, Dorothy, and a sleepy-eyed Evie who looked ready to drop after the big day. Walking slowly around the rooftop, Alex peered between the guests, but she couldn't see Caden anywhere. Just as she was beginning to wonder if she should be worried, she ran into Zaylin, who said she'd seen him offering to help Mrs. Gribble take what was left of the cake down to the kitchens. Fearing her boyfriend had been trapped by the well-meaning pastry chef and was currently being force-fed his weight in frosting, Alex quickly thanked the Tiaaran Empress and hurried from the rooftop. But once she reached the kitchens, there was still no sign of Caden. There was no sign of anyone, aside from a teenage girl with black hair and pale blue eyes who was leaning against a bench and eating a slice of cake. Wearing jeans and a sweater, she didn't look like a wedding guest, nor did she appear to be a palace attendant. But she also didn't give off vibes to indicate she was somewhere she shouldn't be. "Hi, sorry to interrupt," Alex said, approaching the girl, and realizing belatedly that she was familiar, a student at Akarnae. Ruth, Alex thought her name was. Or maybe Raven? Or Rhea? Okay, Alex couldn't recall her name, but she was pretty sure the girl also worked in the palace stables, which would explain her casual attire tonight. "I was told my boyfriend came down here," Alex went on. "Dark hair, blue eyes, about this tall." She held her hand up above her head, mimicking Caden's height. The girl, Ruva, Alex finally remembered her name, just stabbed her fork into her cake and continued eating. Have you seen him?" Alex asked. "Or Mrs. Gribble? Or—" She glanced around helplessly. "Anyone?" Silence fell for long enough that Alex wondered if Ruva had heard her. But then a distant memory came to her of DC once mentioning the stablemaster's adopted daughter, and how she rarely spoke. Something about a troubled past that left her deeply distrustful of people, preferring to keep to herself as much as possible. Not wanting to make her uncomfortable, Alex decided it was best if she left. But just as she was about to do so, Ruva swallowed her mouthful and, in a melodic voice, said, "I haven't seen him, but I've only been here a few minutes. You probably just missed him." Alex sighed, wishing the palace didn't have so many different staircases, since she and Caden must have passed each other like ships in the night. But at least that meant he was on his way back up to the rooftop garden, and not stuck in the clutches of the chatty Mrs. Gribble. "Thanks," Alex said to Ruva, before turning on her heel to head straight back upstairs. But then a thought hit her as she caught sight of the demolished cake sitting on the bench, and her steps halted. Kaldoras was nearly over, and there was still one tradition that she hadn't seen to yet. It would only take a few minutes, she told herself. She would be back before anyone even realized she was gone. Decision made, Alex cut some cake from a section that was still relatively intact, slid it onto a plate, and called out for Soraya. The wolf arrived in a burst of shadows and lightning and residual stardust from earlier, and immediately sensed Alex's intentions. A second later, the two of them were gone from the kitchens, leaving the wide-eyed Ruva staring after them. Soraya delivered Alex straight into the library, right in front of the familiar painting that depicted the immortalized city of Maya. It had been years since Alex had last spoken with its sole inhabitant, 3 years to be exact, so she knew Avon was avoiding her, but she still visited every so often, just in case a shadow of his old non-evil self resurfaced and decided to abide her company. So far it hadn't, but regardless of his continued snubbing, Alex always made the trek on Kaldoras, not just for Avon, but also for the slim chance that Nyx would appear, as he had 3 years ago. Alas, when Alex stepped into the painting and came out on the Golden Cliffs, there was no one waiting for her. No sign of the Golden Prince, no sign of Nyx. It was probably for the best, Alex always reminded herself, since Avon's hatred for her had likely only grown stronger over the years. Added to that, if he ever found out that Nyx had been semi-returned to life, then he'd likely lose his immortal mind. Not that Avon could do much from within the painting, but still, Alex cared enough about him, or who he had once been, to not want to add to his distress, or his rage. He was already cursed to live the rest of his eternal life alone. That was punishment enough.
Seeing no point in waiting around for someone who clearly didn't want to see her, Alex lowered the cake onto a fallen log, aware that if Avon didn't eventually return for it, then the magic of the painting would make it dissolve before her next visit. But Alex liked to think that Avon would find it first, and maybe, just maybe, some small part of him would be grateful to know that he hadn't been forgotten on the holiday. Turning to leave, Alex was just about to make her way back through the portrait when something caught her eye, causing her to do a double-take. "What on earth?" she muttered, moving closer to the edge of the cliff and squinting towards the heavy clouds gathering in the distance. At first glance upon her arrival, she hadn't considered them to be anything unusual, because changing weather patterns weren't strange at any other time or in any other place. But she was inside a painting, and while she learned that there could be some give and take within its boundaries, the basic rules of consistency still had to apply. Therefore, the sky should have remained cloudless and sunny for eternity. Goosebumps rose on Alex's flesh as she took in the coming storm, wondering what it meant. But before her anxiety could grow, the clouds dissolved, as if they'd never been there to begin with. Blinking in surprise, Alex continued staring up at the sky, waiting to see if the storm would return. When nothing happened, her tension slowly faded as she realized it must have been a weird glitch within the library, though she made a mental note to visit again soon, just to make sure all was well. Eager to return to her friends and finish celebrating with them, Alex pulled herself back through the portrait, landing in the library's foyer once more, only to find that she wasn't alone. Kaiden was waiting for her, leaning against the wall and petting Soraya's sparkly coat. "So much for me being sneaky," Alex murmured with a self-deprecatingly grin as she moved towards her boyfriend and brushed her lips against his in greeting. "I was looking for you." Arching an eyebrow, Kaiden said, "In the painting?" "No." Alex huffed out a laugh. "Back at the palace. Zaylin told me you went to the kitchens, but by the time I got there, you'd already left." Kaiden looked amused. "Zaylin told you that, did she?" "Was she wrong?" Alex asked, brow furrowing. It hardly mattered now, since they'd already found each other, but still, the Empress rarely made mistakes. Pushing off the wall so he could curl his arms around her, Kaiden didn't answer, instead returning the conversation to where it had started. "So you went to the kitchens and ended up here." "Ah," Kaiden immediately understood. "Kaldoras tradition." "Usually it's pie," Alex said, though he already knew that. "I decided to improvise." Kaiden glanced towards the portrait. "Any sign of Avon?" Alex shook her head. "No. But by this point, I'm no longer surprised. How about Nyx?" Repeating her head shake, Alex answered, "No, nothing." As disappointed as she was, Nyx had warned her that he wasn't sure if they'd ever see each other again. Still, she would never stop hoping that they would be reunited one day. And until then, she'd just settle for being grateful that he was alive-ish. Tapping a finger against Kaiden's chest, Alex said, "I've told you why I'm here. What's your excuse?" He used to insist on accompanying her any time she visited Avon, but ever since the prince had gone AWOL, Kaiden had eased up on his protective instincts, knowing she didn't need moral support when there was no angry Medoran waiting to tear her apart. Because of that, it had been a long time since Kaiden had joined her at the painting, so his appearance tonight was unexpected. "You said you were looking for me," he answered, "but I was looking for you too." Alex opened her mouth to ask why, but before she could get the word out, they were interrupted by a blinding flash as Zaylin parachroned into the library. Without preamble, the Empress declared, "Something's happened in Tia Aras. You're needed there, right now." Startled and alarmed, Alex asked, "What's wrong?" "No time," the Empress cut her off, right as a doorway appeared before them. Only a gatekeeper could open one between worlds, making Alex realize that whatever was going on must be urgent, something that was only emphasized when Zaylin shoved Alex and Kaiden through the doorway, shouting, "Go, go, go!" Alex stumbled out the other side, barely keeping her feet under her, unsure whether to be annoyed or worried. If there was a threat to the Tia Aran people, her thoughts stuttered to a halt when she looked around and saw where the doorway had led them. She had assumed they'd be arriving in Vardacia, but it wasn't the Golden City that was before her. Instead, it was somewhere completely different, but also very familiar.
Spinning slowly in place, Alex took in the valley leading to the moonlit lake and snow-capped mountains, all of which were glowing from the bioluminescent starbursts that hovered in the air like rainbow fireflies. Her heart started beating loudly in her ears before she finished her full spin, because she knew what she was going to find when she turned back around, and it wasn't an immortal race in peril needing her help. Sure enough, the doorway was gone, and Zaylin was nowhere in sight. But as for Kaiden, Alex's breath hitched as she saw the look on his face and realized he had planned this, that he had conspired with the Empress to bring them here, a place that was more meaningful to them. And then her breath hitched again when Kaiden closed the distance between them, reaching out to take her suddenly trembling hands in his. "I've thought about this moment for years. What I would say, how I would say it," he said, his blue eyes shining and his voice full of emotion. "I memorized speech after speech, trying to find the perfect words to capture everything that makes you so special to me. Your passion, your humor, your heart, a million things, and another million more."
But then I realized it was an impossible task, because there are no words in any language that can describe just how much I love you. Tears filled Alex's eyes, dribbling down her cheeks. "So there's no speech," Kaiden went on, inhaling shakily. "No flowery words, just me standing here before you, in the place where all this began, saying something I hope you already know, that you, Alexandra Jennings, are everything to me. And if you'll let me, I'd like to be everything to you every day, for the rest of our lives and beyond." Her tears were flowing steadily now, but Alex didn't let go of Kaiden's hands to wipe them, didn't want to miss a single moment of what was happening. All she wanted was to leap into his arms and shout her answer to the heavens, but she'd made him a promise once, so when it was finally time for her to speak, she said, as pointedly as she could in her croaky, tear-clogged voice, "Is there something you're asking me, Kaiden?" A slow, beautiful smile crept across his lips as he whispered, "Look up." Alex's gaze flicked obediently upwards, a gasp leaving her, halfway between a sob and a laugh, as she saw Xeraxis flapping his massive wings and vanishing into the night, leaving behind the blue flames of his Dracon fire that lingered in the sky, spelling out 4 simple, perfect words. "Will you marry me?" And when Alex turned back to Kaiden, he was down on one knee. "What do you say, Alex?" he asked hoarsely, pulling a ring from his suit pocket. "Will you make me the happiest man in the world? Worlds, even?" Tears still streaming, Alex said, "Only because you already make me the happiest woman. You always have, Kaiden James. I'll love you to the end of every world in existence and back again, forever until eternity." His eyes were soft and sweet as they held hers, though his lips twitched as he asked, "So, just to check, is that a yes?" Alex laughed and sobbed and laughed again as she used his earlier words. "It's a million yeses, and another million more." Tugging on his hands, she ordered, "Now get back up here and kiss me." Kaiden leapt to his feet and didn't hesitate to follow her command, pulling her close and capturing her mouth in a searing, perfect kiss, a promise of everything that was to come for them and so much more. "Can you believe it?" Alex murmured, drawing back to look at him in wonder. "Can you believe we made it here? That we're finally getting the happy ending we deserve?" "Not an ending," Kaiden said, kissing her again, before whispering against her lips, "A beginning." Ruva Dellen leaned against the wooden entrance to the royal stable complex and stared up at the fireworks exploding above the palace, marveling at the view while also keeping an ear out for the horses under her care. Aside from some restless pacing in their stalls, none were showing signs of distress, likely thanks to the calming tonic she'd slipped into their evening feeds. So she relaxed and allowed herself to enjoy the colorful lights that celebrated the wedding of Princess Delucia and her husband Jordan Sparker. A smirk touched Ruva's lips as she recalled the blue-eyed, blonde-haired young man who had been covered in dun when she'd happened upon him a year ago in these very stables, though it turned into a soft, almost wistful smile as she thought about the kind-hearted princess and how perfect the two of them were together. Ruva had seen them both around the academy before they'd graduated 6 months ago, and the love shining between them had been impossible to miss. Sighing, Ruva wondered if she would ever have something like that for herself one day. Friendship, trust, love, all things that had eluded her for 16 years. Though she was also the first to admit that she'd never allowed them into her life, at least not to her knowledge. Anything from before she was adopted remained a mystery. Her earliest childhood memories nothing but a blank slate. It was because of those missing years that she refused to let her walls down around people, since she couldn't help thinking that something or someone had caused the gaps in her mind, and she would never let anyone have that kind of power over her again. If that meant she pushed everyone away, including her adopted parents, then so be it. Friendship, trust, love. No, Ruva knew those things would never be in her future, even if a secret, aching part of her longed for a life where she could embrace such feelings, and longed for people who incited them within her. If only things could be different, she thought sadly to herself as the last fireworks faded from the sky. Sighing again, louder this time, Ruva pushed off the wall, deciding she might as well prepare the morning grain before departing for the night, leaving her with one less than to do when she returned in a few short hours. Curious faces poked over the stalls as she headed down the aisle, and she petted them absent-mindedly on her way to the feed room. Once there, she didn't hesitate to open the door and step through it, just as she had thousands of times before. Only this time, something unexpected happened. Something different. Something very, very strange. Because when she stepped through the door, it wasn't the feed room she arrived in. "What the?" she whispered, glancing left and right, her brow furrowing as she somehow found herself in the familiar foyer of the Academy's library. There was no one around, not just because it was nearing midnight, but also because it was Kaldora, and therefore the middle of the holiday break, with classes not due to start back for another week. Not even the grouchy librarian was behind his desk, leaving Ruva completely alone in the large, low-lit space. Shock turned into panic as her heart picked up speed. She had no idea why she was there, or how she was there. She'd just traveled thousands of miles without using a bubble door. All she'd done was step through a doorway, and then a sudden flare of light halted Ruva's spiraling thoughts, causing her to raise a hand to shield her eyes before slowly lowering it again when the light faded. It wasn't gone completely, though, drawing her attention like a moth to a flame. Hesitantly, Ruva walked closer to the source of the light, a painting on the wall. It was glowing from the inside, no longer blinding, but still bright enough that she couldn't make out the image beyond. She knew she should leave, knew she should walk up the library steps, grab one of the spare bubbler vials from her dorm room, then return to the palace, acting like the last few bizarre minutes had never happened. But despite knowing that was what she should do, she couldn't bring herself to move. Not yet. The painting, there was something compelling about it, like it held an answer to a question she had been asking her entire life. Shaking her head at herself, Ruva knew that didn't make any sense. It was a painting. It couldn't offer her any answers. She couldn't even see what it was. But still, that didn't stop her from reaching her hand out towards it, drawn by some invisible need inside her, a curiosity too strong to resist. Ruva didn't know what she expected. Maybe for the glow to fade enough to reveal the artwork, after which she would realize it was a portrait she'd seen numerous times in the 3 years she'd been at the Academy. Nothing mysterious, nothing exciting. Then she'd be on her way. Only that wasn't what happened, because when her fingers touched the canvas, they went straight through it. And then, so did she. 1 second, Ruva was standing in the foyer of the library. The next, she was pulled into the painting and stumbling out the other side, finding herself inexplicably atop the edge of a cliff, looking out over a shining, spiraling city. Maatha, the once lost city of immortals. Spinning once, twice, 3 times in place, Ruva's pulse pounded in her ears as she gaped around her, wondering how she had been transported to yet another place without any known means to do so. She was aware that some of the other races had ways of moving from one location to another in an instant, like the Tia Orans and the Shadow Walkers, but she was human, and her gift, supernatural though it might be, did not allow for what had just happened. Hugging her arms to her body, Ruva stared out at the city surrounded by waterfalls on every side. It was beautiful, no doubt, but there was something eerie about it too, almost like it felt abandoned. Storm clouds brewed overhead, dark and heavy and more threatening than any Ruva had ever seen, causing goosebumps to prickle her skin, her sweater doing little to stave off the chill she felt down to her very bones. It wasn't a chill from the cold, it was something more, something dangerous, something wrong. Warning bells rang loudly in Ruva's mind as she took in the coming storm, prompting an instinct she couldn't shake, but one that made her realize she needed to leave, now. However, before she could figure out how to do that, a doorway appeared right in front of her, materializing out of thin air. And then someone stepped through it. Ruva scurried backwards at the sight of the impossibly beautiful man, instantly fearful for two reasons. He was a Medoran, and he was covered in blood. Golden eyes locked on hers as he said, in a voice that was both as soft as velvet and as sharp as steel, "Seinoran naha Elia." Ruva blinked, uncomprehending. She only knew a few basic Medoran words, given that, for most of her life, they'd been a race long vanished to the past. Sorry, what? The man tilted his head to the side, his focus intense as he repeated in the common tongue, somewhat formally, "You are not Elia." Elia? Those golden eyes narrowed. You might know her as Alexandra. Ruva blinked again, taking a stab at who he meant. Alexandra Jennings? Yes. Where is she? The beautiful Medoran demanded. There was something familiar about him, but Ruva couldn't put her finger on what. She hadn't been around many of his race, having been only 12 during the war and therefore not a part of the fighting. Even in the years since, the only Medoran she'd laid eyes on had been those who visited the palace, King Roka, Queen Kia, and their Zeltora guards, none of whom were this golden-eyed man. I don't know where she is, Ruva answered, having last seen Alexandra in the palace kitchens, but she'd vanished with her shadow wolf and could be anywhere by now. The Medoran ran a hand through his blood-streaked golden hair, looking frustrated, as well as something else entirely. There was a tightness about his stunning features, indicating he was troubled, fearful even. And that expression only deepened when he glanced out over the cliffs and caught sight of the brewing storm. "We're out of time," he whispered, seemingly to himself, his voice filled with what could only be described as dread. And then his eyes locked back on Ruva, his nostrils flaring with disdain, maybe even disgust, before he sighed with resignation and appeared to come to a decision. "You're here, so that means you must be chosen," he said. "You'll have to do." Confused, for a lot of reasons, Ruva repeated, "Chosen?" "By Soraya de la Torre." Ruva's forehead creased as her confusion grew. Soraya? Alexandra's wolf? The Medoran groaned and pinched his brow, mumbling under his breath in both the common tongue and his native tongue, with the few words Ruva could understand being along the lines of, "Mortals and light spare me." Inhaling deeply through his teeth, he said, "Not a wolf. Soraya de la Torre, the Library of Legend. If you're in here," he indicated their scenery, "then that means you can access its doorways, that you can travel between its inner and outer worlds." "I can what?" Cursing quietly, the Medoran stepped forward into her space, his gaze almost feverish as he said, "We don't have time for this. I'll explain everything, but you need to come with me. The library needs your help." As he said the words, the doorway behind him flared with light, a summons, a beckoning. Just like with the painting earlier, Ruva felt the same sense of compulsion, as if it held the answers she'd been seeking her whole life, who she was, where she'd come from, and why she couldn't remember. "I cannot force you to follow," the Medoran said, sounding annoyed by that fact, as if he wanted to force her, but some greater power wouldn't let him. "You have to step through yourself. But hear me when I say, the survival of this world, of all worlds, is at stake. And as absurd as it is, you just might be the only person who can save us all." With that declaration, and one final piercing look, the Medoran spun on his heel and disappeared through the doorway, leaving her standing there, stunned into stillness by his words. He couldn't be right. She was no one, an adopted girl who couldn't even remember her past. There was no way she was some kind of world-saving hero. The very idea made her want to burst out laughing. But even so, she couldn't ignore the soft, nudging whisper in the back of her mind, the one that said, "What have you got to lose?" Earlier that night, she had been longing for a new life, one where she could have things, feel things that she'd never allowed herself before. This doorway presented her with an opportunity for that. Worst case, nothing would change. Her life would remain as it was, and she would continue on as she had for the last 16 years. But if there was a possibility that there was something better waiting for her, maybe even some answers, some hope, then she owed it to herself to see what was out there. Saving worlds was beyond her, she knew that. But stepping through a doorway? That she could do. And so, with a deep, steadying breath, Ruva followed the golden Meviaran into the light, neither of them realizing just how much her decision would change both of their lives. Because one day, she would be his salvation. And then, she would become his undoing. Factory,